FF7. But first, how much wheel spinning can we do?
Yeah,
How we can wheel spin for like 2 hours?
We could, and I think we have, probably.
Oh, for sure, definitely. I mean, the 8-hour stream that we did a while ago that you were only on for 4 hours that we wrapped up with like 40 minutes or whatever of Captain Toad. That was just, I mean, to be fair, one of those hours was about Jeanette McCurdy's book, but that was pretty much 3 hours of just shooting the shit.
Yeah.
That's the second time in a row that I've cursed right at the beginning of a stream recently, which I guess doesn't matter anymore. So they changed the rules on profanity at the beginning of a YouTube video very recently.
Oh, okay.
But I still shouldn't be swearing as much. I noticed rewatching the first FF7 stream that I said the F word way more than I like. And I was like, and I rewatching the Resident Evil streams, I'm like, it's fine that I'm swearing a lot because it's Resident Evil.
Right.
And I'm like, oh no, my gun ran out of bullets and there's 2 zombies doing this to me.
Mm-hmm.
So me, just shooting off a bunch of curse words, I'm like, that's fine. Mm-hmm. That, like, I don't mind that. I'm not like upset at myself for doing that. But when I'm just like sitting here talking about FF7 and I'm like effing this and effing that and everything, and I'm like, that's not necessary. I don't need to be doing that. Considering we worked very hard to keep the show PG-13 for years,
for a long time,
which I'm not like, I always kind of had the caveat of like, if we play an M-rated game, like I'm not gonna care.
Yeah.
Like if we had done a playthrough of 999 back in the day, like I occasionally discussed, like I wouldn't have cared about bleeping swear words in a game where the characters say the F word anyway. Right. But I was like, I don't know who's gonna watch this. We are making a game about Kingdom Hearts, which, when we started in 2014 was still popular with teenagers. Not anymore. Now it's only 30-somethings who care about it. But in 2014 it was still, young people cared about it.
This is slightly off topic, but I feel like I have to document being somewhat vindicated. I was going to tell a completely different anecdote at dinner last night because I mentioned that I had dinner with like a old friend of my mom's and her kids who are now teenagers. And I was like preparing to tell a completely different anecdote about dating myself at work, and Spencer intercepted and was like, oh, are you talking about the Kim Possible thing? Where I went as Kim Possible to a Halloween party at work, which was like for children, and none of the children knew who I was. And I was like, this is awful and I hate it here. And this is bad. Both children were appalled that no one knew who Kim Possible was.
All right, well,
and I was like, okay, thank you. And knew enough to be like, as long as you did like the one lip different, then you should have been instantly recognizable. And I was like, you're correct. This is objectively correct factual information.
Oh, did you? I don't even remember because you sent me a photo. Did you do like one lip with more lipstick than the other one to give the animation style where they gave definition to? All right, that's cool.
I sure did.
I totally missed that detail in the photo you sent me.
Yes.
Maybe it just didn't come through because of lighting or whatever.
And I flat ironed my hair for the first time in years.
Well, that one I noticed.
Yeah. I like had to find the flat iron, which thankfully we had not like moved houses at that time, so it was findable. I think I know where it is right now.
Watching you guys and Kai Zamit doing FF7 Remake. I know Kai Sinant, like the huge YouTuber. I don't know Kai Zamit. I don't know who that is. They should let Sora swear in Kingdom Hearts 4, says Ninja Bunny. Agreed. That's the only way that Tetsuya Nomura is like, I'm gonna put Versus 13 back in. Is gonna work, and which is why I don't buy for a minute that he's putting Versus 13 back in. MRX, I ain't reading all that, says, don't worry, Research Runs, I played FF7 OG in 1997. My university years were 2001, 2002. You can swear if it comes to me, I'm 18 plus. Yeah, no. I mean, and at this point, like, my demographics, if I go and look at my YouTube demographics, there's a nobody below 18 watching this show. But 10 years ago, there were. Also, I will fully admit, like, the first year, sorry, like, one of the first two videos that I did, one of them is now unlisted. Very first video that I released was making fun of a really bad presser that Square did, like, 6 months before the Final Fantasy 15 like re-reveal at E3 2013. Because everybody probably remembers my first video on YouTube that you can go see now is like that like initial video that I did like the week after E3 of like, here's what you need to know about Final Fantasy 15. I think I said shit in that video. And apparently, like, and my dad was like, hey, your grandmother watched that video and was, like, kind of appalled that you said shit.
Oh,
and I was
no.
like, well, first of all, she shouldn't have watched it, because she doesn't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Second of all, okay, fine, I guess I won't swear in these videos.
Yeah.
And I probably should have given up the ghost on that immediately in Let's Plays, because, like, they're not watching a 30-minute video
Right.
of me playing a video game. They're certainly not watching part 17.
Right.
Though I have had family members randomly click on part 17 of stuff, because, like, oh, he did a video.
Yeah.
It's like, stop, don't do that.
Yeah.
Go away. Shoot.
Shoo.
Right, no, wrong. If you want to watch it, like, if you want to, like, hey, listen, if you want to watch my videos, like, we did this game called Uncharted, it's like Indiana Jones, start with part 1
Yeah.
and watch it. And they don't do that. They show them, like, oh, we watched you react to a stream of, like, commercials for video games with Joey. And I'm like, well, what are you talking about? You don't know what we're talking about.
Yeah.
We're talking about industry stuff, and, oh, this guy made this game, and, like, you have no idea. Just stop. Don't do that.
Yeah.
Go away. I don't know, like, maybe I'm like a psycho, because I get people are just trying to be supportive, but, like, I don't know, I feel like, and maybe I'm giving myself too much gas here, but, like, if I had friends and family, like, if I was teaching nuclear engineering at a college,
Right.
and, like, friends and family were showing up and being like, oh, you were in such a good voice, oh, I didn't understand what you were talking about, but you did a really good job presenting, I'd be like,
Right.
Go away!
How do you know?
Go away! You have no idea. You have no idea if I did a good job or not.
This is also only tangentially related, but for reasons that make sense. My eventual boss was like, said something about, like, I was calling around and talking to people about the situations that be, and every time I said, like, I'm calling on behalf of my full name, they were like, oh my gosh, like, we're so sorry that she's having these issues, like, we love her so much, like, is there anything we can do? And, like, she's gonna be such a great counselor. And I was like, who are you talking to so I can tell you that they were wrong? Like, who are you talking to? Because they can't possibly know that I'm good at my job. That's awful. Like, just the immediate was like, they can't know.
Oh, yeah.
They can't know.
How can they know?
How could they know?
They can't know. Nobody can know except my clients.
Yeah.
Like, even people you work with, like, they can't actually know if you're good at your job because they're not in the room.
Right. I will say, like,
I'm saying, as much as this is, like, brain goblins and imposter syndrome, like, especially in your case, I sympathize. Like, when people tell me that I'm good at my job, like, at least they're looking at my work, and I can go, oh, I know it could have been better in this place and this place and this place, and I really wish that I'd achieved this with it. But they're looking at my work and going, you did a good job.
Yeah.
Like, it's almost impossible for you to be peer reviewed.
Yeah.
Like,
I will say, so now, so it's super weird to be, like, where I'm at and, like, not, like, working my real job, but still being at a nonprofit. And now I am an employee of the nonprofit, and so there are interns sitting in with me to learn from me because I'm the one. Yeah, because I'm the one in the room who knows how to do the job.
It can't be. How can this be? It's not possible.
And it's weird. It's real weird. And it's been interesting because then they come out and they have questions, and I'm like, oh, I can answer that. Actually, I have answers for you on what, like, why things went this way, or, like, decisions that were made or decisions that I didn't make, or things that, like, I challenged the client on. And it was like, is that a real statement, or is that some mind goblins you're having there? And, like, when do you call those out, and how do you approach it, and how do you make sure that you have enough rapport to get away with things like that? And I don't know, it's just been really, it has helped a little bit to be like, okay, if I have the knowledge base to answer these kinds of questions and not have to refer you to an adultier adult, like,
yeah,
this is fine. But it also is like, the first time, I still have one person that, like, will text me a week ahead of time and be like, can I sit in on this session? And I'm like, I don't know. Can you?
Can you?
Is that a thing?
I don't know. Is that allowed? I don't know. Ask a lawyer or something, I guess. I don't know.
Well, I do. It is mildly frustrating because every time I tell her, like, if the client says yes, then yes.
Sure. Yeah.
Like, it's not. Ultimately, like, if they've got something they need to work through that day, even if you've sat in with them before, like, I'm going to ask them every time, because if they have something that they want to talk to me about that they don't want to talk about in front of you, then then this is their session.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, exactly.
So, it's been interesting, though. It's been great. Am happy to, like, do a job that I like doing.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
Especially because, like, I spent 3 years getting a degree to do it. Glad I enjoy it.
Yeah. I've gotten better about not being super self-conscious about stuff that I do for work. I would say that I've obviously never talked about, I don't talk about my real job on here really. I would say that like one area where I get a little bit self-conscious is just that I'm not in an office enough. So that when like I like have a day go by where like I'm sitting at home and like I'm not playing video games or whatever, but also like I'm not really doing much other than like answering emails and waiting for the phone to ring. Not all the time, but like occasionally. Like I'm like, well, I don't really have anything that I can like really dig into right now other than like emailing this guy and being like, get back to me. And until he gets back to me, like I can't do anything about that item. Like I have days like that. And I think if I was in an office and I'm like, well, I can look in there and that person's also not doing much right now, like I would feel less self-conscious about it. But because I work from home a lot, I have much more like, I'm not real.
Spencer gets a lot of that because his work cycles through like 2 weeks of
super intense. That's
like,
exactly the same for me.
Yeah, he'll be on his computer at 8 a.m. and he may like not actually be done for the day until 8 p.m. And then he'll have 2 weeks where he don't have shit to
That's
do.
exactly what my job is like.
And those 2 weeks where he doesn't have shit to do, I feel like he has more anxiety because he's like, if I haven't heard from anyone in 3 hours, so I'm going to go make myself from lunch. But if I walk away from my computer, and as soon as I walk away, somebody sends me a message, and then I don't see it for an hour because I was making and then consuming lunch. Like, My problem is on days where I'm really busy, like, I'll have a meeting at, 3 o'clock or whatever, and it'll only be because I'm like, okay, I got to get ready for this meeting now, that I'll go, oh, wait, I never ate anything today. Yeah. Spencer does not have that problem. That's a me problem. The, like, oops. Especially because since I'm only at the nonprofit right now, like I kind of only go in when I have a reason to be there. So like I put myself in weird of like, I tell myself I'm gonna eat when I get there, but then I'm there to do things. I don't know. It's like a weird thing where Spencer has fussed at me several times of like, I know I packed a lunch for you and you came home with that lunch. Like, oops. Oopsie. It's fine. I had a coffee or something and it's totally
I gotta do
the
that
same.
like fully correct. Ninja Buddy said a minute ago, talking about me like having family members watch streams or whatever. It was like they watched you crash out over if Noctis and Luna kissed at the ending of FF15. This was during, I did a 3-hour long video after like a year, 6 months after Kingdom Hearts 3 came out.
Okay.
It was a year because it was during COVID. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that's not. Yeah, and it was like I did like a video. It took me forever. It was like 3 hours long. That's like, okay, I'm gonna finally like try and articulate what my problem is with the way that Kingdom Hearts is being written these days. And I didn't really have a script. It was mostly like improvised and like, but I had like kind of a structure in mind, and I recorded it over the course of like weeks.
Okay.
And like, this whole hour-long block didn't work. Delete. Let's redo it. And that video's okay. I disagree with parts of it, which is why, like, a year after I put it out, I was like, I'm gonna stream it and, like, do, like, a director's commentary, basically, and, like, pause and discuss it. And then those streams of that 3-hour-long video, it took 4 streams, so that now if you were to watch the video and the 4 streams, it would take 24 hours.
Oh my god.
Yeah, somewhere, because like we got onto so many tangents in those streams that did not like have anything to do with anything. Because I actually got good turnout on a stream because I was talking about Kingdom Hearts. So we just got off onto like, because there are just tons of people in chat, so we got off onto stuff that had nothing to do with anything.
Gotcha.
And we were talking about smooching, and like shonen anime, and like nobody's ever allowed to actually smooch. Only maybe they might smooch occasionally. Like they might maybe in season 7, but they won't. They'll just maybe they'll smooch someday. And I was talking about how many characters actually smooch on screen in FF games, and I declared extremely confidently that Noctis and Luna do not smooch in FF15. And the chat was like, no, they smooch. They smooch in that scene that you're forgetting about. I was like, no, they don't smooch in that scene, guys. They don't. There's no kiss. There's no smooch. And then like eventually it was like, Jacob, pull up the scene. I was like, no, I'm super confident they do not smooch. I know what I'm talking about. And then I did pull up the scene, and then like just watching silently, it's like gets closer and closer, and then eventually like they're sitting across from each other and smiling, and there's like and then like they start to lean in super slow. And I was like... And then right before they kissed, I, like, closed the tab and, like, pulled something else up. And I was like, didn't happen.
Didn't happen.
Didn't happen. But that turned into a thing for a bit that I was trying to gaslight my audience. But no, definitely no relatives watched those streams because they would have had like their nose would have started bleeding trying to figure out what I was talking about with any of those streams.
Yeah.
Because I was talking about this with Joey when we were playing Alan Wake, like almost 2 years ago now. But like about 2 years ago now, I went back and like rewatched parts of those streams, which those streams happened in. So like that video was recorded in 2020, so I did the streams in 2021.
Mm-hmm.
So like late 2024, I went back and tried to rewatch them.
Okay.
And like I haven't thought about Kingdom Hearts really since Kingdom Hearts 3 came out.
Okay.
And since I made that video in 2021. So like I'm listening to myself in that stream trying to break down lore shit, and I am going, what am I talking about? Huh?
Yeah.
I can't follow a thing that I'm saying right now. So if I couldn't, there's no way that anybody from my family ever made it more than 20 minutes into one of those streams without going, he's talking in hieroglyphics right now. So it's fine. Nobody saw me gaslight about a kiss. The work from home, I don't feel real sensation is so relatable. Yeah, it's a problem. There's something to be said for working in an office. It has its upsides. As much as everybody's like, why can't we just do that all the time? Because I mean, in many ways, like, like some doesn't work for everybody, but like certain offices, certain industries, like efficiency actually didn't go down that much. But it's not great, like psychologically, to always be in your house.
Yeah.
All the time.
Yep. I will also say, like, I, for the longest time, thought that once I got my degree, like, I was going to start my own practice. I'm so glad I didn't do that for so many reasons. But one of the biggest of which is I value being able to, like, come out of a session that was balls to the walls crazy and just, like, look someone in the face and be like, that was fucking nuts, right? Like, that... I'm not the crazy one, right? Like that, the things that just happened, I'm supposed to be like shell-shocked by being told those. And them being like, yeah, no, that
was crazy. That was a little intense.
Yeah, that was a lot. And if I'm in a private practice, there's no one else there, like I just have to sit with that. I'm gonna have to sit with it anyway. Like
I understand completely what you mean.
But
just if you're the only one in the office, you can't like.
And also like a little bit also of like, thankfully there has only ever been one time in the year that I have been seeing clients here and change now, I guess, of like, I was really glad that I was not the only person in the building because I felt like just the teensiest bit unsafe. But like the reality is like no one comes to therapy because they're 100% healthy.
Yeah.
And so like, and not, again, in a year of seeing clients, once I have felt just a little bit unsafe, and nothing happened, and it was totally fine. But it was a thing in the back of my mind of like, I'm really glad that I am not alone in this building right now. So perks of not working from home there. Also, I don't really like doing teletherapy sessions. I feel like you miss so much in like body language.
Yeah.
Which I have a handful of clients that I've only ever seen telehealth, and I mean it's fine, but I do feel like there's a difference, and I would not want, there are people who have home offices for therapy to like have people come to their houses.
No thanks.
But that weirds me out, and also currently I live in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, you couldn't, like, you definitely couldn't do that.
Yeah.
No, I also would not want to be. I think also like for somewhat similar reasons to like sometimes working from home is great. Like, especially when I do have the busy weeks, like, my personality, often I'm like, I can't get, like, really stuff done in the morning. And then, like, okay, I finally turn on at, like, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and then I go until midnight, which isn't healthy. But sometimes that is the way it is, and that's, like, I mean, you don't want to go, like, that's my process and let it work because, like, you're an adult, and you need to, be a professional, damn it. But like sometimes when I have a those, like you're talking about, like 2 weeks of really intense stuff, like sometimes that's what I have to do to make it work, or even like get up at 8, work until midnight the whole time, which I could not do if I was working exclusively in an office setting.
Right.
But like conversely, like you do have this tension of like, there are distractions or feeling like I'm not doing enough. And I feel like if I was doing therapy remotely, like I would constantly be conscious of like just like other stuff that I should be doing around the house right now, or I would be getting distracted, or like, you don't have that decompression time of like, and I'm going to get in my car and drive home. By the time that I get home, I won't be in that headspace anymore and I can go back to whatever I was doing.
Yeah.
Whereas like, well, I just did this like in my house. I guess I don't know, make a sandwich or something and feel better. I'm like, having said this, having not done, teletherapy ever, I'm just like thinking about like that would not be a experience that I would personally want, being on the, not the therapizing end, but the therapized end.
That is one thing that I like worry about a lot as the therapist, is the people who are doing it from home. I'm also like, I know for sure that there are other people in your house right now, and like, are they being respectful of your privacy or not? That's my biggest thing as a therapist, is like, do you even feel like you can tell me everything you need to right now, because I know that
there could be other people who could hear you. Somebody could walk in anytime. Do you even feel comfortable talking to me about the stuff you need to talk to me about? It's definitely a thought. If I had not a problem here, but if I had been doing remote therapy, for example, when I was in the apartment that I shared with Joshua for last year, like I couldn't have. I would have had to do it when he wasn't in the apartment. Right. Not that he. And to be completely fair, like he and I will have like private phone calls that would be like, okay, well, I'm putting on noise canceling headphones until you tell me to take them off. Yeah. Like, we were respectful of each other's privacy, but still, like it wouldn't even be that I wouldn't expect him to give me the privacy that I needed for something like that. It would be more like I'm inconveniencing him, and I feel bad about that. But anyway, why therapy when I can talk to myself for free, says Broker Lower. I mean, I don't know, that's what I've been doing for, however many years I've been on this earth, and, haven't killed myself yet, so it's working.
I mean, enough.
It's working, apparently. But yeah, gonna play more Final Fantasy VII today, in a little bit here. We're gonna see if we can get out of Midgar. It is very funny talking about, because, like, the description of this and the tweet that I put out were both, like, about like how, are we gonna get out of Midgar in 2 streams and prove all of the haterators correct that Remake sucks ass? And it's very funny that I made those jokes, and then like yesterday I was reminded that Tim Rogers did an analysis a couple of years ago that he determined that 30% of the written text in Final Fantasy VII Original takes place in Midgar, which is the opening sub 8 hours of a 40-hour experience. That 30% of the text is all there. Wow. Which, to be fair, is because it's the most densely populated with NPCs who have stuff to talk to you about, but also, like, genuinely after this, it's like, okay, and now we're gonna walk across a field, and okay, and now you gotta do a dungeon where you walk through a cave, and then when you get to the other side of the cave, gotta walk across a field. And it's like, well, did anybody really talk about anything during that time period? Not really. No, it was fine. Yeah. So I get why it, turned out that way. I don't know. I've made many arguments. I have, a whole effing playthrough where I've argued that I don't think Remake is actually genuinely all that bloated, and I think it's very effective. Like, I mean, people will complain about, like, how do I put this? Like, people will go, oh, I did not like Jesse in the remake. Yeah. So all of that was pointless. And I'm like, well, I mean, like, it's like going, well, I didn't like that episode of that TV show, so giving it 24 episodes instead of 12 was pointless. Right. Like, I mean, I don't know. I don't, like, a lot of people really did like Jessie. Yeah. I know at least... I liked her. I know at least one person, not in person, but, like, secondhand, who quit playing Remake when Jessie died. Because that was their preferred girl, and they were so effed up over it that they were like, I actually can't keep playing this.
Oh, okay, I don't know that I liked her that much.
No, for sure. And, this was, perhaps horny male. But,
maybe a whittle.
But it was funny. Who doesn't like Jesse? That's crazy, says Ninja Bunny. People in this chat right now don't like Jesse in Remake, but don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Yeah, this game stops for like 20 hours to do random goofy stuff. That is like, it is funny that like as people were like complained so much about like, oh, Remake is so bloated and blah 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 and bad and like the entire middle third of this game, I would not argue is bad. It is still like seminal and important and fun and has good stuff in it, but it is like Midgar is so structured and tight. And then, like, it gets real meandering real quick after that.
Okay.
So it's honestly, like, a lot of people complained about Rebirth, which is part 2 of the Remake trilogy, being like, kind of feels like not a lot of important stuff happens in it. It's still really long. It's like, yeah, well, nothing important happened in the original, and it was really long.
Yeah.
So, like, the fact that they made Rebirth into, like, the ultimate hangout game of like they made everything about the dynamic of the group. Like the genuinely not much happens in terms of the plot of Remake Part 2 of Rebirth, but that game is all about like how these people feel about each other and how they help each other and how their relationship develops. And I think it's one of the coolest video games I've ever played.
Cool.
Rebirth is also the best FF game ever made, says Ninja Bunny. It is, like, shockingly good. It is a little too long. It could have stood to be a little shorter. But whatever. Not a big fan of that part in FF7 original, too. Yeah, that's the thing, is, like, the fact that they made that so good from a part of FF7 original that really I don't think holds up. It's fantastic. This is my first FF7 anything besides KH cameos. Does this game explain Scamp? I appreciate the poster insight you gave. You mean Stamp? You mean the dog? Stamp is only in Remake stuff. Stamp is an expansion of like Shinra propaganda and control over the media. Stamp does not appear in the original game or any of the compilation stuff. It was a new element for Remake, which will maybe see more Stamp.
Did we not see something Stamp related?
No Stamp. No Stamp.
At
Stamp.
all?
Nope. Stamp is totally new for Remake. The entire concept of Stamp the dog, who fights for Shinra and us, is all new.
Big of a concept, yes, but I swear there was just some imagery of dog in something
that we did in the last stream.
Yeah,
no, I don't think so. I mean, we did I think we talked to a dog who went woof woof. But there wasn't like a dog propaganda thing. There was no cartoon on TV. No, that was a totally original creation for Remake.
I was thinking there was like a graffiti somewhere.
I don't think so.
That was dog.
Obviously, without talking about anything that happens in Remake beyond the episodes that we have released, Stamp does wind up playing like kind of a quotation marks bigger role. Like the concept of Stamp the dog, this cartoon character, winds up like getting some play later on beyond just like an ambient background propaganda marketing thing. But I think people give it too much focus. Like I really think that Stamp the dog probably came up as a propaganda cartoon idea, and then later someone said, "Oh, and what if we used that to do this thing that we'll get to, that we will get to in Remake?" We haven't gotten to yet. My first FF7 anything was Crisis Core, probably the first bad FF7 anything. Yeah, Crisis Core is the prequel game that was exclusive to the PSP until relatively recently they did a re-release of it. And Crisis Core features a main character so lovable and that everybody is super into that it tricked everybody. People still think the game is bad. People were like, that character's great, game sucks. That main character's amazing. Love him. Game sucks.
Okay.
I can't really talk about Crisis Core much because it's like what there's stuff in it that's like talking about it would be like we're playing FF7 here and I'm like, okay, well let me explain how in Episode 3 of Star Wars Anakin Skywalker becomes Darth Vader.
No,
it's like I can't really talk about it's like
it's
a prequel that sets stuff up. And like it's like it is set in a time. I think I mentioned a little bit so it's not even like you wouldn't remember this, but I did talk briefly about that game in the playthrough and episodes we haven't gotten to yet, because in there's a part in Remake where a character, like a soldier, not like a all caps soldier, but a trooper, who like knew Cloud when he was still in Shinra, runs into Cloud in a part of the remake that we haven't gotten to, but this is a minor scene. Who's like, oh shit, hey Cloud, oh my god, you're around. I thought you like dropped off the face of the earth. I thought you died.
Yeah.
Well, no, actually, specifically what he says is, everyone said you got iced, but I told him it was bullshit. One of my favorite lines in the whole game. But he mentions, hang on, I'll go get Kunsel, who is a super minor, not even voiced in the original version of Crisis Core, just guy who was like a third-class soldier who's just like an NPC who hangs out in the Shinra building in Crisis Core. Okay. So it's like a guy who Cloud might have known because they were working at the company at the same time.
Right.
I don't think there might be like one scene in Crisis Core where Cloud and Kunsel occupy the same space at the same time, but I'm not even sure, because Crisis Core isn't even really about Cloud. Okay. It's again, I don't want to talk about it too much. Okay. But like the more of like the Anakin Skywalker's Darth Vader stuff is it has more to do with like Sephiroth almost.
Oh, okay.
You play as like you're playing as a guy who like worked with Sephiroth a lot. Okay. Among other things. I'm talking too much about Crisis Core. We will talk about Crisis Core later. Okay. There's a certain point in the playthrough of 7 where I did this for Joey, where I had to like stop and like show him cutscenes from Crisis Core. Okay. But we'll get there later. I was 11 when Crisis Core was the deepest thing I'd ever played. When I was 11, it was the deepest thing I'd ever played or watched or read. Yeah, Crisis Core seems real smart when you're 11, but it's not. My boyfriend loved Crisis Core. I never came around to liking it. It's kind of a mess. No spoilers, but the changes they made to minor stuff in Rebirth is what really put me off. Dyne, for example. The Dyne scene, the way that was handled, I agree, was like not great. I kind of wish they'd handled that Dyne scene differently. However, I will say everybody complained about like the tonal problems of like immediately after that Dyne scene, something really stupid and zany happens. And it's like, well, in the original version, after that Dyne scene happens, Cloud is immediately playing Mario Kart. So, like, this game has always been a tone. Like, there's a moment in Tim Rogers' lengthy, like, examining the localization of Final Fantasy VII Original Series, where he's talking about, like, a scene that doesn't make any sense. Okay. And he's like, in Japanese, oh, the same thing happens. I think I'm starting to realize that this video game for teenagers from the 90s might not be an unimpeachable masterpiece in any language.
Oh, yeah.
It's maybe this is like actually mostly trash. Maybe this is a video game written for teenage boys and it's actually mostly not good. Yeah. There was an interview with Resonant Arc, which is a podcast that I've mentioned a number of times before that I've collaborated with one time. They did a video last year when there was a lot of stink about localization and rogue localizers who are hijacking Japanese games and ruining them because they think that they're better writers than the Japanese writers. And they interviewed a guy named Alexander O. Smith, who's a localization legend. He did the first couple of Ace Attorney games. He did Final Fantasies 8, 10, and 12. So he's basically my hero. Vagrant Story, bunch of other stuff. And he's also localized Japanese novels. Like he's a localizer. And talking about like, the interview was just like, about how like, 10 skilled localizers would localize the same piece of material 10 completely different ways. Right. Because there's no such thing as a direct one-to-one translation from one language to the other. That's not how language works, especially not Japanese to European languages. But one thing that he talked about is like, he said, like, of the games that I have localized, I can count on two hands barely the number that I would say had high quality writing in the original Japanese. Like that would be on par with a good Japanese novel. And his words were like, because in Japan, the rung of writing quality is like daytime like, you know, movies and novels and whatever, daytime TV, anime, video games, light novels.
Yeah.
Like you are, and like manga, like can vary, but like in this range,
Right.
of like video game and light novel writers are dudes who like aren't good enough to write trashy anime. Those weren't his words. Because, like, I mean, you know, I think that even a game that isn't well written, you know, over the course of 40 hours can still have something to it. Like, he didn't list it, but I wouldn't be surprised if Final Fantasy X is one of the games that he localized that he was like, it doesn't actually have good writing. But I would never tell you Final Fantasy X isn't, like, thematically rich and interesting, but maybe it doesn't have good novelistic writing. Doesn't mean it's bad. Like, comic books don't have good writing.
Right.
They can still be good.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nick said, damn, that's harsh. It is harsh. But again, it's like, what does good writing mean to a guy who localizes novels is different to a guy who hasn't read a book since high school, right? Like there's, like, writing standards are different for different people. You know what I'm talking about.
I do, yeah. No, I'm just making that face because I'm thinking about a guy that I know that self-proclaimed hated reading, but decided he was going to write a book. And shocker, it was not good.
Not good.
It was not a great book.
I'm one of the few people you'll meet who's written more books than he's read, says Garth Marenghi in Garth Marenghi's Dark Place. Never going to be one-to-one translations across any language in the world, says Lori and Darkwing, so localizations are done with approximations to aid in the translations, for better or for worse. Well, it's also like the responsibility of a localizer is to try and capture how you would feel reading it as a native speaker. And it's like, well, if they're making cultural references that you could never understand,
Right.
then is the responsibility to maintain that cultural reference and put a little asterisk in the corner that explains it, like so many fan subs used to do back in the day? Or is your responsibility to find a comparable cultural reference? What is your responsibility there? And two different localizers are going to handle that differently and go, the intended audience for this anime is dudes who are so into Japan that they'll get this cultural reference, so I'll keep it. Or stuff like that. One thing that Smith talks about in that podcast is localizing a murder mystery novel. And he's talking about there's a person who gets killed in that by being, like, choked to death with the electrical wire that runs to, oh no, I'm blanking on the name. Tokatsu. Those like low tables that they have in Japan with like a blanket, like an electric blanket that folds out, and you kind of sit with your legs underneath it, and it's heated. You know what I'm talking about.
I do.
You've seen them before.
I also can't think of the name of them at the moment, though.
Not a thing that exists really outside of Japan.
Right.
And the book expects you to understand what those are. So when the woman gets choked to death with the wire of one of those things, or maybe a woman does the choking, I don't remember. When somebody gets killed with the wire of one of those things, like, you just follow it. But he was like, it barely even mentions that this thing is in the room, and then suddenly there's a wire to it that's being used to kill somebody.
Yeah.
So he, like, added an entire sentence that doesn't even exist in the Japanese version of the book of, and he almost tripped over the wire running to the table as he entered the room, which doesn't exist in the. He literally added an extra sentence of an action that doesn't occur in the original Japanese, but it establishes the geography of the scene to someone who wouldn't know what exists for that. And it's like, is that he literally invented a sentence that didn't exist. He literally conjured a sentence that it was just written by him originally, no localization whatsoever. Is that bad localization? The answer is no, but there's a certain group of purists who I'm going to not call chuds, because some of them are arguing in good faith, but a lot of them are chuds who would argue that that is implicitly bad localization.
Yeah.
Oh well. Yeah. The Unicorn Ninja Bunny's talking about this. All this shit got kicked off by Unicorn Overlord last year, which has, like I've talked about before, in Japanese they don't really have like multiple dialects to work with. I mean, they have like 3 accents and dialects that they can insert. They don't really have, like, in the way that you or I could like break into Shakespearean speech right now if we really wanted to. Like, they don't have that. There's like a borderline made up accent that they'll occasionally apply in samurai films, but it has nothing to do with people how actually spoke in those time periods. I've mentioned before on the show, and probably to you, that if you go and see a traditional kabuki play that has an unaltered script, they will give out headphones in the theater to people that provide real-time translation from Japanese to Japanese, because the language has changed so much from their equivalent of the time of Shakespeare to now that, in the same way that, to be fair, like some people like have a hard time understanding Shakespeare, but like especially when you see it performed, you don't need it translated to you. Nobody does that for modern Shakespeare if they're performing it with the original text, but apparently they have to do that for traditional Japanese theater, because the language changed so much that they legitimately can't understand it anymore. This was a problem when Emperor Hirohito gave his address to the nation saying, hey, we're surrendering to the Allies. He was like, I'm going to be, dignified and buttoned up, and he spoke in a classical dialect that people listening to the broadcast in Japan were like, what's happening? Is the war over? Are we surrendering? Huh? What did he say? Also, this is a side note, but it was the first time that most of them had ever heard the Emperor speak, because he'd never done a radio address before. And Hirohito had like a kind of high-pitched, I don't want to say feminine because that's not fair, but he had a high-pitched voice. He didn't have a booming, domineering, I'm God voice. And people were like, this isn't him. Right. This is fake. This is a trick. There's a lot of really interesting stuff happened in the week following. There's a weird way to word this. The week following the Hiroshima bombing was really historically interesting. There was like an attempted coup. There was a dissent internally over whether or not we should surrender, what the terms of surrender should be. The attempted assassination of the prime minister. Tons of crazy stuff happened. It's fascinating Wikipedia page to go read, but not during this stream, because we've got Final Fantasy to play.
We do.
I think I kind of dominated that conversation.
That's okay.
It's fine. You just got to pick up the slack during this stream. You gotta just talk about your genius observations about Final Fantasy. You can do it, I'm sure. Oh, cool. Guess what? Oh no, it's because it's gone to sleep. Okay, I was like, how did OBS stop recording audio? How did the audio stop coming through with us doing nothing? And it's just because the system went to sleep, so it stopped playing music. We're fine. Okay, it's cool. Is it not playing I guess it was sitting on Helldivers 2 for so long that it's like we're not playing the theme anymore. You've heard it. Okay, there it's coming in again. All right, it's fine. We don't care about that. We're playing FF7. But yeah, the Unicorn Overlord was like written in a flat, standard Japanese dialect, because that's how Japanese people talk.
Right.
But Unicorn Overlord is meant to be like a medieval fantasy war setting. So the writers were like, gonna punch this up a little bit, give it a little thou and thee, if you know what I mean, right?
Okay.
So yeah, there's the line in Unicorn Overlord where Scarlet literally said in Japanese, that was scary, but in English she said, I'm just a little shaken, that's all, and morons yelled about woke. This was a whole spat that went on for like a month. That was what prompted Resident Arc to do that podcast, actually. English translator made it woke because they made the female character less meek, I guess. that was basically the argument. Was like they're changing the character's personality because they're imposing their own opinion about how women should behave.
Got ya.
Yeah. If someone is shaken, then you'd say they were terrified. So if someone's a little shaken, they'd be a rung below terrified, which is scared. Unicorn Overlord, good. I was literally about to download it last night. Joshua really enjoyed it. Joshua really enjoyed the first like 10 hours and then got really sick of it. Basically, Unicorn Overlord is a game where once you have I almost muscle memory hit O right there, because I think I talked about this in the first stream. Classic 90s PlayStation button mapping. This was select and this was back and not the other way around. And even though I keybind within the save file for it to be the right way, on the main menu, it's the default bindings. So I almost hit O to select continue just on like raw muscle memory there. But yeah, Unicorn Overlord is good at the beginning, but the problem is that basically like once you have...
Ah, yes, we are in our dress.
Yes, once you have mastered Unicorn Overlord, once you have the like the perfect team composition, the game basically plays itself, and you've still got 20 hours to go. That was Joshua's complaint. But he said it was a really fun first 10 hours. Hey, there's actually music playing this time. That's cool.
Very
Cloud's little prim, I'm embarrassed walk. And even when you start running, his arms still don't actually bend. He's like, I don't like this.
Well, he's gotta run like a girl.
This
he
is
can't
true.
run like a boy.
But if you, we did mess up one thing. We did not get the best panties because I went into the wrong room in the Honeybee Inn.
Oh.
So I think the outcome of this sequence might be slightly different because I didn't get the absolute best dress, but I don't really care.
Okay.
You want something? Don't want to hear any complaints about how things look. Okay. Let's see. Mithril Rod for Aerith. Sure, we'll take that. Metal Knuckle for Tifa. Whenever we get back to her, we'll take that. We already have Assault Gun for him. I'll buy... You know what? I'll buy 2 of those. And I have almost no money left. I shouldn't have done that. I'm broke. I'm a broke boy now. Oh, no, idiot.
So which room should we have gone in?
We went in the blank, the censored room, which in Japanese is called the love room. And in this game they changed it to the bang room.
Oh,
or the censored room, I should say.
Yeah.
Again, rogue localizer, you know, making the game a little saucier in the English version than it really is. So, you know.
We're a saucier people, I suppose.
I suppose
culturally.
so. But the group room you get better panties from. I don't even know how the panties affect because the quality of the costume is basically in Remake, Don Corneo always picks Cloud, no matter what like dress Cloud has. But in this game, whether or not Don Corneo picks Cloud has to do with having the best possible dress.
Okay.
And then otherwise he'll pick Tifa or Aerith.
Okay.
It doesn't really matter. Damn, your friend's hot too. It's more of like a joke. Like, you know, you did all this work solving this weird, like, asymmetrical's the wrong word, dungeon that is dialogue based with no combat. You did all of this work and your reward is to get sexually harassed.
Yeah.
Like, it's an elaborate joke at the player's expense. Come in. 2 ladies coming through. I mean, I shouldn't say at the player's expense, because the player is supposed to think it's funny. I do think it's funny. You heard it right. Jacob thinks sexual harassment is funny. Hey, ladies. I'll go and let the Dawn know you're here. Wait here. Don't wander around. I did find out there is actually a good relocalization mod for this game now, and I did briefly consider switching to PC and playing it, but we're gonna stick with this for now.
Okay.
Now's our chance. Let's find Tifa. There's a rare occasion in this game when the party member is still on the map and following us around. This almost never happens in this game. I wonder where she is.
I don't know.
This genuinely almost never happens in this whole ass game.
I like her hair like this.
I know, right?
In the one.
The one to the side instead of the 2 like kind of equal, you know, bangs.
Well, I think the back feels different. Maybe I just
Oh, it is.
didn't
No,
clock
the back
Okay.
is, if she runs over here, please, Aerith. No, the back is more full-bodied than it was previously.
Okay.
It's like a tighter ponytail.
Oh, okay.
And now it's like presumably that's meant to be like flared out and curled.
Okay.
Which is what it is in Remake. But yeah, if we look, she's got kind of only one
Yeah.
of her little hair antennae.
And the front.
Yeah, and she's got like kind of longer ones running down to her shoulders that again look like they're supposed to be curled, but then she's only got the one hair antennae. If we look at her portrait, obviously she's supposed to have the two. Yeah. Closed.
That's open.
Whee! And now she's not even following us anymore. They only committed for that one room, and they were like, that was too much work.
Hey.
And here's the torture room. Oh, this should have been called the bang room.
Wild. Is it like an electric chair in the corner?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh
Tifa?
gosh.
Nice to meet you. I'm Aerith. Cloud's told me a lot about you. And you are... Hey, you're the one who was with Cloud in the park. Right, with Cloud. Oh. Don't worry, we just met. It's nothing. What do you mean, don't worry? About what? No, don't misunderstand. Cloud and I grew up together. Nothing more. Poor Cloud, having to stand here and listen to both of us call him nothing. Right, Cloud? This is why, like, I don't hate, like, there's a lot of stuff in this localization that works really well. Like, a lot of, like, I just had to actually, like, you saw me auto-correct one of those sentences that was grammatically incorrect. But that poor Cloud, listening to us call him nothing is like a genuinely great translation. Oh, don't laugh at me. Cloud? Why are you dressed like that? And what are you doing here? Never mind, what happened to you after the fall? Are you hurt? Slow down, let me answer. I'm dressed like this because there's no other way to get in here. I'm all right, Aerith helped me out. Oh, Aerith did. Tifa, explain what you're doing in a place like this. Yeah, I'll just plug my ears. Please, go on with your private conversation. I'm glad you're okay. Thanks. What happened? We got back from the Sector 5 reactor. We saw a weird man. Barrett caught him and squeezed some information out of him. That's when the Dawn's name popped up. Is that Cloud? Yeah. I guess that's supposed to be a question mark. And Aerith is now listening. Aerith is listening. She literally, one of her hands just moved forward to not be on her ear.
That's so funny.
Right, Don Corneo. Barrett told me to leave the I guess it's supposed to be leech, and it's misspelled. The lech. Yeah. The lech alone. But something's been bothering me. I see. So you wanted the story straight from Corneo's mouth. Well, I made it here, but now I'm stuck. Corneo is looking for a bride. This is just obviously listening in. Every day he gets 3 girls, chooses one of them, and then, well... Anyway, I have to be the girl for tonight. Sorry, but I overheard. If you know the 3 girls, there's no problem, right? I guess so, but... We have 2 here, right? No, Aerith, I can't involve you. Oh, so it's alright for Tifa to be in danger? No, I don't want Tifa in... Is it alright? I grew up in the slums, so I'm used to danger. Do you trust me? Yes, thanks, Miss Aerith. Call me Aerith. Hey, down there. Hey, you ladies. Hey, Laker girls. It's time, ladies. The dawn is waiting.
You're just cool with us being in the torture room? No questions asked?
This is the wait room. This is to let you know what you have to look forward to. Told you not to wander around. I tell you, women nowadays. Hurry up, will ya? Guess I don't need to ask, but the other girl is me, right? You're right. You didn't need to ask. What's over here?
Yeah.
An ether.
I was like, that sure does look.
Yep, it's
not background.
It's geometric. It's a thing we can interact with. You know, you don't look bad if you don't look closely. I wonder what Barrett would say if he could see you. They're gonna get suspicious if we don't hurry. But yeah, there is apparently a because every time that I'd heard about like fan relocalizations of this game, I'd look into it a little bit and I'd do the Cloud thing and shrug and say not interested. Because like fan localizations tend to be like guys in their free time who may not even speak Japanese fluently, who are like, I'm just gonna figure this out. But I read a pretty lengthy interview that was recently done with the guys who are the head of the Shinra Archaeology Cut, I think is the name of the localization mod. Shinra Archaeology something. And reading the interview, like, the guys was like, oh, these dudes actually know what they're doing. They're pretty sharp. Like, everything they were talking about, their philosophy behind it, I was like, this is fine. This makes sense to me. And one of the neat things they mentioned is, like, I was half expecting them to go, like, you know, just, again, like, to know that they're non-chuds. They weren't, like, all localization efforts are bad. They actually were like, no, the localizations of Remake and Rebirth are fantastic. There's like 1 or 2 lines in each one that I don't like, that made me feel like they lost some nuance or changed something, but in a game this huge, the fact that that's all my complaint is. So, like, and what they did that I think is great was like, okay, if there's a line in the Japanese version of the original 1997 game, because the writers, like, there were multiple writers on this game, and I assume there were multiple writers on Remake as well in Japanese, but the lead writer is a guy named Kazushige Nojima on both games. So they're like, if there's a line in the original 1997 game that appears verbatim in the Japanese version of Remake or Rebirth, like, it's unchanged, it's the same words, and then it was localized a certain way in Remake or Rebirth, we kept the Remake and Rebirth localization. Because those guys are literally talking to Kazushige Nojima.
Yeah.
And, like, so if it's like, if they're localizing a line that was the same in the Remake trilogy as it was in original, and then we just kept it.
Okay.
So, like, you know, it's like, hey, that's a line that has been, in effect, officially retranslated by guys who have access to the team and are asking questions. And it also, like, it's like, and this is a way to maintain the continuity between, if you are playing the Japanese original and Japanese remake, then we want our thing to represent the same feeling of, like, playing 1997 original and then hearing the same line in Remake or Rebirth. When I heard that, I was like, okay, no, these guys are cool.
Yeah.
These guys are cool. They know what they're doing. And they did actually get that mod working already on the new PC version within, like, a couple weeks.
Wow.
Yeah,
okay.
which is kind of surprising. So I kind of love Don's model. Look at the Don's model.
Still so gross.
It's so funny.
Even in this form.
This is so
yucky.
funny. And hey, look, you can see Scotch and Koch. They're not. Oh, they are named here. But, like, those designs really came through into Remake. That's what they look like in Remake. All right, ladies, line up in front of the Don. Shinra Archaeology Department. Okay. Yeah, I love his little jumping up on the desk. Good, splendid.
Oh, he's not on a bed this time, I guess.
Oh, we'll go back there later.
Oh, okay.
Now, let's see. Which girl should I choose? This one? Or this one? Woohoo! I've made up my mind. My choice for tonight is this healthy-looking girl. Wait a sec. Please wait a moment. Ooh, I love chickies who play hard to get. Yowza! You can have the rest. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Shall we go, my pretty? It's like, it almost would be a disservice for your first experience of this game to be a fixed localization, but also I've argued that it's the biggest barrier of entry. Like, but I guess my point is, like, I think it's the biggest barrier of entry for new people experiencing and understanding the game and getting into it. But I'm bringing you along for the ride anyway.
Yeah, that's fine.
So it's fine. We're finally alone. All right, pussycat, come to daddy. I am in control, and I think this is where I can find... It's not even marked, but if I go back here and hit the button, yeah, it's hidden. Received hyper, which gives you the adrenaline status effect, which, like, increases the way that your limit gauge fills, I think. But here it's an obvious boner pill joke. You're so cute, I never get tired of looking at you. Do you like me too? Of course, Daddy. You sure do know how to make a guy feel good. And then, what do you want to do? Oh, I threw in the daddy a little too soon. Whatever you want, Daddy. Ooh, man, I can't stand it. All right, then. Give me a kiss. A kiss! Nope, can't do that.
We do have to play hard to get a little
Why?
bit.
Why? Because
I'm a man.
Because I'm gonna need that mouth of yours to give me some information. You tricked me! Somebody get in here now! Unfortunately, no one will be coming to help. You're the ones from before! What the hell's going on? Shut up. We're asking the questions now. What did your assistants find out? What did your lackeys... What do your lackeys know? Is probably what that was in Japanese. Because there's a lackey of his who was sniffing around. That's what brought her here. That's totally what that's meant to be.
Okay.
So what do your lackeys know about Sector 7? Talk. If you don't tell us, I'll chop it off. No, not that. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. So, talk. I made him find out where the man with the gun arm was, but that's what I was ordered to do. By whom? No! If I told you that, I'd be killed! Talk, and if you don't tell us, I'll rip it off. It was Heidegger of Shinra! Heidegger, the head of peace preservation! Which is changed to public security in the proper localization. The head of peace preservation. Did you say the Shinra? What are they up to? Talk, and if you don't tell us,
I'll rip it off.
I'll crush it. I'll smash it. You're serious, aren't you? Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I'm not fooling around here either, you know. Shinra's trying to crush a small rebel group called Avalanche and went to infiltrate their hideout. And they're really gonna crush them. Literally, by breaking the supports holding the plate above them. Break the supports? You know what's gonna happen. The plate will go... Ping is the wrong word to use there. And then everything will go BAM! I heard their hideouts in the Sector 7 slums. I'm just glad it's not here in Sector 6. They're gonna wipe out the Sector 7 slums? Cloud, will you come with me to Sector 7? Nah, I don't feel like it. Of course, Tifa. Just a second. Shut up. No, wait, it'll only take a second. Why do you think scum like me babbled on about the truth?
I was gonna say, are we not gonna, be trapdoored again?
Because you're sure that you'll win. Woohoo! Right!
We are gonna be trapdoored again, okay. Oh, the dance! Okay, wasn't there a real icky...
There's an icky monster. We're still gonna see the icky monster, don't worry. And so because we dropped the false flag storyline, and also just because we've truncated things, this is actually the first time we're seeing the president's office.
Oh, okay.
How are the preparations going? Asks Skullface. Asks Skullface, Metal Gear Solid 5 voice actor. Gahahaha! Smoothly, very smoothly. I assigned the Turks to this. President, Mr. President, are we really going to do this? Simply destroy a group with only a few members. What's the problem, Reeve? You want out? No. But as head of urban development, urban development department. Okay, all right. I have been involved in the building and running of Shinra, of Midgar. That's why, Reeve, flush your personal problems with the rest of your crap. The mayor's against this anyway. Mayor. He looks so Fidel Castro in his original model. They changed it up a little bit in Remake, but he just looks like Fidel Castro here. He just sits in this building all day, feeding his face. You call that a mayor? Now, if you'll excuse me, sir. As he walks out, still leaned back laughing. You're tired. Why don't you take a couple of days off and go somewhere?
The mayor was the guy in the library, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
We haven't quite gotten to him in Remake yet,
Okay.
but yeah, we do meet the mayor in both versions of the game. We haven't really heard about the mayor in we haven't really heard about the mayor in this version. Sorry, go
No,
ahead.
not in this version, but I thought we didn't meet him in Remake.
No, we did meet him in Remake. Yeah. He's the one in the library. Yeah, we meet him.
You mean in the ones that have come out?
None of the ones that have come out yet. No,
I
but
see.
We haven't. met him, yes,
Okay.
We'll destroy Sector 7 and report that Avalanche did it. Then we'll send the rescue Then we'll send in a rescue operation care of Shinra Incorporated. This is perfect.
So now we're having a false flag.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that the false flag thread was in from the beginning. This was never a practical way to get rid of Avalanche. They knew where they were. They could have just sent in soldiers and dealt with it. They just expanded on this thread and also gave it, like, a reason for happening by building up this, like, we're trying to justify restarting the war with Wutai, which is just, we'll get to it later, not a story element in this game at all. Wutai is, like, a conquered state that is mentioned occasionally, and there is a subplot that takes place there, whereas Remake is, like, massively reworking it in. It's like Remake and Rebirth are both building up to, like, this war is gonna start again.
Okay.
You alright? Man, this is terrible. You alright? Same thing. Get up, Aerith. You alright? Yeah. Well, the worst is over. I should have given Tifa her new weapon when we were actually, you know, had the party together for a second. Boo, picking Tifa, says Ninja Bunny. I did actually, so again, like that's one of the affinity checks. And I did think about, do I want Tifa or Aerith for this playthrough? Because we got Tifa because there's a scene later that's affected by affinity. And I was like, we did Tifa in the previous playthrough, should I do Aerith for this one? But I realized, actually, no. We're just going to go on YouTube and watch all of those scenes.
Okay.
I didn't do that with Joey, but we're just going to do that for this playthrough. I just want to see all the scenes. Anyway, here's Abs. Sewer Tsunami hurts himself and us. All right, Tifa's limit gauge was almost full from back when we fought the Airbuster. She's been in no combat since then. I'm curious if I can actually do this time. I did it! Yay! I did it! I'm good at video games after all. 80 damage, wow. 152 with just Cloud's just magic spell. Tifa's limit break is currently effing useless.
Woo!
I just hit a button as if I'm playing an RPG like a Paper Mario where like you hit a button to defend with good timing, which is not how this game works at all. Her limit break does less than double of what Cloud's standard attack does. I gotta put those better weapons on Tifa. I don't think she's gotten a new, like I think she's still using her starter brass knuckles or gloves or whatever we want to say she uses. Oh, she crit. She got a crit, so she actually did kind of real damage. Crazy. We'll heal Aerith first. This guy's probably already almost dead. Like, this is an early boss fight. They're not that tough. Don't actually know if it gives points in this game, says Ninja Bunny. I did go and look at the chart between the last stream and this one to remind myself what gives affinity points, and I actually, you're right, I don't remember if picking one of them in the sewer gives points in this game. That is the tiebreaker in Remake, because they have an equivalent number of side quests, which is what the affinity is in Remake. So if you do all their side quests, who you pick after falling into the sewer is the tiebreaker. But I don't remember. I don't know if that's how that works in this game. Yep, he can kill himself because those wave attacks hurt him.
Excellent.
Abzu can just kill himself.
Nice.
All right, let's put the better gloves on Tifa, and maybe she'll actually do some real damage. It's too late. Marlene, Barrett, the people of the slums, don't give up. Never give up hope. It's not that easy to destroy a pillar, right? Yeah, you're right. We still have time. So it is funny because this one room, there's like a single room in the sewers in Remake that is laid out almost exactly like this room. And then, but this is also the one room of the sewers versus, you know, the whole ass the whole ass adventure that we go on in Remake. I have no materia. I am materia poor right now.
Wait, you the ether.
It's up on the top. I can't get to it. I have to. How do I get to it? Oh, right. You're all right. There's a stairwell down here. I forgot. I actually can't get to it. I thought I had to go across. chaos. Yeah, there is one room in the sewers that is laid out almost exactly like this, and then after that, you're off on a whole ass hour-long Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles adventure. And I think the sewers are 2 screens in this game.
Is this true OG or is it Shinra Archaeology retranslation?
We were just talking about that. Somebody in chat just asked about it. This is true OG. This is true OG. I didn't find out about the Shinra Archaeology retranslation until after our first episode, and also when our first episode happened, it wasn't compatible with the current PC version anyway. That has been fixed, and I did briefly consider switching. Because I've argued before, and I will argue until I'm blue in the face, that the main barrier of entry on this game for new players is not the graphics, is not the combat, because as far as I'm concerned, it's like, if you can't deal with a black and white movie, like, get out.
Yeah.
Get over it. I genuinely think that the localization being really hard to follow in some spots is the biggest barrier to entry. But I'm already dragging Aidan along through this anyway, and I can explain stuff to her.
Yeah.
So we're going with the OG experience because it is funny.
And it is for sure that this guy are sick.
It did not say
it?
this guy are sick. No. Because that is
that was the guy we've already seen.
That is one of the only things that was fixed
Okay.
in the 1999 PC localization.
Okay.
They fixed like 5 grammatical errors and ignored hundreds of others, and that was one of the only ones that was fixed because that was early internet meme, right? That was before memes. They were like, oh no, people are making fun of this guy our sick line. We have to change it.
I see.
And they didn't fix anything else. They didn't even remove a slur, which is still in the game. It's one of their lowercase slurs.
Okay.
It's the R word.
Okay.
The one that you and I are allowed to say because
Right.
we're on the spectrum.
Diagnostically.
Yeah. That is an example of a line that is genuinely actually poorly translated, because it is a line where someone is being like, someone says like, someone trying to be encouraging of like, don't talk like that, and instead they call someone that word, which I'll read when it comes up.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna be a coward. I'll read it out loud. It's in the script.
Yeah.
It's in the script.
It's like saying a swear word, singing a song in the car with your parents.
Yeah. It's fine.
Yeah. It's fine.
Get over it. Listen, Kanye said the N-word, so I'm allowed to say it. I'm just singing along with the song, dude.
Yeah. Yeah. That was not the swear word I meant. There was.
No, I know what you're saying.
There was.
And there we are. We're out of the sewers.
There was some. I couldn't even think of the song at the moment. There was like a Now That's What I Call Music CD that my mom had that had the word hell in it.
Oh, damn.
And I would say hell. And mom would be like, only because it's in the song.
Only because it's in the song,
yes,
Aidan.
Mom. Only because it's in the song.
Aerith, I got you. Oh, sorry, Aerith, I got you mixed up in this. Don't tell me to go home. If we can just get past the trains that are lit up, if we can just get past the trains that are lit up, we should be able to get out of here. It's trying to tell us, like, trying to give us some guidance on this maze segment, and it's not doing a great job, but that's fine. This is another area where, like, if you didn't have the hit select and show you, like, arrows and like, prompts of what you can and can't climb, it would be a very difficult area to navigate. Gonna do almost no damage, that's fine.
Apparently there's a second use of that slur in an optional convo where Cloud calls a Shinra guard that.
I feel real. I guess, you know, I don't get to decide what is and isn't cool. I really feel like calling that word a slur is giving it a little too much
Yeah,
heat.
and then someone else says they think every instance of Baka was replaced with that.
Of Baka?
Mm-hmm.
There's no way it's in this game that many times. There's no, it's only, if it's in the game twice, there's no way Baka was only said twice. That doesn't make any sense to me.
An English teacher refused to read Huck Finn. Yeah. Yeah. Also, I just did not enjoy, like I still read them.
Mm-hmm.
And I do appreciate them for the literary works that they are. But I don't enjoy reading that style of writing.
Just Mark Twain's writing style in general?
I don't know in general, but like of Huck Finn and like Tom Sawyer, where they're written very dialectically.
Sure.
I suppose was
I know what you
not
mean.
my fave.
I like that
may,
writing style sometimes.
It may bother me less going back to it now, but at the time when I was like, that was.
I just cheated. I just huge cheated. So that potion is downstairs. It's down in the cabin. And like, so if I tried to get it from here, I wouldn't be able to get it. But I was standing here and pressed the X button prematurely, and it said you got the potion. And it's because this is just a JPEG, and in terms of XY coordinates, on this flat JPEG, it thought that I was in the space in the cabin of this train where I could have picked it up.
Interesting.
That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. Sorry, continue.
But it was like during. I don't remember. Oh, it was during like my like. Oh man, where's I got stun locked by the wonky looking dude.
We stopped and we got stun locked by those in Remake too. I like stopped and pointed out how much freaks they were, because they're real freaks, and they hold over as freaks in Remake. I'm going steel crazy. I should just be punching stuff.
But it was when I was like on the kick of like I'm gonna read the classics, and then I'm because I'm a cool girl that reads classics. And I hit those, and I was like, these feel like, like I don't know, they don't feel like they're making me cool.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't. I mean, it obviously depends. Like, there's stuff where like this is like genuinely bad and racist, and then it's like well, this is like the time period, or it's like about how racism is bad and the word is being used historically accurately. There is a film from a couple years ago called American Fiction.
Okay.
Which is, I believe it's called American Fiction. I think that's right. It was a, I think this is where Jeffrey Wright got his Academy Award nomination. Was for his lead performance in this, which is basically about a kind of like curmudgeon-y black literature professor who is a mostly failed author because he writes like very literary, flowery stuff about European history. And people are like, you should write, and like he basically like sees other black authors writing books that he considers to be selling out our race, because like there's a scene in the trailer is like he's going to a reading of a black author, and like the white host is like, it's so brave of you to write a book about real black experiences, and she's like, yeah, and I just felt like I never see me and my culture on the page. She's like, can you read us a passage from your book? She goes, absolutely, and she opens it up. She's like, yo, Sharonda, you is pregnant again? Girl, you so crazy. And then the crowd of all, like waspy white people all stand up and applaud. So brave. And he's like, this is...
Yeah.
And so he creates a fake pen name and writes a fake book called My Pathology, misspelled deliberately, and it's about a murderer convict who does nothing but swear and curse and talk about killing people and raping women and etc. And then it has the most interest from publishers that he's ever received, and like he like wrote it as a sarcastic like
I remember seeing ads for this now.
Yeah, and like eventually he changes the name of the book to just Fuck, because he thinks that it will get the book not published, and then it just increases purchase intent even more.
Yeah.
But the opening scene of that is they're discussing a short story written by a black man from like the 20s or 30s, I think, called The Artificial N-Word.
Okay.
I'm not going to get into what the story is about because that's not relevant to the conversation, but he is a black literature professor talking about a book written by a black man about racism in the 30s. And like a white student, and he writes the name of the book is written on the whiteboard. This is like the opening scene of the movie. And like a white person in the room, a white student is like, I don't know if I feel comfortable with that word being on the whiteboard for the entire class. And he's like, well, we're all adults, and this is a college level literature course, and we're gonna talk about it in historical context and what. She's like, but I don't know, I feel a little gross. I don't think that should be on the whiteboard in a classroom. And he goes, well, Sarah, I got over it, and I think you can probably get over it too. And she's like, I don't know. She says something that like really sets him off, and his eyes just like narrow, and then it hard cuts to her like leaving the classroom crying. He's like, does anybody else have anything to say? And then it cuts to him being like, is put on administrative leave.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry. That was a lengthy side note about how, like, for me, having not read Huckleberry Finn, so this is an empty comment. I've never actually read it. Like, I don't imagine it would bother me a ton, but I don't know. I'm not trying to say, like, I'm built different or get over it anybody else. Like, I don't know. Like, I can... like, it really bothers people that the N-word is in Tarantino scripts so much, and he's a white guy writing those movies. But, like, I don't know, like, I think about, like, specifically the use in, like, Jackie Brown, for example, is, like, I remember there's a quote where Sam Jackson is talking about, like, that's how these types of characters would talk, and, I think that he's written it well, and it's fine. Specifically, or there's a quote from Sam Jackson where he's talking about that movie, because Spike Lee was really upset at the time that the N-word is in Jackie Brown so much. Spoken, by the way, in that film, unlike Pulp Fiction, exclusively by black people.
Okay.
Spike Lee was really upset about it, and Sam Jackson was asked about it in an interview. And he basically said, no, I think it works. It's fine. I think it's how these characters would talk. Also, like, it's in the book. It's in the original novel anyway. Maybe not as much, because I have read Rum Punch, and it's not in there as much, but it is in there a lot. But specifically, Jackson finished his comment with, like, also, Jackie Brown is a good movie, and Spike hasn't made one of those in a few years. This was in, like, 99. Ooh. So at that moment in time, it was true. At that moment in time, it was true.
Yeah.
There's other reasons to think Tarantino is dumb, like the fact that he hates Matthew Lillard. That was a whole thing. I don't really care. I like Tarantino's movies. I wouldn't want to hang out with the guy.
I'm stuck on how do you hate Matthew Lillard?
I don't know, dude. I don't know. This was a whole punch up a little while ago that I just, like, I don't know. People have opinions on actors and writers, and I don't know. There's people who are like, I can't stand Aaron Sorkin. I'm like, okay, I get whatever.
Okay, then don't watch it.
It's like, I don't care. Like, I don't know. I don't care that much.
Being married to Spencer is constantly an adventure.
Oh, what happened today?
I just got 2 text messages. Ignore the refrigerated seeds when you get home.
Okay. All right, that makes sense to me so far.
Apparently, he months ago bought seeds to grow sequoias. So apparently the canisters that they come in, you put them in there in your refrigerator to fake winter, so that they will sprout, which is the thing that you do with seeds. But
oh, damn, that heals. Okay,
but
I've been paying attention. I have not been paying attention because this game's combat sucks.
Out of nowhere though, just like, hey, seeds in the refrigerator. I'm like, huh? Okay.
Oh, that's fine. I'll figure it out later.
That's fine. I mean, I feel like if they're in the canister they came in, I probably could have put that together myself.
Yeah.
But also.
Saw Do the Right Thing a few months ago and adored it. Aged perfectly, says JG. I will say, like, I actually, I don't think that it's just like that, oh, Spike Lee stopped making good movies. I think that it's maybe Spike Lee did too good for his second ever outing, and, like, he set the bar too high for himself. Because Do the Right Thing is, like, genuinely insanely good.
I think I watched that as, like, part of that class I took for, like, a jam term in undergrad that was, like, philosophy in film. And so we would, like, read a couple philosophical works on, like, a theme, and then we would watch a movie.
Sure.
So, like, we read Descartes' Meditations, and then we watched the original Blade Runner.
Okay. Yeah, I remember talking to you about this at the time, because we were talking about the various cuts of the movie, and I was explaining to you, like, I think the professor talked to you a little bit, but I was telling you about, like, the weird, Ridley Scott's weird disagreements on what the movie was about.
Yes.
And yeah, sorry, continue.
And so we did watch Do the Right Thing. And And it's been years at this point. But like I remember we didn't watch a movie in that class that I thought was bad.
Oh my god, I'm you know what? I'm sick of it. I don't want to fight you guys anymore. Earlier I saw Ninja Buddy, and you just saw, by the way, Cloud did his cover thing, where he jumped in front of Aerith and held up his Buster Sword. That was a material we put on him earlier called Cover, which I
remember talking about that. It helps you tank for
basically
lower.
It's like he has a 20% chance of jumping in front of an incoming enemy attack to defend his friends. And as you level it up, it increases his percentage chance of doing it. So like if you want to really build like a genuine tank, you can make him tank hits for other people. I wonder if this is interactive.
I wonder. Oh.
Choo choo.
Yeah, if that arrow was not there, I would not have attempted that ladder.
Oh, I didn't want to jump over there. I wanted to go over here. Thank you. Received high potion. No. I don't want to jump over there. Stop that, Cloud. It's Cloud.
Why don't you want to go over there?
I don't want to go over there yet. I know what I'm doing. I'm not ready to go there yet. Because if we go up here, we're almost at the train station now. We were able to see like just like that corner of the map when we came in here earlier. And if I scoot the train a little bit more, now I jump on it and I've got a bridge to get places. This high resolution 3D model goes onto the really bad little bridge there. Anyway. That's Train Graveyard. We didn't, obviously, Eligor, who was the, weird, like, handicapped horse that we fought in Remake, is not a boss here. It's just an enemy you can run into. Okay. But you may recall that during that fight, we spent a ton of time, like, trying to steal a weapon for Aerith from him. Because in this game, if you find Eligor, he has a weapon for Aerith. And I was like, if we meet him, I'll try and get the weapon. But I didn't care that much, because in this game, weapons are just like a slight stat increase that become outmoded in a couple of hours anyway. Versus in Remake, where a weapon gives you a move.
Yeah.
Anyway. I haven't looked at chat in a few minutes. I'm gonna check chat out really quickly. Now that we've offered our opinion on when it is and isn't appropriate to use the R word and the N word. As two white people. I don't know, we're both on the spectrum. Yeah. So we're allowed to have an opinion on the R word at least. Did they fix off course in this version? I don't know. Hard to say. I don't even remember where off course is. Off comma course. There's so many of these things in this game. So yeah, no, I was commenting about Ninja Bunny talking about the combat in this game being bad. Don't actually know. Like lied, the worst part of this game is the combat. And Dean said, "Damn Ninja Bunny, do you like anything in this game at all? I just don't like ATB game combat in general." The materia is fun. Yeah, now, I've argued before. Like I think that ATB is like a crutch of these guys. All like people are like, oh, the studio is forcing Final Fantasy to be action games. I think Tetsuya Nomura and Yoshinori Kitase and Tomotomo Toriyama wanted to be making action games from minute one, but at this point in time, you couldn't make an action game with this kind of scope. So we're like, well, if we put the ATB in, which is the time is filling up, it's more like an action game. Which what it actually means is that because you're on a time crunch and enemies can attack while you're in a menu, they have to simplify the tactical decision making, which is the only thing that makes turn-based combat interesting.
Yeah.
I think ATB kind of sucks. I'm sorry. It's like the iconic combat system of Final Fantasy. It's what was the brand from Final Fantasy IV to Final Fantasy IX. That was the thing that unified all of them, was ATB combat, and I think it blows. Then Final Fantasy X was like actually like a turn-based game that was like genuine turn-based, and nothing happened until you picked your option. It's like, oh, this is great.
Yep.
This is one of the best combat systems in the series.
Or you scrolled way up in chat.
Oh, I did.
Yeah,
You're right. Yeah, you're right. I did. Crazy materia combos. Materia is fun. JG said, I once tried to teach kids in my class about scatting. or my kids, sorry, just my kids in general, as in singing nonsense syllables and jazz music, and they were like, isn't that poop? Jeffrey Wright's one of the finest actors of our time. Yeah, I was talking about it. It's like really cool that he's in Dispatch as Chase. Very cool. Very cool that he's in that game a lot. Very funny because he's playing like a guy who's like, mentally like 38 and talks like he's 38, but he sounds like he's like 75. It's very fun. FF9 should be adapted into a theater musical. That'd be a good adaptation of 9. Honestly, this is an aside. So I've commented before that FF9 is all about theater kids. Is all about what if you gave theater kids too much power.
Okay.
I had an idea when I was like workshopping, if you were gonna make a TV like a Disney Channel adaptation of Kingdom Hearts, like how would you handle it? Mm-hmm. I thought it would be really fun to have like, okay, I want to go like have an episode where like it's not a high on action, be a little bit cheaper, and also like give us a bit more of a connection to Radiant Garden and like some of those characters. Let's go back there like midway through, because also like in my reconceptualization of the structure of KH2, the big like Tron and the Battle of 1,000 Heartless, like instead of that being the midway point and then you faff about on Disney, you go back to the same Disney worlds again. It's like move that to being like right before the finale.
Yeah.
Like that's the begin. Like immediately after that, it's like, okay, now it's go time. We have to go and take the fight to the organization. So it's like, let's put something Radiant Garden related like in the middle of the show. And I thought it'd be really funny if like, because, like, Sora is, like, a fairly humble guy who's helping people because he wants to and because it's fun. Mm-hmm. So it's like, wouldn't it be funny if, like, he was, like, a teen idol on Radiant Garden? Because, like, he was on Traverse Town, and he saved the whole galaxy, and these people all got to go home because of him. Wouldn't it be funny if there were, like, teenage girls, like, all over him when he goes to Radiant Garden at the beginning of Kingdom Hearts 2? Which would be Season 3 of the theoretical show. And I was like, what else would be, like, fun to do? Like, what would be, like, funny to do for a show that would be, like, fun stuff for the characters? And I was like, what if you did, like, an Ember Island Players type episode where, like, the local, like, the high school on Radiant Garden is putting on, like, a stage play version of the events of Kingdom Hearts 1, but they're, like, it's Ember Island Players, they're, like, wrong. Yep. And I was like, what? Okay, so, like, what's funny? Like, how do you make that into stuff? I was like, how do you, because, like, you make it into, like, a Sora, like, like, Sora's uncomfortable with it, because he doesn't think of himself as, like a hero. Right. I was like, you could have, like, the actor versions of Sora and Kairi kiss, and he leaves the theater at that point because he's like uncomfortable with that. But I was like, but you have like the characters like who are putting on the play like interview them about like what was it like, and Sora like doesn't really want to talk about it. He's like he's not like super uncomfortable, because Sora would be like happy to talk about it, but he wouldn't be like puffing himself up. Donald though would be like, and then I saved the day. Yeah. So I was like, what if the play is like Donald is like kind of actually the character who's like doing everything and saving the day, and the audience loves him and is showering Donald with adoration, and he like just loves the play. Yes. And then I was like, okay, well, who are the characters who are in the play? And I was like, okay, it would be the characters from The World Ends With You, are like Shiki would be writing it and directing it. I know this means nothing to you, but I'm telling the audience because I think the audience will get what I'm talking about here. So like it would be like Shiki is interviewing them and asking them about their adventures, and she's like writing the play, and then the cast of the play is like the principal cast of FF9. So it's like Zidane as Sora, Garnet as Dagger, or as Kairi, I mean. And like Freya, and this is where it would be really funny, is Freya, who's tall and like kind of like, the Lancer archetype of like, the really reliable, strong warrior behind you, the knight, is like archetypically correct for Goofy, but tonally completely wrong. Right. But she's like playing noble knight Goofy. And then Vivi, who is the black mage of the group, who is also short. He's like perfect and cute and adorable and heroic and a little bit awkward, but always trying to do the right thing. So like him playing the heroic, lovable version of Donald, that everybody's like, Donald Duck is amazing. And then after the play, Donald's like crowd surfing because everybody loves him because he's been whitewashed by Vivi.
Excellent.
I thought would be so funny. I thought that would be a really, really funny story to do. Jay has a 50K page script of his hypothetical cage show in mind, even though he will never write it. I did write like the pilot years ago, more as just like an exercise of like, I haven't written a script since college. I'm getting kind of rusty. I'm gonna write like a screenplay for episode 1 of this show, and it's not great. And I tried writing episode 2 of it, and I never really devoted the time. But no, I've got a lot of like individual scenes and notes and ideas that just like popped into my head. But I haven't worked on my hypothetical TV adaptation of Kingdom Hearts in like, I don't know,
it's been a while.
4 years, 3 years. It's been a long time. I'm not really worried about Kingdom Hearts these days.
Yeah.
But I thought that would be a funny. Kina plays Donald, and Donald gets very upset. See, that's also a funny option. But again, like in my mind, Sora already doesn't like the play, so Donald should love the play. Like they can't all dislike the play.
Yeah.
Toph has to be into the play.
Right.
And Ember Island players, Toph is wrong.
Yeah.
But in a way that Toph loves.
Yeah, because she's played by like huge muscly dude or something.
She's played by a huge muscly dude, and who doesn't use earthbending to see things, but uses echolocation. And there's a scene where Toph like goes to demonstrate how stage Toph works, and it cuts to the box that all of our characters are watching in, and they're all like, and Toph is like out of her seat, leaning against the rail. This is the best thing ever. This is amazing, which is really funny. But yeah, no, I think that would be a really funny. I don't need to get into this whole conception of the episode, but it was going to be a larger part of like, it's like, okay, how do we make like, what has Sora got going on for an entire season of television that's dramatically interesting? And like he was going to have. I also introduced into the TV version of this, who does not exist in actual Kingdom Hearts. I was like, I kind of want, even if it only happens like twice a season, I want someone who's like almost Sora's age, who he can talk to. Because like he can talk to Donald and Goofy, but like Donald can't, like, as a character, as a voice actor, Donald is not meant to carry long dramatic conversations.
Absolutely not.
Goofy can. He does it in a Goofy movie, but he's not designed for that.
Yeah.
I was like, I'd like to have like one character who Sora can talk to about things that he doesn't want to talk to his 2 dads / male best friends about. And like Kyrie's not around and Riku's not around. Who can he talk to? And I was like, what if Barrett was like, what would be funny for Barrett to do? I wanted Marlene in the show to get to Barrett, basically.
Okay.
Or rather that Barrett would be in it incidentally. But I was like, okay, what if Marlene, because like, we still don't know what Marlene's backstory is. You don't in this game, but like, she's this little kid who is obviously not Barrett's bio baby,
right?
But it's like something happened there. We'll get to later. But like, Marlene and Barrett, like I was like, okay, they're from Radiant Garden originally as well. They lost their home, but that happened like 9 years ago in Kingdom Hearts 1 timeline. So she wouldn't be 4; she would be like 12.
Yeah. Okay.
So she's like almost Sora's age. And then I was like, I could have someone that he could talk to about stuff. Occasionally. Not like a lot. Like she wasn't going to be a major character. She was going to be in like 2 episodes a season. But I thought it would be funny if Barrett was a librarian, because he's so loud. He's a grumpy librarian who's always shushing people, but he's being loud when he shushes people. Like that's a funny joke for a TV show where he's not a main character,
right?
For just like a supporting guy who's around. Like what's a funny quick joke to do with him?
Every now and then they have to like go research something.
Yeah, exactly. In season 1, they were gonna that was gonna come up because they were trying to figure out where the keyhole was on Traverse Town. Because you may recall, it's like there's like a weird puzzle you have to solve to like rotate a mural. I was gonna be like, they have to go. They go to like the local like archives for Radiant Garden, and they're learning stuff. And
question is, does he still have gun arm? And I would love for it to be replaced with like some kind of card catalog system.
That's a really funny joke. That's so funny. He's got like a little Dewey Decibel like shortcut thing to tell you where. That's so funny. No, I just envisioned. I was lazy. I envisioned him having in the Advent Children movie which he's barely in. He's in for like 5 minutes, but we see that he has a normal robot hand that can transform her into a Gatling gun and then back to a normal robot hand. I envision using that because it's easy. Your idea's way better.
Hell yeah.
That's so funny. All right, when this show gets made, that's going in. Yeah, that's a funnier idea than my idea.
I was just thinking about this, like, the old, like, circular thing that my grandmother had for, like, phone numbers and stuff.
Yeah, a Rolodex is what it's called.
Yeah, but, like, I for some reason I was thinking that was, like, a brand name.
It is a brand name, but it's like Kleenex.
Okay.
It's like Kleenex.
But, like, circular card catalog system would be great.
Dean, Diego fell asleep, said, I do hope FF7 Remake has the best combat of any FF. Really hope they stick to it for 17, but hearing Yoshi P say they're considering returning to turn-based after Expedition 33 was successful, crying emoji. I would say, like, I mean, I've said before that they need more FFs in the pipeline anyway. Like, they're only releasing a new mainline FF game like every 5 years, which is unacceptable for building a brand with young people. The guys that made the Remake trilogy, they should do their combat system. FF16 was like okay, but it was not great. Like, I mean, I enjoyed playing it, but as the conclusion Joey and I came to was that Kingdom Hearts 3 is more fun to play. And Kingdom Hearts 3 is, like, I would also say not that good to play. So I don't know, maybe the team that made 16, maybe they'll go back to turn-based. And then we'll alternate between their turn-based games and Creative Business Unit 1's FF7 Remake combat-style games. That would work. Let's see. Sorry, I'm just looking at if anybody responded while I was talking more about my theoretical show. Have the actor for Sora be Zidane. Yeah. I was already ahead of you. Jacob's thought about this so much. Says, Dean, listen. I have a really hard time falling asleep unless I'm thinking about a project and workshopping something in my head. So a lot of stuff gets workshopped. That it was never going to amount to anything. Kuja as Ansem or Riku. Yeah, why not? Could be Kuja. Or you just do like a blank or something, even though that'd be like nobody knows who he is. That would be like most like accurate to FF9. Jake, we've seen that video that was like, I can guess the plot of FF7 with the Magic the Gathering cards. That video is very funny because the answer turns out to be a profound and resounding no, which is crazy because there's like 200 FF7 Magic cards now. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I was talking last time around, and Dean protested a little bit that, like, I disagree, Jacob. I watched somebody play the beginning of Rebirth, and they did shot call everything, but, like, the plot of this game is almost unshot callable. There's so much in this that, like, there's no way to guess it because it's too, like, I wouldn't say too crazy, like when it happens and no, that's correct. It's too crazy. It's too crazy. This game's got too much going on. It's stupid. It doesn't make sense. Recently watched The Descendants for the first time with my sister, says Dean. You're familiar with The Descendants, right?
Only...
Yeah, by reputation. I mean, I'm also by reputation. Always makes me upset that every other Disney crossover manages to do better crossing over than actual KH. I figured that was where that paragraph was going. Bolt the super dog should play Goofy. I forgot about Bolt. Miley Cyrus should also be in the episode for some reason. As someone who currently works as a librarian, I enjoy this a lot. K.H. Barrett should be a wealthy oil baron because of Advent Children would also be funny. Have a megaphone arm to shut people up. Oh, that's a good alternative to the Dewey Decibel. Yeah. Shut up!
Yeah.
This is a library, mother effers!
Yeah.
On Disney Channel? Barrett, no! I think I mentioned this on a recent stream. There's a funny outtake from a police procedural show that I watched a bit of back in the day, and I don't know how I stumbled upon this blooper of all things, but Blue Bloods. It's just a random outtake that I think about often, which is Donnie Wahlberg is arresting a perp and cuffing him, and the perp is like, I didn't do nothing, man. This is bullshit. And Donnie Wahlberg, like grabs him by the shoulder, to perp walk him away, and he goes, "This is NBC. You can't say bullshit." Leads him away.
Excellent.
Don't worry, Jacob. I also have multiple docs outlining my own insane ideas for a KH adaptation. We'll just collab sometime. We'll collab, and then it still won't happen. We'll all sit around feeling really stupid that we wasted so much time on such a bad idea. Anyway, we should finally move on. We're definitely not getting out of Midgar today.
That's fine. It's all good. I don't have a Google Doc of ideas, but at this point I do have, like, I made a like personal Discord server, like just to send, like when I needed to send stuff between my phone and my computer.
Yeah,
or,
that makes
whatever.
sense because you can get a bunch. Well, it doesn't matter where you are.
Yeah.
You have to open Google Docs and go through crap.
I had like recipes in there. I had like, this is the workout split that I'm gonna do when I was like trying to do that with my life. I was using it for like when I type in my little notes app, like reviews for arcs last year, I would send them in the Discord server so that I could use it on my computer, like actually upload and do all of the reviews and things. And so now in that server I also have a like, if I ever write a book, like I just throw my notes in there, and it's super disorganized and all over the place.
Yeah, my notes for my novel are also pretty disorganized. They're between a physical notebook and one document that just, I guess that's true, there's technically 2 documents now. Well, there's multiple documents, because it started getting like, okay, part 3 of this book isn't working. Part 3 needs its own document specifically. And there's a denouement planning document that's basically just about the last 2 chapters, because the last 2 chapters are so not working. I still haven't. I did try finally. I'm like, okay, I think I fixed, because I reconceptualized the final chapter of that book the beginning of February, and then I was too busy for all of February to write. And like last week, I was like, okay, finally, I'm gonna go back and try to write it, and I wrote like 3 pages, and I was like, nope, still not working. I heard a rumor that the plate is going to fall. Crushing this station, I've worked at for so many years, but I can't bear to leave here. What a great soundtrack. I know. We made it! The pillar's standing! Wait, you hear something above us? All that gunfire? Gunfire? There is more gunfire on that pillar than could possibly be coming from just Biggs, Wedge, Barrett, and Jesse. Oh, especially because all 3 of them are apparently at the top. So again, canonically, there must have been other people fighting here. Just like layered improperly.
Oh no!
Wedge, you all right?
No!
Cloud, you remembered my name.
Oh my god.
Barrett's up top. Help him. Cloud, sorry, I wasn't any help.
Dude!
I'm going up. Aerith, you look after Wedge. Aerith, do me a favor. I have a bar called 7th Heaven in this neighborhood. There's a little girl named Marlene there. Don't worry, I'll put her somewhere safe. It's dangerous here. Everyone get away from the pillar, quickly. Everyone get out of Sector 7. And then none of them get out of Sector 7. Cloud, you've got to go now, or Barrett's... Cloud, you've got to go now, or Barrett's... That never goes anywhere. That's why there's no red marker on it. It was previously blocked by Shinra soldiers who aren't there anymore. Retconned to still be there blocking people in the remake. Until one of them has a heroic moment of letting people out. You let me handle this. And nobody gets out of Sector 7.
Yeah, they are all still standing.
Look, this is my job, so I have to be here until the absolute last minute. I just love men with a sense of duty. Let me stay here with you. Uh-oh, there goes the pillar. I'm scared, but it's for your own good. Sure. Whatever, dude. I am, like, pretty short on potions, actually. I'm pretty potion poor at the moment. I only got 2 Phoenix Downs? God, I have no money. I have no money. I got no money, man. Where's the money? Okay, I need another 10, too. I was actually literally... I only have $500. I literally can't buy another 10. I was going to use one. Things you too hairy will escape. It's not something you'll see happen too often. Thanks, game. No! Don't! This is supposed to be my last day on the job. Do something. I never thought this would ever happen to me. Great, I'm quitting tomorrow. Well, you were doing that anyway from the sounds of it. Help, my strange and wonderful little place. As he grabs his crotch. You remember that dude saying this is a strange and wonderful place I'd like to share with you? Oh, we're fully healed, actually. Did I do that? No, because I was low on MP. It just gave me a full free heal. I didn't even, so I didn't even need a tent, actually. Cool. All right. I'll turn random encounters back on for this part. Go up the ladder, Cloud. Let's go. Cloud, you don't care what happens, so you don't care what happens to the planet. Nope, not interested. You're wounded. Thanks, Cloud. Don't worry about me. Barrett's fighting up there. Go help him.
Is he just hanging over the railing?
Yep.
Could we not at least, like, pull him back over?
No, no time. There's no time. There's no time.
Okay.
And here's the goofy whirly bird, guys.
Wet.
Oh, I didn't give Tifa any materia. I could have taken some off of Aerith. I forgot about that. This is what I get for not min-maxing. The way that I did with Remake, I prepped everything. In this game, I'm just playing fast and loose. And to be fair, it's because there's way less work to be done, but, still. Is it too late to steal materia from Aerith? Definitely, what am I talking about? She definitely took that materia with her. Let's see if I can. I doubt it. No, yeah, she's not in the thing, and it won't have put any materia back in my inventory. Oh, it did! Never mind. Whee! Up the stairs we go! There are multiple pre-rendered backgrounds for the pillar just to give it, because you have the one, big one for, the tracking shot up and down, and then you have, these multiple angles as we're actually climbing it. It's a lot of work.
Yep.
It's a lot of work on a 3D rendering station that probably took you, 5 hours to output that one image, and then, it didn't work. Gotta do it again.
Apparently, the area that the soldiers are blocking does go somewhere. It leads to the playground area. Speedruns manage to clip past the guards and go there early.
That makes sense.
Skipping the whole second reactor
That makes sense. That makes sense. Because it would automatically trigger the event of showing up there with Aerith. That makes sense. Okay. All right. That makes sense. Stuff that's wired up, it's like, oh, well, they'll definitely explore that part of the map and walk between here and there, and then the story changes, and oh, well, they definitely aren't, because the next time they get to this screen, everybody dies. Answers that question. I've never watched a speedrun of this game, because as soon as I found out that, the big exploit, I was like, oh, this speedrun sounds wildly uninteresting. There is I don't understand how it works, but I've seen it in action, which is that once you get to the overworld, there's a way to bug out the save file to just instantly spawn yourself in the final dungeon of the game. So basically the speedrun is get out of Midgar, one exploit, I'm at the ending of the game. And I'm like, well, that is uninteresting to me. That's not an interesting speedrun to watch. Cloud, I'm glad I could talk with you one last time. Don't say last. It's all right. Because of our actions, many people died. This is probably our punishment. Cloud, I'm glad I could talk to you one last time. There. I was just checking to see if she had any more dialogue.
Crazy that just on your way up here, everyone is dead.
They're dying. I mean, you don't even have to stop and talk to them if you don't want to.
Oh my gosh.
That is how the remake works too. It just gives them a bit more, gives them a bit more time.
Yeah, I feel like because it's spread out a little bit, it's not just punch, punch, punch.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah. You have to give it more gravitas. And here it is just this is just happening.
Yeah.
And a lot of people really don't like the plate falling sequence in Remake because it isn't as urgent and fast and punchy. I think both work.
I think so too. I mean, if they handled it bad, then yeah, it would be bad to draw it out more. But I think in taking more time, it makes each one feel more separate than this feels like I don't know. I don't know how to express words hard.
Nah, it's fine.
But each character death feels more like its own event, whereas these are all a part of
this is a part of the broader we're in big trouble now.
Yeah.
Which again I also think lands very differently, talking when we were playing this with Joey of he assumed this is a game about being, and I think a lot of people did. Because this was so impressive at the time. It was this whole game's gonna be about this big city.
Yeah.
And Joey was like, oh, reactor 1, reactor 2, got to blow up all 8 reactors, and then this happens, and you're like, oh, this isn't about what I thought it was about.
Yeah.
Here they come.
There's the sidecar you were
talking
about.
I was about to say we're gonna see the sidecar in this scene, but I was like, well, why say that? We're gonna see it. You're too late. Once I push this button, no, and they all freeze to let him push the button. That's all, folks. Mission accomplished. We have to disarm it. Cloud, Barrett, please. Can't have you do that. No one gets in the way of Reno and the Turks. Something that is a little funny to me is like people who listen to, you know, as someone who, telling on himself a little bit with this, like, try and break it if you can. I do listen to a lot of OSTs instead of, you know, quotation marks, real music. And a big part of that is honestly because, like, so much of my work is like I'm doing editing or I'm writing something, be it for work or for fun, that like if I'm listening to something with lyrics, like it ain't working. I can't like I gotta be able to hear like I can't do that. So I do listen to a lot of soundtracks and a lot of instrumental stuff, but like there's people out there who's just, you know, I listen to OSTs and, you know, like don't listen to real music or whatever. And it's just like very funny to me how much like so Nobuo Uematsu, who composed this, loves classic rock and progressive rock. Okay. And like you listen to this and like you can hear what the instruments are supposed to be. Not as much here, but like the guitar riffs were a bit more obvious on the front part of this. And like the boss theme for what's that game called? Blue Dragon, which is an RPG made by Hironobu Sakaguchi after he left Square. But he hired Nobuo Uematsu to do the music for it again. The main boss theme of Blue Dragon is sung by the lead vocalist of Deep Purple. Because Nobuo Uematsu loves Deep Purple, and Xbox at the time, Blue Dragon was an Xbox exclusive, because at the time, Xbox 360, they were like, I know what can finally get us market penetration in Japan. Hironobu Sakaguchi only makes games on Xbox now. We'll give him a shitload of money. And it absolutely did not work. And nobody played Blue Dragon, and nobody played Lost Odyssey, which was the next game from that studio, because they were Xbox 360 exclusives, and no Xbox gamers gave a shit about the Final Fantasy guy who was making games for their console. And they did not sell in Japan. So that here, Reno just like, whoa, he just runs away. You may recall in Remake, we like beat the tar out of him. So in Rebirth, they couldn't have planned for this. It just happened to work out this way. In Rebirth, they say that Reno is severely injured, and he doesn't show up until like the last 5 hours of that game. Okay. And part of the reason they did that was because the Japanese voice actor for Reno passed away. And in Japan, they have a big thing about like we don't recast people. And it's like for this project, like they kind of had to recast him because like we're remaking a game where Reno's still got more stuff to do. Yeah. So instead, they just like basically they pushed off him showing up and the new actor showing up until the very ending of the game, and he kept like, "Where's Reno? He's in recovery after you guys beat him up." And there's a scene where Rude is like annoyed about something that is happening, and he like just kind of laments to himself that I really miss you, Reno. I wish that you were here with me right now. And that's their little how they got in the... Yeah. Because that guy had been voicing Reno since like 2004 when the Advent Children, the movie came out. So, you know. Damn, it's a time bomb. Cloud, I don't know how to stop this. Try it. You're better at computer stuff, husband. It's not a normal time bomb. There's the sidecar. That's right, you'll have a hard time disarming that one. It'll blow the second some stupid jerk touches it. Please stop it. Only a Shinra executive can set up or disarm the emergency plate release system. Emergency plate release system, the EPRS for short. Oops. Oops, I released the plate. I wouldn't try that. You might just make me injure our special guest.
Oh, no.
Aerith. Oh, you know each other. How nice that you could see each other one last time. You should thank... What are you gonna do with Aerith? I haven't decided. Our orders were to catch the last remaining ancient. It's taken us a long time, but now I can finally report this to the president. Tifa, don't worry. She's all right. Aerith. Hurry and get out. Ha ha ha! Well, it should be starting right now. Think you can escape in time? It's really funny that song slaps Aerith, because, like, even later in this game, they start, like, implying stuff about their relationship that would be like, he would never slap her. And then the extended media and, like, Remake are like, he wouldn't slap her. That would be weird for him to do. But here it is in the game, because they changed their minds later. Once that plate starts coming down, it'll be too late. We gotta hurry. So what I find funny is that right here it's playing, like, the we gotta run theme, right? Which it's doing in Remake as well. But people get really upset because it keeps playing the action music as they're swinging away. And people say it ruins the tone of the scene completely. It does switch to a, you'll see. The presentation of the plate falling is very different in this game from Remake.
Okay.
I think Remake still works. I understand why people who have seen this version wish they'd seen this version at high fidelity. But I think the Remake version still works. That's just me. There are gonna be people in chat who I know for a fact are gonna disagree with me, and that's fine. Yo, we can use this wire to get out. He's so huge that he's just riding on Barrett's shoulder.
It's like they're scaling the cliffs of insanity.
I know, right?
I saw a couple references to that a couple days ago, so it's front of mind.
He's diegetically just listening to opera music as he's watching thousands of people die because he doesn't give a shit. I get why people love that, and that is something that Remake tossed.
Yeah.
I still think the scene works, but that is like a really good moment that did not survive to Remake, and I understand why people miss that. But again, like this had so much impact in 1997, and I don't know how much it would. I don't know. It still definitely affects people, but, like, you didn't get to know that place. And, like, Remake does a little bit, like, oh, some people lived, including, like, Marl, who's the only NPC who you'll actually remember. Like, if they'd killed Marl,
yeah,
I think a lot of the arguments of, like, oh, people survived. This is stupid, like, wouldn't exist. But, anyway. Here we are at this part that we're, sandbagging because we both knew it was going to happen.
Yeah. It still doesn't feel good.
No, absolutely not.
It still feels pretty rough.
See, the thing is that, like, I think that the change up is that, like, in Remake, this is the break into the third act, right? Like, we've already thoroughly established the Shinra Electric Power Company's pretty bad.
Yeah.
They're doing these false flag operations. They've killed people. We've observed, like, given a real, like, longer look at how bad the poverty is in this place, the propaganda machine. We're like, oh, they're trying to, like, we can tell they're trying to start a war, presumably for literally financial gain.
Yeah.
And like, that is the break into the third act of, like, these guys have got to, like, okay. Like, this is the dramatic turning point taking us to the climax of the game. Here, this is really more like, almost like the end of Act 1 of, like, no, this is a serious game.
Yeah.
It functions very differently, even though it's a very, like, it's the exact same literal thing is happening. What the hell's it all for? Ah! Hey, Barrett! Barrett! Hey! Barrett, stop. Please stop, Barrett. This is also a moment that plays amazing in Remake. The performances, animation-wise, and, like, acting are so solid. And I love that, I mean, like him shooting his gun off, wildly, like, works fantastically as well. But I love in Remake that he's, like, punching stone with his good hand and, like, crying. It's fantastic. Marlene. Barrett? I think Marlene is safe. Huh? Right before they took Aerith, she said, "Don't worry, she's all right." She was probably talking about Marlene. Really? But Biggs, Rich, Jesse. All three of them were in the pillar. Think I don't know that? But all of us fought together. I don't want to think of them as dead. And the other people in Sector 7. This is all screwed up. They destroyed an entire village just to get to us. They killed so many people. Are you saying it's our fault? Because Avalanche was here? Innocent people lost their lives because of us? No, Tifa. That ain't it. Hell no. It ain't us. It's the damn Shinra. It's never been nobody but Shinra. They were evil in destroying our planet just to build their power and line their own damn pockets with gold. We don't get rid of them, they're gonna kill this planet. Our fight ain't never gonna be over till we get rid of them. I don't know. What don't you know? You don't believe me? It's not that. I'm not sure about me. My feelings. And what about you? Yo! Where's he think he's going? Oh, Aerith. Yeah, that girl. What's up with her? I don't really know, but she's the one I left Marlene with. Damn, Marlene! Tifa, there ain't no turning back now. This is something else also that Remake handles better. I don't know, maybe it's better in Japanese, but like this idea that Tifa is like somehow reticent about violence, that like we're not communicating at all. She's like, I'm not sure about my feelings. Again, fantastic moment in Remake where like she is visibly blaming herself for what is happening. And Barrett's like, his line is hold on to this anger.
Yeah.
And like she's not, I mean, she is angry in that moment, but she's like gone straight to
it's all my fault.
It's all my fault, and I've lost everything again, and so on and so forth. And Barrett's there too, but he's faster to go to. And I know how to solve. I know what'll make me feel better about this situation. Before that, there's something I want to know. What's that? It's about the ancients.
Oh, flashback.
People forget, because there's a moment here in Remake where Cloud suddenly has a Sephiroth vision, and people are like, that's stupid. Cloud has a Sephiroth vision here, too. In my veins courses the blood of the ancients. I am one of the rightful heirs to this planet. We don't know that that's Sephiroth yet, but I'm telling you, because it's fine. Oh, no, he says, Sephiroth? Never mind, we literally do know that it's Sephiroth. Are you all right? Pull it together, man.
Have we seen him in this game? Okay.
Nope, we haven't seen him once. There's another people complained about is that they blew their load with Sephiroth in Remake. I mostly think the Sephiroth visions in Remake are good. There are one or two that I would have cut. It's too much of him. The developers directly talk about how they, in the original game, treated Sephiroth like the shark from Jaws. Of like, he is scarier if you don't see him.
Yeah.
And then when they were doing Remake, they were like, but now everybody knows him, so it wouldn't work. And a lot of people were like, that's not fair. There's people who are playing this for the first time, and you're destroying the mystique of Sephiroth. And I do think there's an argument. I think that argument cuts both ways.
Yeah, I think it goes both ways, but also, like, as someone who hadn't played any Final Fantasy, if you had shown me a picture of Sephiroth, I could have told you that was his name, but nothing else about him.
Yeah.
So for me, honestly, like, seeing him, I don't know, maybe it would have worked just saying the name, but I don't think you can do the just saying the name the same way in Remake that you can here.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, no, it's tough because the big problem is that Sephiroth's deal will be told to us explicitly 1 hour after we leave Midgar. Which in this game is hour 10 or 11. I'm simulating the 1997 experience.
Yeah.
I'm going slow. I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah.
I'm learning the game. I'm not skipping random encounters. Hour 10 or 11.
Yeah.
Hour 8 or 9 if I'm being charitable, right? People will go, Midgar's 4 hours long. It's not true.
Yeah.
That's not true. It's 4 hours long now.
Yeah.
Where you're not impressed by it and you know where to go.
Yeah. And you've bought the guide.
Yeah. like, still, basically, like, here, leaving Midgar as the end of Act 1, and Midgar's so focused on the Shinra Electric Power Company that then they go, there's a bigger problem, and his name is Sephiroth, what's Sephiroth's deal?
Yeah.
In Remake, they're like, well, everybody knows Sephiroth. If there's no Sephiroth in Part 1, everybody's gonna be like, where's Sephiroth?
Yeah.
And also, you know, we won't get into it, the way the Part 1 ends, they add some shit.
Yeah.
So there had to be Sephiroth.
Yeah.
It's a mixed bag. It's a dicey thing. I'm not gonna argue for 1 second that Remake did it perfectly, but again, what I said earlier, this is not a perfect game. This is like comic booky schlock that is elevated by the technology and by some really good scenes and some nuanced characters who unfortunately weren't as nuanced in this localization as perhaps they should have been. I'm saying this as someone who loves this game, who would list this among his favorite games ever. Like, I'm not talking shit.
Yeah.
Just being real about the way we're being real about the way the world is. Cloud, wasn't it? It's about Aerith, isn't it? Sorry. The Shinra is also like a localization choice that will, you know, obviously never appears in anything after this. I'm just gonna start saying Shinra, or have her. I know. They took her from here. They were here? That's what Aerith wanted. Why is Shinra after Aerith? Aerith is an ancient, the sole survivor. What did you say? But aren't you her mother? Not her real mother. It must have been 15 years ago. During the war, my husband was sent to the front, some faraway place called Wutai.
Is that the first name drop of it in
of
this?
Wutai in this,
Okay.
yeah. Which, to be fair, it can take it is possible to not hear Wutai until the second false flag operation in Remake, but if you're paying attention to NPC chatter, there's multiple mentions of Wutai. One day, I was sent to the station because I got a letter saying he was coming home on leave. It's really important to remember, this game's development cycle was 2 years. However, the first 2 years...
Is that Biggs and Jesse?
They're definitely reusing the Biggs and Jesse models there, even though that doesn't make any sense.
Okay.
They're really hoping you didn't notice that on the CRT in 1999. Thank you for pointing that out, I just noticed that too. But, there is a real, like... Ninja Bunny said the plot of 7 is like immaculate. It's so good. The dialogue in the original really doesn't do it justice. That's the thing. Is like there's like the first act and last act are like immaculate. It really is like the middle of the game that's kind of like flabby. But we'll get to that when we get to that. Like, again, I just call this comic booky schlock, and that's not fair. Because I think the beginning of this game is, like, amazing. I think the main thing that lets it down to a modern audience is it's not as impressive, so the fact that it goes by so fast, like, it actually doesn't feel like immaculate pacing anymore. It almost feels like it's on speed. If you're playing it with random encounters turned off and 3 times speed, it's like, it doesn't have time to wash over you the way that it's supposed to. That's where I really think Remake being, like, 30... It could have been a little shorter, but, like, I think it being as long as it is, like, does genuinely recreate how this felt in 1997 for a modern audience. My husband never came back. I wonder if something happened to him. No, I'm sure his leave just got canceled. So that's supposed to be like her at the time saying that, because she does know that he's dead because of what's going to happen in a second with Aerith. I went to the station every day. Then, one day... We used to see this sort of thing a lot during the war. Her last words were, "Please take Aerith somewhere safe." My husband never came back. I had no child, I was lonely, so I decided to take her home with me. Aerith and I became close very quickly. Our child loved to talk. She used to talk to me about everything. Sometimes she told me how she escaped from some kind of laboratory, and that her mother had already returned to the planet, so she wasn't lonely. Many other things. All sorts of odd stuff. All sorts of crackhead stuff. Return to the planet. I didn't know what she meant. I asked if she meant a star in the sky, but she said it was this planet. She was a mysterious child in many ways. Mom? I like that the model didn't change. They just changed the color of the outfit to indicate the passage of time. Please don't cry. Also, I love, there's so much cool, again, like I don't want to sound like I'm talking shit on this game a second ago, saying like a lot of it's comic booky. Like, that was amazing, like cinematic, like cut a second at there, like a J cut, right? Where like an audio from the scene you're about to cut into happens. That was the cinematic equivalent of like the shot where Elmira hears Aerith's voice and turns around and then it cuts. And then like they panned up high enough to remove Cloud and Tifa and Barrett from the scene, but not Elmira, and then back down and they're gone. Oh my god, dude. What I was gonna say a second ago, I remembered it. I was saying something and I got distracted. Was this game has a 2-year dev cycle. They made this whole game in 2 years. Really, they only made it in 1 because the first year was pre-production and planning and getting the money from and trying to build something on Nintendo 64 and it not working. And then getting the money for those, like, the workstations that Pixar used for 3D stuff, and working with Sony and figuring out what they could even make.
Yeah.
This game, like, I talk about, like, okay, there's some stuff in it that doesn't work, and maybe it's paced a little, like people are like, oh, the game's perfect. Why do the devs who worked on it originally want to change things? They made this whole thing in, like, 1 year.
Yeah.
I guarantee you there's stuff they were like, I wish I'd done that differently. I wish we'd had more time for that. We just didn't have time. We had to get the game out. Anyway. Aerith just blurted that out all of a sudden when I asked her if something had happened. Someone dear to you has just died. His spirit was coming to see you, but he's already returned to the planet. At the time, I didn't believe her. But several days later, we received a notice saying my husband had died. And that was it. A lot had happened, but we were happy. Until one day... We want you to return Aerith to us. We've been searching for her for a long time. No, never! Aerith, you're a very special child. You are of special blood. Your real mother was an ancient. At that moment, I found out she was an ancient. The ancients will lead us to a land of supreme happiness. Aerith will be able to bring happiness to all those in the slums. That is why Shinra would like Aerith's cooperation. He's wrong! I'm not an ancient! I'm not! But Aerith, surely you can hear voices sometimes when you're all alone? No, I don't! But I knew. I knew about her mysterious powers. She tried hard to hide it, so I acted as though I never noticed. Good mom. Because again, something that doesn't, like, super come through in this version, but... And honestly, Remake messes it up a little bit because now, like, as a 21-year-old, she's a pillar of the community. But, like, there's multiple, like, flashbacks and bits where she's like, I had no friends as a kid.
Yeah.
Like, I was a weirdo and I felt abandoned. And this thing of, like, her, like, as, like, a 6-year-old or 7-year-old or whatever, blurting out, I'm not. No. And it's not just, like, that she doesn't want to get taken back to a lab. It's that, like, this, like, legacy has brought her nothing but grief.
Yeah.
Of, like, in a lab, my mom died. I hear voices that nobody else hears, so I think I might be crazy. Kids think I'm weird because I talk about the voices I'm hearing, and oh no, I have to pretend that I don't hear the voices.
Yeah. And the planet.
I love this game so much, dude. I love these people. I love these characters. They're so amazing. It's amazing how she's managed to avoid Shinra all these years. Shinra need her, so I guess they wouldn't harm her. But why now? She brought a little girl here with her. Song found her on their way here. She probably wasn't fast enough to get away. She decided to go to Shinra in exchange for the little girl's safety. Marlene.
Wow.
Marlene! Aerith was caught because of Marlene? Sorry. Marlene's my daughter. I'm really sorry. You're her father? How in the world could you ever leave a child alone like that? Please don't start with that. I'm always thinking about what might happen to Marlene if I... But you gotta understand something. I don't got any answers. I want to be with Marlene, but I gotta fight. Because if I don't, the planet's gonna die. So I'm gonna keep fighting. Father of the year over here. But inside, I'm always thinking about her. I want to be with her always. See? I'm going in circles now. I think I know what you mean. She's upstairs asleep. Why don't you go see her? I think even that conversation is in Remake. He just has it with Marlene instead of with Elmira. And even, crud, what was this? Like, the one thing that they do change in Remake, maybe it was in the Japanese and just to make it through to this, is like that they explicitly say Shinra was worried if Aerith wasn't cooperating, that, like, what they want her to do just wouldn't work. Because, like, realistic, they could have just shot
Yeah.
Elmira in the head whenever they wanted and taken her. Like,
Yeah.
it wouldn't have mattered. It's my fault. I'm the one who got Aerith involved in this. Don't say that. Aerith doesn't think so.
Aerith thinks it's Cloud.
Aerith thinks it's Cloud's fault. Sigh. So the theme we were hearing a second ago, by the way, is Aerith's theme. And the version that plays in her house in her garden has riffs of it. It never breaks into the full theme, but do 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 boo is her theme. Just the version of like her church and her house is like it never quite breaks into the full thing. But I think that last scene where we were learning her backstory is the first time we've heard her like her theme properly. I'm so glad you're all right. Daddy, don't cry, your whiskers hurt. He's nuzzling up against her, and he's got a beard. Cloud, you gonna help Aerith, right? She's done so much for me. If the Shinra's involved, I ain't staying here. I'm coming too. Guess what? Aerith asked me lots of questions, like what kind of person Cloud is. I bet she likes you, Cloud. I don't know. Let's hope so. Let's hope so. So even though Aerith is not here to see this, this does affect her affinity with Cloud. Let's hope so. She gets a boost. I don't know. I think I am Tifa maxing for playthrough purposes, even though we will watch the other scenes.
Okay.
Dummy.
That's all she has to say to us anymore. It's just dumb.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Okay, so still same dialogue as before, but Elmira's facing the wrong way because she's not wired up to look back. You're going after Aerith, right? Yeah. I'm coming with you. We're going right into Shinra headquarters. You gotta be prepared for the worst. I know. Right now, I feel like I have to push myself to the limit. If I stayed here, I'd go crazy. It's Barrett bounding down the stairs excitedly because somebody said, kill Shinra. I'm sorry, but could you take care of Marlene a little longer? Yes, I don't mind. This place is dangerous now. You better go somewhere else. You're right, but promise me that you'll come back for her. Don't get yourself killed.
Everybody nods.
How do we get to the Shinra building? There ain't no train that goes up there anymore. Well, let's go to Wall Market. We might be able to find something there. Actually, hold on, I'm curious. I bet there's not, but let's go back in and check dialogue with these guys. I mean it. Come back with, I mean it. Come back to her. Don't get yourself killed. Daddy, Tifa, Cloud, please bring Aerith back. Will do. I love that Aerith is just, like, so awesome that she hung out with Marlene for, like, 5 minutes, and Marlene has like a genuine connection with her. Also, to be fair, she watched Aerith get snatched by the bad guys.
Right.
So, she would be worried about her. Do. Hold on, actually, let me go back. Let's talk to the guy with the tattoo on his arm again, which again, like, we don't know what that means yet, but I bet he's still just saying, ooh, ugh, but I want to see if, like, our other... Okay, I was curious if, like, Barrett and Tifa would comment on it, but no. Do. Hey, it's some members of Beck's Badasses.
Oh, okay.
This is the model that's used for the short, really dumb one who doesn't understand words.
Gotcha. I'm gonna run.
You know what? Honestly, looks like you brought lunch. I did. Yeah, and I'm also getting a little peckish. So I think honestly, I'm gonna get us to Wall Market. I'm just gonna steer us there, and then we're gonna go on break anyway.
Cool. We'll just chill then.
Yeah. I was gonna skip encounters, but honestly, like I'm not underleveled, but I could stand to pick up like another level. So if I run into some more enemies that I can kill, I mean, why not?
Why not?
Hell House again. Hell House, you're overstaying your welcome, buddy.
You've seen it very consistently.
We have seen it very consistently.
We were talking about like realism in games.
Oh, okay.
in chat.
Catch the details. You need to scroll back up.
I may scroll.
Sure. Go ahead. I don't know. I was regarding realistic lists, like, you know, like, I don't have a problem with taking stuff that looks cartoony seriously. I was thinking about this earlier, talking about, like, taking this story seriously, where I do think it is the localization and maybe the almost, like, borderline. Maybe it wouldn't feel as fast if it was localized better. If the nuance was coming through better. If it wasn't like, well, that line of dialogue didn't mean anything. If every line of dialogue was packed with literary meaning, maybe it wouldn't feel as fast. Oh, I can pick. Oh, I forgot how this works now. Sorry. Don't worry about me.
Sephiroth being like big bad instead of other stuff going on. Talking about like comic book schlockness of characters cracking jokes. I'm trying to like condense things into
Yeah. Though there's got to be like an AI button now that's like summarize what your chat is talking about.
Also, mentioning like the live action One Piece. I hate when adaptations are embarrassed of their source material and then Marvel in parentheses.
They're getting better about that, but like the original X-Men movies were very like, you know, they even make a joke about, what would you prefer, yellow spandex? So yes, I would. Shut up.
Yeah.
I would like the yellow spandex, please.
Remake takes itself more seriously than the original.
See, I don't even know if that's true. I remember Video Game Donkey complained about that in his video of FF7 was a comedic game with serious moments, and Remake is a serious game with comedic moments. I kind of disagree. I think they're honestly about even distribution. It's just that this game's serious moments look funny. And again, like, stuff that's supposed to be like nuanced character dialogue just goes as like, okay, they're talking about shit, I guess. Let's move on. Hey, it's you. Sorry, but I already heard about you. In addition to dressing like a woman, it seems that you like to smash and grind things. We only let cultured customers in. Got it? You better leave. I too love to smash and grind things.
Third-person action game, which feels more realistic than isometric.
Remake is definitely going for a more realistic approach to everything. Not every modern game has the same tone as Remake. Yeah, sure, yeah, that makes sense to me. Okay, I now understand the debate that is happening now. I'm seeing valid points from both sides here. We never came in this room because I just like, oh, that room doesn't do anything, but I'll show it. This was also in Remake. There's just like a room you can walk into and try to activate this computer, and instead a Gatling gun shoots at you and tries to kill you.
Oh.
Broken. It's broken. Whoa! Don't just stand there. Say something. Do you mean buy something? That's fine. I have like a little bit of money now, not a ton, but I can buy a few more things here. How much money? $300? No, I'm not doing that. God, I am cash poor. Oh, you know what I can do? I can sell old weapons. I forgot that that's a thing I can do in this game. Because unlike the other game, where like, I don't think you even can sell old weapons because you need them. I can sell guard stick I'm never gonna need again. I already changed Tifa to the better equipment, didn't I? I just gotta double check and make sure I'm right about that. Oh, but we're in Wall Market now. If you said you wanted to go to the bathroom or...
Oh, whatever. Just...
You know what? Actually, Aidan, do me a favor. Hop up and see if the water's back on. Great. Since we're having multiple days in a row of water not working. Let's just find out if water is working and if we can even go to the bathroom in this toilet. Yeah. Let's put in. Let's do all the steps involved here because this might be more of a rigmarole than it needs to be. Sweet, water's back. Cool. Good to know. Awesome. Alrighty. Yeah, Tifa's already got her metal knuckle instead of leather glove. I can sell leather glove. Give myself a little bit of cash. I can definitely sell some of these like outdated armors too, but I'm not doing the legwork to figure
out which ones to keep and which ones to sell.
Yep, exactly. No worries, Diego. You guys listen. The chat is for having side conversations and flooding chat. You guys are good. Don't worry about it. Listen. If other people were you guys were having your conversation about realism, and I see like 2 people interjected with other comments. Like other people could talk about other stuff if they wanted to. You guys are allowed. Yeah, why doesn't Shinra just take her by force? Somebody said. Yeah, like I said, like they justify that in Remake, but they don't. Maybe they justified it in Japanese in this one. I don't know. Personally, my biggest pleasant surprise with the Remake games, other than the combat system, is how well they translated the goofiness of the original, because if you look at the other FF compilation games between 7 and Remake, there very much was not a guarantee. And I think that's the big thing when people were like, FF7 Remake is too serious. Like, the compilation has no silliness, almost at all. The sequel movie is, like, super grim and self-serious and sad all the time. Crisis Core thinks it's taking itself so seriously, which is part of why it's so bad, is because it's like actively incredibly stupid, and it's like and it acts like this is the most literary thing we've ever done.
Yeah, that's not a great combination.
Dirge of Cerberus also takes itself very seriously, and it's about the vampire with the revolver, and how there's too much chaos inside of him.
Oh, okay, great. Great.
Yeah. Whereas this game's like actually funny. I remember there was an interview before Remake came out where Kazushige Nojima was talking about. I'm kind of nervous about how people are gonna react to Cloud, because like we've been writing him as like this very self-serious, gloomy guy for years, but like looking back at the original game, like he's actually kind of silly and like trying to be cool and failing.
Yeah.
So I wrote him like that in this game, and I hope it doesn't like put people off. And everybody was like, no, that's what we wanted you to do for 20 years. That's what we wanted. That's what we wanted you to be doing.
That's what he's supposed to be.
But anyway, we're going to go on break for a few minutes. Aiden's already got some food prepped. I need to go make some food for myself. But I think instead of eating off screen, I think we'll mukbang and hang out and eat here on the sofa. Unless you manage to eat all your food before I even get back with my food.
Okay.
But we'll be back in a few minutes, gang. I see people taking off. Somebody says, gotta go. Good night, everyone. Nice being able to participate in a stream, even though my autocorrect works against me. Also probably gonna have to go soon, sadly. Hopefully they come back, though. Hopefully, unfortunately for me, Jacob started having a consistent streaming schedule the exact moment I got busier than I've ever been in my entire life. I mean, I wouldn't say a consistent streaming schedule. I would say that's a bit rich.
I do think we are consistently streaming. It's just not that we are doing it at consistent times.
Yeah, we are streaming more consistently than usually. To be quite frank, historically speaking, it's been like if we could hang out, the priority was shooting whatever Let's Play the current project is, versus look at this. PlayStation 5 says only 2 hours of time in Final Fantasy VII. This save file says 5 hours. PlayStation timer doesn't make any sense and is stupid, and I hate it. I did notice Ninja Bunny saying, I can participate in this one, or somebody at the beginning of the stream was like, I didn't miss this one, and is like, or like, I can finally be in one of these. It's like, there's only been one FF7 stream so far, but maybe they meant other stuff. But no, with multiple filmed Let's Plays already in the tank, it's like, we're not doing any more taped stuff. I've got too much to edit already.
Well, and my time is not, like, dominated by school stuff at this point anymore, which is a huge change.
Yeah.
And we are at least part-time living near each other for a consistent stretch, which has not been the case. So like lots of things coming together. You have
always been, for the entire time that this show's been happening, in school.
Yeah.
Not near me.
Yeah.
Or both. Usually both.
Usually both.
And then you moved pretty close. Like I guess like 2 years ago, a little more than 2 years ago now.
I was in the program for 3.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. Right. So, but then I wasn't here last year.
Right.
Yeah. And I don't know, it has worked out better, but like also typically, I mean, we've had your availability has certainly increased. Mine and Joey's is about the same as it's always been, except for the fact that I literally wasn't here last year. It's just that typically when he and I met up, we weren't streaming. We were like, well, gotta film the next episode of whatever it is we're working on.
Right. High Guard shutdown?
Yeah, I'm seeing that. Thomas Davis, have you talked about High Guard shutdown? How we're seeing multiple games crash and burn like Concord? Random question. First of all, do not compare High Guard to Concord. This is something that's been important. It's important to understand. There will never be another Concord. There will never be another Concord. Concord is a $500 million, many-year Sony first-party project that you could buy a themed DualShock for and had an episode that they paid for in secret files, an Amazon animated TV series. And it was gone in less than a month.
Crazy.
There will never be another High Guard.
Concord,
yes. High Guard, shadow dropped, small team, basically no marketing. Most people didn't really like it, but it wasn't like it was as actively obnoxious as High Guard. It was just like, this isn't really working. And the Ninja Bunny said it had around 10,000 concurrent players, which is only 10,000 less than the what the projected total sales of Concord. I think they were talking about that game sold like 25,000 units or something when it came out. Do not compare them.
Crazy.
I mean, it should be compared. I mean, obviously, they're both live service shooters. They failed, shut down quickly. I'm aware of that. I'm aware of that. But it's just not as bad. I don't know. I don't have anything to say about High Guard. Failed. Live service games fail. Like, I mean, I don't know if people remember how often MMOs came out and were just gone after, I mean, like, to be fair, they didn't go away in 4 weeks because the amount of money that was put into them, like, well, we can't get rid of them in 4 weeks. The fact that these things can shut down like this is crazy, but it was also because, like High Guard was made by a relatively small team, and, like, we can look at the numbers and go, well, this ain't gonna get better. I don't know.
Spencer was showing me, like, character art and, like, I don't know if it's fair to call them entrances. Maybe it was just, like, I don't know, when you select them on a menu, they say a little line. But I can't think of what game it was for. But he showed it to me with, you want to see these characters from a dead game? And it was like a game that I don't even know had come out yet. And it was, but like, just looking at the characters, I was like, none of them are doing anything for me. Like, there's not anything interesting happening here. They all had like the Marvel one-liners. No, it was not these.
Not these guys?
I would know Concord.
I was going to say, we did 5 hours of Concord. It wasn't
no.
Concord? All right, who knows what it was then.
No, it was, he was showing them to me 2 nights ago, maybe 3. Let's see if he is near his phone or if he's covered in dirt somewhere.
Highguard being 3v3 was nonsensical. If it had been like, I mean, they launched a 5v5 mode like a week and a half before it shut down. I mean, from what I've observed, if that game had been like 10v10, it might have been like okay. The 3v3 thing didn't make any sense from like a fundamental conceptual level.
Trying to make that make grammatical sense. He's making cream. Oh, I understand. He also worded stuff stupid. We made a thing the other night with like cubed potatoes roasted, and then we like mixed them with cream cheese and like some green onions and stuff, and it was very good. Apparently he's made that again for lunch for himself today. Great. I'll get to eat that for dinner. He has not responded to the game question though.
You're right, Ninja Money. They should have tried 4v4. That would have saved it. 3v3 was too slow. 5v5 was too chaotic. 4v4 would have saved Highguard.
He's in a big stack in Discord right now, so I don't know if he's like looking at his phone. I will.
Joey played 2 matches of Highguard and reported back, I have no desire to play any more of this. For Joey to only give it something 2 matches says a lot.
That does say a lot.
He and I played like dozens of matches of the Foam Stars beta.
We'll see.
I like that each of us was keeping time with different parts of the track. Like you were kind of doing like the lower in the mix percussion, and I was doing the do 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 do.
I could not tell you what I was not consciously wiggling. I was just wiggling. Spencer has mocked me a couple times. I've hyper-fixated on like chia puddings, which is what this is. That's just
a cheetah pudding?
Chia, like chia seeds.
Chia?
Yeah. Yeah. I think. I remember that ring. Was that a...
No, chia pets.
Okay, yes. Still same thing, yes. No, you just like let it sit in your fridge overnight and it makes this like wonderfully textured food that is... Okay. Has become... I've eaten at least one of these a day. This is my second one today because I had one for breakfast too.
Okay.
But he has mocked me pretty viciously for it, I think, actually.
Dean said, speaking of, the new Dissidia mobile game launches on Tuesday. Can't wait for it to shut down in June! Or July, excuse me. He's more optimistic than I am. I mean, I don't know. I think it'll last. This one they put a lot of money into. And it's actually coming out, which is crazy. So Dissidia is a funny game. Dissidia was basically a 3D fighting game made by Square. It was like a Final Fantasy crossover.
Interesting.
Back in almost the PSP. There were 2 entries on the PSP.
Okay.
And it was like, you know, Cloud and Squall and Tidus and Sephiroth and various villains. Like it was like a 10v10 lineup, I think, in the original game with 2 secret characters.
Okay.
It was like the hero and villain of the first 10 Final Fantasy games released on PSP. And they did a sequel on PSP that added I think 4 or 5 characters. And then the series went away forever.
Okay.
Until it came back as an arcade 3v3 weird fighting game / MOBA for arcades. It was meant to push online arcade play in Tokyo more so than it was to be a real Dissidia game.
Okay.
And it sucked, and it came to consoles, and it sucked harder. It was bad, and nobody liked it, and the netcode was terrible, so it didn't even function. But they have kept the Dissidia name, which is bizarre to me because it's a fucking nonsense word. They've kept that for a mobile phone game that shut down a couple of years ago that was, wow, Final Fantasy characters from, it was like chibi little models. It's, chibi redesign of all the characters. Like, wow, Final Fantasy characters from all the Final Fantasy games are in one place, and they're doing stuff together. And it's one of those mobile games, like, it just goes on forever and ever and ever, and its story is nonsense, and it's just roll your gacha and get a new guy.
Right.
Who cares? So releasing a new one that is a cooperative action game, not a fighting game, where it's like starting out, and it's like really pretty high fidelity for a phone game. Not like photorealistic. They're actually like kind of stylized cartoon versions of themselves. It's the closest we've got to the PS2 like square aesthetic since the PS3 launched, is the way that these characters look in this phone game.
Okay.
And it's like they're all magically transported to real Tokyo and pretending to be normal people, but also secretly fighting monsters or something like that. I don't really care that much. I haven't followed it that closely.
Okay.
It's got some halfway decent designs of like, here are classic characters in casual clothes.
Okay.
You won't know half of these people that I'm going to show you in this lineup, but
That's
like
fine.
it's a pretty I think they got some decent designs on them, honestly. Clouds, which is the one you'd be familiar with, is honestly probably one of the weakest. He's just wearing a jacket that's too big for him. It's just like, okay, whatever. He's wearing a jacket that's too big for him.
Time Takers is the game.
Somebody in chat just a second ago said, was it Time Takers?
It was.
And I've never heard of Time Takers. Never even heard of it.
He said,
Prompto basically looks like Prompto in this redesign. Renoa basically looks like Renoa in this redesign. Gaia also basically looks like Gaia. The Kane one is probably the most extreme because Kane used to be in armor and now he's in like a sweater and a trilby. That used to be a dude wearing armor. Like I said, Clouds is not great. It's just like he's just wearing a jacket that's a little too big for him. But I guess, I don't know, Tokyo street fashion. As per usual, Lightning actually looks the best. She's aura farming the best of any of them. Terra's in like kind of like a schoolgirl sweater outfit, whatever. That's basically how Gaia looks in the game she's from.
cool.
That's basically how Prompto looks, and that's basically how
Yeah.
Renoa looks. Yeah, I was gonna say, you actually do know Prompto because that broke containment. You were on the internet when that came out.
I was.
Yeah, and guess what? You know what the last game before that was single player was FF13 that came out in 2009, and the one before that was 2005. Again, young people can't freaking get to know this series because it takes them 5 years to release a new game. I was like that was a moment just now of psychic damage. I was like, wait a second, Aidan hasn't fucking been online for any Final Fantasy launch except 15 and 16.
Yeah.
Because when 13 came out, you would have been like 10 years old.
Yeah, and I was not online in a meaningful way at that point. I don't even know that I was on like the Gaia online at that point.
My dad recently watched the Get Back docuseries, which was the Peter Jackson edited. They went and got all of the footage from the Beatles recording sessions of the Get Back album, which they shot all of that with the intent of making a movie at the time, and then like I think they kind of farted out something, but it was like basically it inadvertently wound up documenting the breakup of the band. So they were like, we don't really know what to do with this. But it all still existed. So Peter Jackson went back and restored it all and cut like a 3-part like docu-series. It's like each episode is like, like an hour and a half or something. It was just like here's like the entire watching everything happen.
Yeah.
And it's very fun because it was a pretty big source for Lindsay Ellis's video a year or two ago about how Yoko Ono did not break up the Beatles.
Right.
It was not her fault. But my dad was talking about like watching it. He was telling me about it. Like, I kind of already knew about it. I've never watched the whole thing, but like I knew a lot of what's in it. And he's telling me about it, and he's like, and one of the things that was really leaping out to me is that like these guys are uber talented, but they're not like that smart. And also like not like they're dumb, but like they're not geniuses.
Right.
They're musical geniuses. They're talented, but they're not like astronomical IQ or whatever.
Right.
And then like And to be fair, also, he's watching a thing where they're all, like, strung out from long work hours and, probably half of them are high. So it's not the best representation in the world of their mental faculties. But, like, the other thing was like that they're not... Like the managers who are there, because their original manager died, a guy named Brian Epstein died like relatively early on in their whole meteoric rise, is like he was talking about looking at their managers and being like, I could have managed these guys better. I don't know anything about the music industry, and like the dudes who are responsible for the business end of the most successful band in the world are like so deer in headlights and have no idea what to do, and seem like scared to even like say anything to Paul, which I guess, I don't know, maybe if you were like because he was such a control freak, maybe if you tried to be like, I'm gonna manage this band, maybe he would have been like, no, you're not. But like just like the guys who are running this band like have no idea what they're doing, like whoever they hired to run this. Sorry, that was a tangent about how whoever at Square has allowed it to become that they don't release a new Final Fantasy game except every 5 years needs to be fired. All of them. Whack the entire C-suite, dude, and I'm not kidding. And I'm not even like a fundamental like, oh, all CEOs are bad at their jobs and are like overpaid and don't do enough work. Because like realistically, like, I know people don't like to hear this, but like most of the time, guys who run a company or gals, they actually are working like a lot. Like they're working all the time. The problem is that their personality type is that they are workaholics and they expect people beneath them who aren't paid a fraction of what they're paid to work at the same level. But like the idea that they're all, I mean, like certainly some of them just like coast by on, I got my stock options and I made all my money and I'm going to sit here and drive this company into the ground and collect a paycheck. Like I'm not saying that never happens. But the idea that like, well, once you get to be a CEO, that's like not a skill position. You don't need to know anything or do anything. It's like, nah, that's not. It's not really true.
Most of the time, not.
But like, I genuinely look at like all the decision making of what's been going on at Square in the last like 15 years, and I'm like, I genuinely, no MBA to my name, I think I could be running this company better. But I don't know. Night Sky Prince just put out like a 50-minute piece on the development of Final Fantasy Versus 13 and 15. It's pretty similar to the video that I did back in the day, the marketing campaign of Doom, which mine was like 30 minutes long and only 15 minutes of it were on like the what we know about the development timeline. Now we've got more information and he went deeper on it. So he did like this 50-minute piece. It's fantastic. You guys should all watch it. It's a little surreal for me watching it because like I'm like, yes, I know this. So it kind of like washes over me of like, yes, of course that's what happened. And not what it probably should be, which is like, what happened? They did what? Why did they do that?
And who greenlit that decision?
I've been talking with Ryan about some stuff. Night Sky Prince. Been just like chatting with him on like Discord instant messaging the last couple weeks. Has been working on this, and like one thing that comes up in that video is that like Versus 13 was originally going to be a trilogy. This was, or like, probably. The word trilogy has never come out, but the idea that it was going to be a series was mentioned even before it became 15. Like, it was conceived as this is going to be a multi-game arc, which Final Fantasy's never really done. They've gotten direct sequels, but they've never been planned. Like, 10 was a huge financial success, and the then CEO was like, oh, well, let's make some money. Why can't we make another game just using all these assets? And apparently Hironobu Sakaguchi was, like, super against that, and he got overruled. This was one of the things that eventually like led to, but he also, Hironobu Sakaguchi had just lost the company like hundreds of millions of dollars on his movie, so he had like he had no clout anymore. But maybe deservedly. But like 10-2, some people like it. I'm not even gonna say it's a bad game, but it is so not planned that there is a non-sarcastic, non-YouTuber clickbait argument to be made that Final Fantasy X and Final Fantasy X-2 have diametrically opposed themes. Not to get into any spoilers, but the best I've ever heard it put succinctly was Pat of the Super Best Friends and Pat Stares At, like, God, 15 years ago, when they were floating the idea of a 10-3. And some people were like, oh yeah, I love 10. And most sane people were like, no! No! Pat, his succinct explanation was, Final Fantasy X is a game about the importance of moving on with your life. And Final Fantasy X-2 is a game about how nobody moved on with their lives. It's bad.
Interesting.
But 13 similarly was just one game, and then they were like, this was super expensive. The engine isn't designed to do anything else. We got to do asset flips of this. And then they conceived 13.2 as, and this will have a direct sequel called 13.3. Well, it wound up being called Lightning Returns, Final Fantasy 13, but whatever. They conceived that as the first game was on its own, and then when they said let's do sequels, they did conceive it as there were going to be 2 sequels. 13.2 ends on a cliffhanger, and then they went directly into development on the third game. Okay. But that's like the only time they've ever done that. Anyways, I'm rambling. That's too much. It's too much background detail. So like they were basically like, Versus 13 is going to be a series of games. It's going to be told across more than one game. They said that from the beginning. When it became 15 and it had been in development for super long, eventually someone at the top, and this probably wasn't even the wrong decision, was like, you got to make it into one game. Yeah. You got to stop. You got to cut it off. Which meant consolidate all of these ideas that was meant to be probably a trilogy into one title. Which is why so much of that game feels rushed and made up and nonsensical. But the biggest problem is that the vast majority of the marketing for Versus was about Tokyo City and invasion of Tokyo City and escape from fantasy Tokyo City. That was what like all of the commercials were until 2006 to 2013. All the trailers were entirely or 70% focused on the city of Insomnia, the invasion of Insomnia, and escape from Insomnia.
Okay.
The escape from Insomnia is not in the game that came out eventually, because it is instead depicted in this film starring Aaron Paul and Lena Headey and Sean Bean.
Oh my goodness.
Because they had as Ryan talks about, they had a super harsh deadline of 2016, and they were like, we can't build this whole city and make Uncharted-esque set pieces and have all of this stuff, and you gotta cut it down. And I think the bigger problem was, because for years I was like, I think this city was not working, because Midgar in this game that we're playing right now is like a small percentage of the game. Played long. What?
Ninja Bunny has dipped, but the fact that it was within arm's reach.
See you later, Ninja Bunny. Yeah, I bought this recently. I mean, like you can see, I think we talked about this on the Resident Evil stream. I said, Joey, go over there and pick up that Blu-ray case, and he got up, and then from off camera he went, oh, what the fuck? And it's got an ultraviolet code that expired in 2019.
Oh my lord.
Yeah, still in the cellophane. This is a first printing. This is an original print. This is an original print. This will be worth money someday.
Wow.
But I bought that because I may be going on Ryan's show sometime soon to talk about the 10-year anniversary of FF15. And I was like, he's been replaying the game, and I'm like, you can't pay me money to replay that game. So I was like, but I'll rewatch the movie. But no, what I had forgotten about, or maybe I never knew until this video and talking with Ryan about it, is that I always assumed, and I've talked about this before, that like the city they showed in the 2011 trailer, I looked at it and I was like, this was a technical bottleneck. If their engine was barely functioning, there's no way this was really working. There's no way this was actually running in real time on the PlayStation 3. And it's possible, even when they switched to next gen, they were like, this has been throttling development for 6 years now. You have got to stop working on the Tokyo City. You've got to cut it. And then it's like, well, we can't, because it's like the whole inciting incident of the story. What should we do? Oh, a movie doesn't have to run in real time, was my theory for years that I've floated. Ryan proposes something different, and it's not even a proposal. He's got the receipts in his video, which is basically they had an internal deadline of the game must release by the end of 2016. So like, okay, there's stuff that the development team just literally does not have time to build. But if we outsource it, it can still exist. So, like, the backstories of the main 4 characters, their, like, origins, are communicated entirely through a 5-episode anime series that was uploaded to YouTube.
Wow.
Which, by the way, was in some ways genius, because it really like endeared people to the characters before the game even came out. I think it dramatically increased purchase intent to have a free 5-episode anime series that like got you emotionally invested in these guys.
Yeah.
And then almost none of their like there's a whole thing in that about how like Prompto used to be like a fat kid when he was young and he got picked on. And then I'm not even going to explain how. There's a whole thing about like an accidentally received letter that makes him cross paths with Noctis, the prince, and blah, blah, blah. But basically, like, he like reinvents himself by the time he gets to high school, which is where he actually meets Noctis, so he can become friends with Noctis.
Wow.
I'm way oversimplifying, but like he loses a ton of weight and reinvents himself and goes from chubby nerd to cool hip dude.
Okay.
And there's like 1 or 2 optional scenes in Final Fantasy 15 where he talks about Noctis, I was really insecure when I was a kid, and I basically completely reinvented my entire personality to, like, become friends with you, and I'm really insecure that you don't like the real me. And he's like, I don't know, isn't this the real you now? And he's like, well, yeah, I guess. It was like, well, then I don't care. You're my best friend, dude. I don't care.
Yeah.
And it's, like, a really cute scene, but if you haven't watched that anime series, you're like, what's he talking about?
Yeah. Interesting.
And then this was done mostly by Square's internal visual works department, and is basically the inciting incident of the game, functionally. But anyway, so my whole thing was like, why, like, didn't they just, like, wouldn't it have made more sense to cut, like, an entire open world biome and, like, half the side quests that don't matter and a dungeon or two and make the inciting incident work
in the game?
Because I was like, I mean, like, I don't know, it must, like, you know, this, I always looked at it as like, this must be a huge bottleneck that's stopping them in development, but like, I don't know, if this is like so crucial to everything, shouldn't it have been? And I was always looking at it as like, how can, like, this PS3 game was never gonna get made. It was too ambitious. It probably wasn't ever gonna happen. Like, they were gonna have this big HD city that you could roam around, and then it was gonna have Uncharted set pieces in it, and it was just like the opening, like, you know, like the way that Midgar is like the first 4th or 5th of FF7. I was like, there was no way they were ever gonna pull that off in HD. So one thing that Ryan mentions is that the Japanese voice actor for Noctis has talked about, like, I still have the original script for Versus 13, which would have been part 1 of a trilogy, and according to him, Insomnia, Fake Tokyo City, was about 65% of the script of the whole game.
Wow.
So part 1 of that trilogy was going to be almost all setup, learning about the characters, free roaming around the city, setting up the stakes, then it gets invaded, lengthy, attempting to fight them off, failing, running away, and then something else. I'm going to assume it would have been a barely 10-hour open-world adventure to the next major city where the climax of that game was going to happen. From the structure of FF15, this is my guess. And then, so that now I understand why they cut it. Like the alternative would have been to make the city is the only open part of the game, and then it turns into a linear action set piece that lasts 10 hours, and then you just drop the entire rest of the open world, and you have them just go, we gotta get to the other city where the next plot beat's gonna happen, and there's a cutscene of them getting in a car and driving. That would have been the only way to preserve it, and there is no way in 2016, in an environment of The Witcher and Skyrim and Square and Final Fantasy 13 was a linear hallway mess. Don't they understand that RPGs are supposed to have open worlds? There was no way they were going to prioritize having a coherent story and functional set pieces over having an open world.
To say out loud.
Yeah, but like but they're unfortunately they're right, because Crimson Desert is like got this huge consumer interest right now. I've never even heard of it until like a week ago. But Crimson,
heard of it. Did you say it earlier today?
Yeah, earlier today.
Okay.
Crimson Desert is like taking off massively, and it's like the only appeal of it. It is huge, and the graphics are good.
Yeah.
That's the core appeal. Is like, oh my god, I might finally feel the way that I felt playing Skyrim 15 years ago. Like that's what's selling it.
Yeah.
And that's what sold 15 too. It wouldn't have worked as a commercial product if it had been good.
Yeah. Wild and crazy.
Anyway, but the worst thing about this movie, the actual genuine worst thing about this movie is this is Aaron Paul's character. He's the main character of the movie. This is Luna. voiced by Lena Headey here in this movie because she's a famous Game of Thrones actress, but voiced by somebody else in the actual game. Luna is the primary love interest of Noctis, the main character. So, originally, Noctis was the main character of Final Fantasy 15. I mean, he is. He also was the main character of the things that happen in the city. But you might play Final Fantasy 15 without watching this movie. So, they rewrote it so that the main character leaves the city right before the movie starts. And they invented a new guy to do all of the things that he would have done, including but not limited to talking to his girlfriend. And story structure-wise, without getting into it, Noctis and Luna are separated for almost the entirety of Final Fantasy 15, and it was supposed to be they hang out here, we come to care about them as characters, and then they are separated, and the whole rest of the game they're trying to meet back up.
Yeah.
Instead, all of the scenes that she was supposed to have with Noctis, establishing their relationship, happen with this fucking guy who isn't in the game.
Okay.
Because you might play Final Fantasy 15 without watching this movie. So if Noctis knows what happens in the movie, then there's going to be dissonance between the character and the audience. So instead, the movie happens off screen, and characters walk in and go, "Hey, Noctis, look at the morning edition." Turns out last night while we were asleep, the entire movie happened and our country has fallen to the enemy forces.
No.
And they're like, "What? How could this have happened?"
Why?
Because you might not have watched the movie when you played the game. And what's really amazing to me about that is that genuinely it wouldn't have fucking mattered, because the game could have started with a montage from the movie, and then like Noctis could have even narrated. Could have been Noctis driving his car, brooding down the highway. "I'm Noctis. I'm the Prince of Insomnia. My father is dead. My kingdom has fallen. My girlfriend is missing. And I want only one thing: revenge." Noctis as a character wouldn't say that. But my point is, like, the material in this movie is not, like, unexplainable.
Right.
Like, let me explain what happens. There's a city-state that's at war with a bad empire. The bad empire has them boxed in on all sides and says, "We will sign an armistice with you if you cede the lands outside of your core city-state, and also if Noctis marries Luna Freya, who is the princess of one of the other territories that we've annexed." And the king of Insomnia doesn't have a choice because he's boxed in and his people are gonna die, and he's like, I guess I have to, even though it's clear they're fucking up to something.
Yeah.
And they use the wedding, which Noctis has like been kicked out of the city because the king suspects that something is going on, so he sent Noctis away protectively, which now doesn't make any sense because it's the whole thing. The reason they're there is for his wedding.
Right.
But no. The wedding is happening in a different location, and now it doesn't matter. It's just so unimportant. The point is that guys now overcomplicating the thing that is simple. Bad guys surround city state and say, "Hey, let's sign a truce." Okay, and then during the peace treaty signing, it turns out we smuggled a bunch of soldiers into your city, and we killed the king, and we took over the city. Like, that's the plot of the movie.
Okay.
So, like, it's 15 seconds.
Yeah.
The bad guy empire tricks and betrays good guy city, kills the king, annexes it, Prince is on the lam. Like, that's all you need to know. You could have very easily just had an opening scene where Noctis is like, "This is what's just happened to me, and now but no. I'm sorry. This is a like a long ago shit. Dean said, "Don't forget they patched 15 to add like 5 seconds of scenes from the movie." It is true. There's a very awkward when Noctis and his friends go to sleep at that hotel that night. There is then a 8-second long montage of action shots from the movie, and then they wake up and go, "Hey, Noctis, did you see the news? Your dad's dead." You're like, okay, this makes sense, I guess. This makes sense to me. Jonas says, "So what you're saying is that Square's C-suite are geniuses." I am saying if Final Fantasy 15 had not been an open world, explore and do side quests and hang out with the bros with an underwhelming story, but a high amount of hangoutitude and side content, it would not have sold 10 million units. And the primary job of Final Fantasy 15 was to sell 10 million units because the company of Square Enix needed it to sell 10 million units. So it is a dicey situation where I'm like, I actually don't know how else they could have handled it other than deciding from minute one we're making this a duology. Maybe not even a trilogy, but just like we're making this 2 games. That would have been the only way that you could have like fixed the situation.
Yeah.
But anyway.
All right.
That was a long, I didn't expect that to be so long. Sorry about that, gang. What's been going on with you lately, Aidan?
Still.
Shut up, I don't care. We're gonna play Final Fantasy VII.
Okay. I mean, just still fighting the paperwork battle.
It's fine. It's getting cleared up.
It is. Like, this time next week might be licensed. That'd be so cool.
Coolio.
Yeah, that and just doing the non-profit thing. Went and had that dinner with
yeah, you mentioned that
one of my
earlier
mom's
with
old
yeah.
friends last night, and that was cool. Got to hang out with her kiddos. Spencer, I don't even remember how they got on the topic, but he like mentioned, oh, it was because we were talking about like old children's shows and how like I want to say Jess had said something about like, did you guys watch mostly like Disney or Nick shows? We were like trying to sort out which ones were which. And Spencer said something along the lines of like, yeah, now that everything is on streaming services and like you either pay for Paramount to have the Nick shows or you pay for Disney
Plus
to have the
Disney shows. Yeah.
Like it's kind of a similar experience to what like satellite packages were back in the day where it was like, which channel do I want?
Like yeah, you might have still been locked into Nick or Disney or Cartoon Network or whatever.
And he like kind of jokingly was like, and that's why we torrented. And the kids immediately were like, actually, can you teach us how to do that? And he was like, not sitting in a restaurant.
Yeah.
No. like I can give you the basics, but like not. We all have phones sitting here and that's all. They were just like a real life.
You were. I'm not going to get into the whole thing again because I talked about it on the last Resident Evil stream. But Joey was talking about, I forget how it even came up, but he was talking about Ned's Declassified and like how apparently the 2 leads on that were totally just banging on set while it was being shot.
I did not know that.
Yeah, neither did I. But the lead actress in that, whose name I looked up the other night and now I've forgotten, is a lead supporting character on Pretty Little Liars, which led me to dump into a whole discussion about Pretty Little Liars. But I'm not going to talk about the same stuff I talked about because I just did that on another stream. What I will say is that Cody Christian, who voices Cloud in Remake, better known for being one of the leads on Teen Wolf in terms of his TV time, but he is also I wouldn't even say a major supporting character. It's kind of very funny how he like continually dances in and out of the show, but he plays like the younger brother of one of the leads on PLL, and he's like in season 1 a lot, and then he like disappears for 2 seasons, and then he comes back like jacked and tall, and he's around for a little bit. But it's really funny. Like at the beginning, he's like probably like, I don't know, it's like 15 or something at the beginning of the show, the actor. So like I wouldn't say he's a squeaker, but he doesn't sound like Cloud yet. At season 6, he's starting to sound like Cloud. And what's really funny is that he's starting to like, his story arc has remarkable similarities to Cloud's in ways that I can't get into, but he becomes romantically involved with like a spicy secret past girl who is like maybe a little dangerous, maybe not. She's got like a secret, past going on. And then there's also, and nothing's really come of it, but also like one of the main characters of the show, best friends of like the kid who he's the younger sister of, like it is discussed that like she used to have a crush on him when they were younger and that they did kiss each other once. So that like there's also the girl next door childhood friend potential thread waiting to be pulled on. There's other stuff that I can't get into without both spoiling PLL and Final Fantasy VII. But like the longer it goes on, the more I'm like, holy shit, was he cast as Cloud because somebody watched PLL? And they're like, oh my god, this is just a Cloud scene that's happening right now.
Oh my goodness. It's always funny, like, seeing random stuff like that, where, like, seeing someone who you already have in your brain and then seeing
totally
them
different role,
in a
yeah.
wildly different context. You're like, but what are you doing here?
Yeah. Once he gets really jacked on that show, I keep being like, I'm annoying my friend who I'm watching that show with, because I keep being like, oh no, don't worry, he'll do a flip and just like come down and cut that person in half, and it's gonna be fine. Oh no, he'll solve this problem. He'll just jump really far and kill them. It'll be cool. Shoot lightning out of his hands.
Yep, totally.
Anyway. It's hilarious that 1 year after 15 came out, Breath of the Wild mogged it on open world, and then P5 mogged it in terms of RPG while doing everything 15 was too scared to do. Yeah. Boy, 15 sure sold 10 million units, and then after that, it did nothing. And then after that, its cultural impact was Zippo. And like I said, I have watching a tiny bit of Ryan playing the fully updated PC version, and it's running properly. I was like, maybe I could stomach playing this. I'm not a frame rate junkie, even one bit. I think people blow the importance of that sort of stuff out of proportion. But I played that game for like 5 hours on a stream a couple of years ago, when I was doing the stuff with Resonant Arc, and the game was like physically repulsive to me. I was like, I'm never playing this shit again.
Gotcha.
Anyway, back into this. I think I did everything I need to do down here, except for, is anything in here? What's in here? Oh, no, I don't care. Do, boop, 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 boop. I bought an extra fire materia, which I probably didn't even need, but like, Barrett, like, I at least this way everybody has like a magical spell on them. Machine and gun. Does he have the thing that I need? I thought this was where I had to buy the thing that I needed. Maybe it's not. There's a place I need to buy a thing I need. It might not have spawned in yet, but it's fine. Want to see something awesome? Follow me! Oh, hey, look, we can go over here, which I never would have known if those kids hadn't run by or I hadn't hit select. Everyone climbed up this wire. Looks scary. Brrr. Can we climb it? Yeah, it leads to the upper world. All right, we'll climb the wire. There's no way you can do this. There's no way we can do this. Do you know how far it goes up? There is a way. Look, what's that look like? Just a normal wire. Oh yeah? Well, to me, it looks like a golden, shiny wire of hope. Which is, by the way, a completely accurate translation of that line.
I believe that wholeheartedly.
You're right. It's the only way to save Aerith. Okay, that was a bad analogy, but Barrett, I understand how you feel. Let's go.
What does that say? That AVERL?
I think it's meant to be avalanche, but they misspelled it.
Avalanche.
Averlate. No mercy. And bone. Do, 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 do. Oh man, this is horrible. Hey, scary, huh? Dad told me that's Shinra's doing. Oh, so the people already don't buy that Avalanche did it.
Good.
Boom, ba-dum, bum. Do, 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 do. Maybe if I put a battery in, the propeller might work. Because right now the propeller is blocking my way and I can't advance. So, kill the momentum of the sequence and go back downstairs and find and buy a battery. Unimpeachable masterpiece.
Can you buy it before you go
That's what
there?
I was just trying to do. I'm pretty sure it's in the gun and machine store and it wasn't in there.
Oh.
I was just trying to do that so that I didn't kill the momentum of the sequence.
Yeah.
Never mind. All right, gotta find a battery, I guess. Maybe in the gun and machine store? A battery's kind of like a machine. Nope, different store. Okay, I was just wrong then. Never mind, maybe it was available somewhere and I didn't know. But still, you wouldn't know. Oh, gotta tell him, gotta talk to this guy. You going up, you want batteries. I repaired them, so it might be all right. Why do I need batteries to climb to the plate? You'll find out when you get there. How about 100 gil for each? I'll take them. Received the batteries. Okay, cool. Gotta talk to every effing NPC, and if you talk to the right one, you'll get a battery. And then you can keep playing the game. Sometimes the old ways are old ways for a reason.
Yeah.
You can definitely buy it beforehand, said Mr. Yep, I just talked to the wrong guy. I realize that now. Bum, 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 bum. Nope, no cloud. So by the way, when he jumps, like, I don't hit a button. It's just like I walked up to the point where he's like allowed to jump. So like, you know, I just like input the D-pad a little bit wrong, and it's like, oh, you want to go that way, right? I'll just use this battery I got from the shopkeeper. Cool, the propeller rotated a tiny bit. Oh, still stuck here. It's not allowed. It's rotating more. Rotating a lot. It's spinning. Ooh, it's spinning. Where will the wheel of the worst land? I did it!
Wow.
Are you wowed? Are you amazed? Are you amazed by new graphics technology, Aidan?
Yeah. Yeah. Totally, I am. Another place to put the batteries.
Need a battery here, too.
Wow.
Can I go? Okay, hold on. I tried and it didn't work. I guess I gotta be at the exact right spot to grab this. Yes, I see. Cool. Do I go up here and do something? Looks like the only way is to jump onto that bar. I should make it if I jump before it comes close. Okay. All right, I tried that the wrong way, but that's fine. Nope, jumped too soon, but didn't kill myself by falling a mile.
I absolutely thought we were.
So that was better. It was better than it could have been.
Yep. Before it comes too close.
Jumped too soon.
Nope.
Jumped too soon. That was considered too soon. Okay, no, probably what am I talking about? It's probably the same line of dialogue no matter what. So, while this sequence is technically shorter and maybe punchier than what it was replaced with in Remake, with an full hour-long dungeon, I think I can say swing before it gets too close. I swung when it was right below me, and instead of a jump, he fell directly onto it. I was basing my timing on the arc that he was. At least it gives you feedback, lol. That's just true.
Unskippable feedback that is the same every time.
Oh, what am I doing now? Oh, okay, I'm going up this. No marker on these wires, just gotta intuit that. I guess to be fair, you have to climb up the one to get to the other, so. Need a battery here too. Received an ether. That was just something a little extra I added for fun. You didn't even need to do that. Now you gotta fall back down here. Does this mean I don't have to time it? I can just go? Oh no, this is nothing. I'm stuck here. This doesn't do anything. This isn't a shortcut for getting onto that platform. That's just for fun. To show the visual continuity of the space. You thought that you were smart and you noticed a shortcut so you didn't have to play that minigame, but you sure didn't.
Oh my gosh.
Unimpeachable masterpiece. Yay! Bum, 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 bum. When I was eating that sandwich, but I was like, are we gonna talk for 40 minutes, or are we gonna just like get back into the game? I was like, I could hand Aidan the remote and she could play. And I think literally any other part of the game you could have played.
Yeah.
Except for this stupid nonsense.
Oh my goodness.
There we go, done. Now the iconic shot, the recreation of the cover art. Now I actually escaped from that. Again, it is shorter. It's like 10 minutes of our time. I guess it could have been longer if we hadn't been able to find a battery.
All right.
Bum. Hey, you ought to know this building well. Not really, now that I think about it. It's the first time I've been to headquarters, which is not canon. But that's fine. I heard about this place before. Every floor above the 60th is special and not easy to get to even for employees. Must be where they took Aerith. Security's pretty light now. Why? All right, let's go. Security's pretty light instead of being super actually intense. Wait a second, you're not thinking of just going right through the main entrance, are you? Well, what else does it look like? I'm gonna kick some Shinra butt, and it's not going to work. We've got to find another way. Ain't gonna be no other way. If we keep wasting time like this, Aerith will. I know that, but if we get caught here, hey Cloud, what should we do? Let's sneak in quietly. See, let's be careful and find a different route.
Is that like a affinity thing?
I'm pretty sure it's an affinity thing because you can still choose to do whichever route you want.
Okay.
So I'm pretty sure that's affinity, but I could be wrong. I'm not, unlike in Remake, where I bothered to show both versions of the sequence, going through the front door really isn't all that interesting. We miss, like, kind of being able to see the lobby, but I don't care that much. We're just gonna go upstairs.
Okay.
Okay, for the most part, they do a really good job of, like, actually matching the speed that the character is moving on any given screen to the JPEG. Like look at the way that he's moving across this and his stride. I mean, like, it's a little like he's moving a little fast, but like I get it. It looks like he's moving underwater here. I guess they're trying to like make this hallway look longer through perspective, but that timing's wrong. That timing's just incorrect. He's suddenly moving really slow.
Yeah.
Yo, really gotta take these stairs all the way up? Well, we've got to get to Aerith and help her somehow. Of all the ways, I don't know. Yo, Tifa, don't go alone.
Is this so that they didn't have to animate all three of you running the whole time?
Oh no, they're still
still there.
Yeah. In fact,
Okay.
I'll catch up to them. They even stop and wait for me because they're good friends. Oops.
Oh.
Wrong way. That's what I get for holding the direction button and assuming I'll be starting in a different place than I was. Don't know why the hell we gotta climb. Because we don't want to start a commotion until we've saved Aerith. If that's possible. Knock it off. You're giving me the creeps. So even you will fight for someone else. Guess I figured you wrong. Who cares what you figured? I'm just saying, maybe I was wrong about you. What's that supposed to mean, Tifa? I'm winded. What do you mean? Can't tell if that was supposed to be laughter or she was panting.
Yeah.
Mysterious.
That's why he asks what it's supposed to mean.
How much farther do these stairs go on? Why don't you ask him? It's not one of them endless stairways or something, is it? Of course not. Right. Couldn't be that. This is such an elaborate joke. This is so funny. This game's so great. There's a reason that people remember this. Shit. Are we there yet? There's a reason people remember this and not the you have to stop and get batteries. Sometimes it's better not to gamify things. I mean, it is gamified that you're just doing the same inputs over and over and over again, and your thumb is starting to hurt from pressing the directional pad in the same directions. I said not yet. Yo. Look, don't even ask. We're way, 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 way far away from being there, okay? Damn, man. I've had it. I'm going back. It'll take just as long to go down as it did to come up.
Are they behind you?
No, they're up ahead of me.
Oh, okay.
Come on, Barrett, pull it together. Yeah, well, all I know is I'm only flesh and blood, except for this arm of mine. Don't treat me like I'm some ex-soldier or something. What about me? I'm human too. I'll do what you want. I'm going on. Ah, Barrett, you go first. Uh-oh. I'm higher than him on the stairs. He can see up on my skirt.
Oh my god.
No. I'm a girl.
Oh, Lord.
Because it's an anime. What are you, ignorant? I didn't mean that. All right. Cloud, you go on ahead too. Be behind you the whole time, Tifa. There's a similar moment coming up where she's like, we gotta take the ladder in a different order. Yo, what floor is this? I stopped counting. Why they gotta build these buildings so damn tall? That's Shinra, they're just no damn good. Man, I'm beat. Marlene, Daddy wanted to see your face one more time. Would you stop acting like a retard and climb?
Okay.
It's just a bit more. In Japanese, what's really funny about that one is that's such an extreme localization, because in Japanese, she goes like, don't say such things.
That is extreme.
The localizer put some stank on it. Listen, it was the 90s. You were allowed to say it back then.
You were, yeah.
Again, I still think calling it a slur is maybe a bit much, but I'm not allowed to make these choices. Everybody catch your breath. Finally. Made it. Never want to see no more stairs. Rest of my life. I'm beat. I'd kill for a shower, but here we are. Better get ready.
I don't know that Tifa would kill for anything right now.
That's her. I don't know if you remember, but in Remake, like very frequently after she her we just finished a battle dialogue. Two of the lines you hear very frequently are, "Worked up a good sweat," and "would kill for a shower."
Oh.
And it's like it wouldn't mean anything if you heard it once, but like you hear it like 10% of the times you finish a fight in that game with her, so you're like, somebody really wanted us to think about sweaty Tifa in the shower.
Yeah.
Destroy the intruders!
It's your unlucky day.
Oh, we haven't used Sense, which is this game's version of Assess. Just got that a few minutes ago. Might as well give it a shot. It'll tell us what they're weak to. Unlike in Remake, where like you can recheck anytime to see, hey, what were their stats again? You just gotta remember it, or you gotta you gotta waste a turn again. No weaknesses.
Great.
Hit him with whatever. Just hit him with whatever. And look, we've talked about this before. These are the mechs that you blow up in Hojo's lab, and then roller derby guys come out. I guess we're getting ahead of ourselves, so that hasn't happened in the stuff that's been broadcast yet. But whatever. I'm just saying this is a thing that's also in the remake, which could be said of almost everything in this game. So like, I don't think I'm saying much. Gang, remind me, why is it sometimes removing my ability to cast a spell? Because like the bolt spell is bound to an all materia. Why is it only sometimes letting? Oh, it's only once per fight until I upgrade it. That's why. Okay, never mind. I remember. I asked and answered. Answered my own question. I gotta level it up before it lets me do it multiple times per fight. That's what it is. Roller spin. Look at that dude. Look at him go.
He's zooming.
Whee!
The skates look like they're like he's
backwards, yeah.
on his like ankles.
That's how it looks in the remake too. They preserved that, even though it makes no anatomical sense.
I mean, whatever, but like, I don't know, it just makes my ankle hurt.
What's this? Keycard 60.
I have not roller skated in years.
Hey, Cloud, we come this far. You thinking of going back down to the first floor? Nah. Yeah, that's right. Let's go on.
Why would we do that?
That's the elevator that you would have used to come up here, basically. So you have the option of going back down if you want to. So using the all materia to target multiple things does reduce the damage output of a spell. It does actually make it do less damage than if it was bunched up, than it was if you targeted it on one guy, which they got rid of in Remake, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure it just does the damage that it does in Remake. You can see it easier here. Like, it doesn't make as much sense, but, like, I think you may remember that one of Tifa's limit breaks is called, like, Dolphin Strike or something like that, and, like, when she does the uppercut, like, a dolphin briefly appears. I think that came up later because somebody said, "Hey, her ponytail, her hair looks like a dolphin tail," which doesn't come through as much in the remake because it looks like hair and not like whatever that looks like. But I'm willing to bet that was the that the model came first and then they were like, "Haha, dolphin."
Yeah.
What if dolphin? All right.
I had a
random encounters off. We're done. We're gonna get through here quick.
Cool. I had a whole conversation for reasons that make sense the other day about how dolphins are mammals. Because the person I was having the conversation with was like, "But they live in water," and I was like, "Yeah, and that doesn't."
You were having a conversation with an adult about this?
Yeah. So it started with a child, and the thing was, the child was also like, "Yes, mammal," and then the adult was like, "No."
What are you talking about?
And I was like, yes. And I do really want to be clear that, like, if this was like a parent, I would have just been like, whatever, I don't care. But, like, this was a coworker of mine. I was like, I'm gonna tell you I have to put a stop to this. I was like, also, if the child is agreeing, yes, mammal, like, maybe it's the therapist in me, but I'm like, if it doesn't matter that I'm agreeing with the child, and I don't care if the child's wrong, but the child was right and I was right, because both of us had marine biologist phases. Child is actively in theirs. Mine was a decade ago. But damn it, a dolphin is a mammal.
I feel like you and Joey haven't had, like, because he's also like a fascinated by the ocean guy. I feel like you guys haven't had a marine biology conversation. It feels like something that should happen by now.
Probably, yeah. I don't think I have talked about this with you yet, but so the reason the dolphin came up and the mammal question came up was we were playing the, like, headbands game. Okay. Where you, like, put the headband on and you can't see what your card is and you're trying to guess what you are. So the child had dolphin, and so at the end of the conversation, coworker then circles back and is like, "You told that child that theirs was a mammal, but they were a dolphin, so I don't think that." And I was like,
"That's unfair. You cheated. You cheated, Aidan."
Well, she was just like, "You misinformed them," and I was like, "I did not."
Damn it! I forgot those guards move faster. I didn't. I was too confident that Barrett would get across. I forgot you have to wait until, like, their spot is, like, free instead of just, like, timing it correct. Actually, kind of low on health. I mean, I bet I can still handle it, but
But so this same child that, like, did get to dolphin from asking if they were a mammal, got really stuck on snail and just was not getting there. Because they said mammal again, and I was like, no, and they were like, reptile, and I was like, no, I'm just gonna tell you invertebrate, and they were like, shit, I have no idea. And so we were playing in a group at this time, and, like, this was the last one, and, like, they needed to leave because we were just kind of killing time until they were leaving. And so finally I just looked at him and I was like, either this is going to tell you what you are, or you're gonna look at me like I'm crazy, okay? And kid was like, okay. And I was like, you are a gastropod. And he was like, I'm a snail! And I was like, yes! And then same coworker who argued with me about mammals, dolphins being mammals, was like, what is a gastropod? And I was like, this is why we're not friends. It's like, this is why I don't like you. Like,
I forgot you can't brute force this. You have to do the stealth sequence right.
wow.
Because if you get caught, you don't just like kill them and then move on. You got to like back up to the beginning and re-stealth, which doesn't, make logical sense, but it's a video game. All right. Oh, good news is this side's like relatively easy.
So if you do it correctly,
I'm signaling them when to move by hitting a button, basically. So I have to do it manually myself, and then for them, I have to signal them when to move. And the trouble is that this first group, you can do it like while they are just like turning and patrolling. The trouble is that this one over here, our party members don't move as fast as the guards do. See how they're running instead of walking between their positions? So I actually can't have them move in the time that they are moving. I have to have them move when like the spot is just like flatly unguarded. Actually, I might not have a choice on this. There's always going to be a guard on that position, so I will have to do it when they move. 1001, 1002, 1003, 1001, 1002, 1003.
okay.
1001, 1002, 1003. Done.
Ta-da.
Okay, we gonna rock. Remember, we're here to save Aerith. Hell, I know that. I keep seeing these plants and being like, Resident Evil, green herb. Heal, green herb, green herb, green herb. Don't remember seeing your face before. You new here? Say, you're cute. Let me teach you a few things. Things? Wipe that stupid look off your face. It's only going to teach you how to go to the next floor. Higher-ups of the company use the floors above the 60th floor, but you can't get there without a key card. Get a key card, you can use the elevators freely. Voila! Hear that sound and the door will open. Just remember, there are different types of key cards. One key card alone won't get you anywhere. For example, only takes you to 64, 65 only takes you to the 65th floor. Security system worthy of Shinra. After all, they control everything in Midgar, and the world for that matter. Oh, gotta go. Gotta go back to work. Hell are you? What are you doing here? Oh, I see. Must be what they call it. Shinra Incorporated Repair Division. You know, this building looks like it's starting to fall apart. The door was just pushed open. You gotta fix that right away. Oh yeah, take a look at the other floors here. Take this. Thanks. Give me a free key card. It's keeping her. Did she forget her key card? Even employees can't access floors above the 60th without a key card. It's the lounge floor. Above us are special floors for the company bigwigs. It's tough working under someone. Wears you out. Never heard a ruckus downstairs. You know what that was all about? No idea. Need to worry about no need to worry, because everything above the 60th floor is safe. Alright, well, we got a key card for the next floor by just talking to that dude, so that one was simple. It gets increasingly abstract and stupid and puzzly from here. So if I try to go up here, it's going to tell me, beep, beep, nope, can't get out, cannot go outside, door locked. Maybe it didn't actually say that aloud, but that's the point.
Yep.
Alrighty, well, gang, I'm probably going to have to start looking at a guide at this point, so it might be time for you to talk to Aidan. After we talk to Hart. How do you do? This is the Midgar Mayor's office. Mayor Domino is in his office. I am the deputy mayor. If you should have any questions, feel free to ask me. Oh, and who might you be? You must be all those ahem. Me? I'm Domino, the mayor of Midgar. Actually, I'm mayor in name only. The city and everything in it is really run by Shinra Incorporated. My only real job is watching over Shinra's documents. Me, the mayor, a librarian. Oh, you want to go upstairs? I tell you what, if you can guess the password, I'll give you my key card. Yes, that's right, guess the password and I'll give you my key card. Give it to me first try, and I'll even throw in a special item. Did you speak with the mayor? A password? Oh, I get it. He's got way too much time on his hands, but you can't really blame him. Everything in Midgar is controlled by President Shinra. Maybe I can help you. What do you want to know? Forget it. I see. Then I guess that's that. Good luck finding it on your own. Decide you want help? I'll be over here. I gotta look up how to do all this crap, because this isn't the last puzzle we're gonna solve in here. So, gang, I would say if you got something you want to talk to Aidan about, like, now's the time. Anyway. I guess I will ask a question, though, just for a second, while chat thinks if they got anything they want to talk about.
Okay.
Aidan, obviously, we finished playing this game like a year and a half ago now, Remake at least. We were playing it over a long period of time, and you didn't have a lot of time to like mull over it. You didn't rewatch it afterwards or anything. How much did the music of it stick with you? And is any of this, like, you're going like, oh yeah, I remember this theme from Remake. Is any of that happening for you at all? Not this theme, because this theme basically isn't in Remake, but just in general.
I don't know.
Just curious.
I think a couple of times in, like, stream musics, I have heard things that were familiar from Remake. But I don't know that any of the stuff in here necessarily has made me be like, ooh, I remember.
Yeah.
I remember. But
it's also like Remake has such a huge soundtrack, and not that the original game has a small soundtrack, but like it is more contained. They do reuse tracks a lot as opposed to one-offs. So like the tracks that like will burrow your way into your brain here, and then you hear them arranged of like, you know, oh, this track has like 5 different versions in Remake that maybe you might not even register that they're all the same song if you hadn't heard that song, the one version of it, probably too many times here in the original. Like this is basically a remix of the Shinra theme, which is dum dum da bum 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 do do da do do da. Bum, 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 bum. Very angry and mean, which we hear mixed into like 17 themes in Remake. Whereas here, it's just the Shinra theme and infiltrating Shinra Tower, which is a lower key version of it. So it's like it stands out more here versus like hearing 700 versions of it in Remake. Let's see here.
I did not watch.
We're not doing the Turtle
Oscars.
Paradise side quest. I don't care.
Did you watch the Oscars?
I did not watch the Oscars. No. F the Oscars, man.
I feel pretty much the same about all award shows, which is like I will see the memes afterwards, and if something I like warrants a Google, then I'll Google afterwards. But I probably would rather be doing something else than watching the award show. I will say this is not at all what you asked. But there is a meme that has resulted from the Grammys. It's like Sabrina Carpenter, like with her tongue like on her teeth and upper lip, that is being used as a reaction image. Like I see it pretty frequently for when people think something is attractive. They'll like drop Sabrina Carpenter. That was her trying not to cry because she just lost, and it frustrates the shit out of me. Like I understand when you just look at her face. Like, the mouth that she's doing, sure. And because she's Sabrina Carpenter, like, obviously she is sexualized. But when you look at her eyes, no part of that woman's face looks happy. Like, and I just, it frustrates the hell out of me. I think it's dumb. I think context is important for lots and lots and lots of reasons. And using an image of a woman trying not to cry to be like, ooh, sexy. It's just, it irks me on a lot of levels. Oh, wow. I feel like that would be me. I have this stupid habit to watch every movie nominated in every single category. I do have the completionist gene. I think that.
To be fair, that's kind of what it's for. Is like to see movies that you missed and might have liked. I think that most people probably don't like the type of like. I'm not being condescending, but like Oscar noms tend to be kind of cerebral and depressing, not big crowd pleasers. Me, I like cerebral and depressing sometimes, but I
like it sometimes. But it's kind of the same as what I'm trying to do with books now, where like I'll read a good book and then I'll like go read some slop and then I'll read a good book. So we talked about Spider Book last time. The I think good book that I'm reading right now is called God of the Woods by Liz Moore. That's about, how do I want to? It is very transparently about, like, kids going missing in the woods. But then there's a lot of other stuff, and you're, like, bouncing around between, I think, literally 5 different points of view.
This is the worst guide I've ever seen.
5 different points of view and 2 different timelines. Maybe even more than 5 points of view. Because I'm trying to think of all the people. We get These names aren't gonna mean anything. Tracy, Carl, Alice, Barbara. Hang on, I should just count from here. Barbara, Tracy, Alice, Louise, Jacob. Carl is 6.
Oh my god, all of these
Utica.
guides are telling you how to solve the puzzle and not the puzzle solution. Like, I could solve the puzzle. I'm trying to do this fast. Jesus Christ, come on, guys. Help me out here.
So I have 7 points of view that I have seen, and I'm only halfway through the book. So there may be more points of view. So it's very interesting. It's very good. I am listening. I'm looking at this because I'm listening to the audiobook on Spotify.
Oh, it's because the password's randomly chosen. That's why. Okay, never mind.
I see.
Got it. Okay, that's why. That's why you do have to teach yourself. Got it. Okay. So basically the puzzle here is that you read the plaque here. Shinra Urban Development Research Laboratory. Scientific research. And the idea is that you have to find the book that doesn't belong in each area. And the books all have a number in front of them. And then you read the you use that well, I'll show. Here. So, sorry, what was this? Sorry, I wasn't even paying attention. What was this one? This is...
Peace Preservation.
Peace Preservation Weapon Development Research Laboratory. Peace Preservation. So that would be public security then.
Uh-huh.
Heidegger's Shinra Peacekeeping Law.
That
Economic
one.
Report, Anti-Shinra Activities. I would say that's Anti-Shinra Activities is security.
Well, space also, though.
No, because the space program is a different field entirely.
Yeah.
So, the space program, it says 17. So, MODERNISTORYOFMI. So one of our letters is I.
That is insane.
One of our letters is I.
Do I need to keep a note?
Sure.
Okay.
By the way, you can just brute force this because you basically have like 10 options and you can just pick all the options until you get the right one. You just won't get the prize.
Yeah.
Space.
So this one's space.
Mako energy and planet movements. Planet movements could be space related. Midgar city map is definitely wrong. Economic report, space development. Yeah, okay. All right, this one's wrong. So that would be G. Letter 4 is G.
Hello?
G as in Genesis. Scientific research. Mako energy and the rise of and the rise in life forms. Okay. Rank and extended use of Mako weaponry. Probably not, but let's... High Mako levels. Okay, if it's weaponry, that's gotta be the one that's wrong. Because there's like a weapons development segment. So, life and Mako energy. That one's getting tricky, but so that would be K, I guess. Yeah, 4. So K.
Okay.
Urban development. New plans for urban planning. Reconstruction. Experimental animals living in Midgar. Or near Midgar. So that's wrong. D-A-T-A-O-N. Okay, O. So what are our letters here?
O?
Yeah, O.
Or N?
You're right, sorry, N. Sorry, I was counting the space because I'm stupid.
Okay. I-G-K-N.
And now we unscramble them. Got it?
King.
Then tell me, what's the password?
King.
King. King! God, I love the sound of that. King! President Shinra sucks! I should be king of Midgar. Well, okay, here, take it. So, by the way, one of the other things we can say here is best, and that's where, that's right, the mayor is the best comes from, which is what they kept in Remake. Instead of making, 17 versions of that cutscene.
Yeah.
But yeah, never thought you'd get it on the first try. Just goes to show you can't judge a book by its cover. Oh well, a promise is a promise. Take this too. So if we had asked Hart, he would have explained, like, that wasn't completely just like figure it out inscrutable.
Okay.
Hart would give us a hint if we asked him for it.
Okay. Do we lose something by getting a hint?
I don't know. It might just cost money. I don't care. I just knew that I didn't need it. So I went ahead. Why would I do something like this, you ask? Revenge, of course. Shinra's been torturing me forever. That's why I was a little rough on you all just now. Now go up there and really make them suffer. This ought to teach them. Hehehe. But my card will only get you to the 65th floor. Can you believe this is how they treat me? Me, like some common employee. If you run into President Shinra, please don't tell him about this. I can't be partner to any more trouble for Shinra. All right. Can't do this floor. Can't do this floor.
But we can go.
Can go here. Locked. Bummerooski. Locked? Locked? Well, the humanity! What am I supposed to do? Solve another puzzle, that's what. Okay, hold on. Let me remember how to do this puzzle. Or am I even going to remember, or am I just going to cheat, is the question. I'm probably just going to cheat, because I want to go quick. So this is the only visual establishment, I think, in this game that Sector 5's plate like previously fell. Midgar, city born, or rather 6, I guess. City born from the Earth's Mako, a model of the city. When construction of Sector 6 finishes, Shinra's plan will be complete. That must be why he took Aerith. Model of Midgar. So it's a little unclear, because it's kind of low grade, but like Sector 6 is deliberately unfinished. The other sectors just have pieces missing, like jigsaw pieces. That's why there's that weird red-black spots. Mm-hmm. We're supposed to like find the jigsaw pieces and put them back, but I don't remember how, so let's go. Aidan, look back at chat while I continue to solve this shit.
So they're still talking a little bit about the Oscars. Someone, Victor said, I mean, if I watched just the best picture, best international feature, short stock,
Heart charges you. 500, 1,000, or 2,000 for better hints.
Interesting.
Continue, sorry.
Short stocks, animation, it would be super fun, but I also watch some movies that only have one good aspect that give it one nom. A comment on liking puzzles because they whip out pencils and papers to write stuff down. And then Victor followed up with, this year the movie... Like this year, the movie where The Rock played the MMA guy got nominated for Best Hair and Makeup. The makeup is great, but the movie is so bad. I didn't even know that happened. Sometimes the movie has
the makeup was so incredible that I remember being in the theater and the trailer for that coming on, and it took me until halfway through the trailer to be like, is that Dwayne Johnson? Like, he looks
what
really...
movie is
it was
this?
called the Smashing Machine, I believe. So it's a biopic about, like you said, an MMA fighter. And, you know, it's one of those things where because it's Dwayne Johnson, like, they did a lot of the fighting for real with you know, the lead actors.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he looks real different.
Yeah, he does.
I heard mixed things about the movie. I didn't hear it was, like, terrible, but I didn't hear it was great either. But yeah, really impressive makeup. Like,
yeah.
Is that? Oh, that is him. I was watching the trailer and I was like, who is that? I don't know who that is. Kind of looks like Dwayne Johnson. No, that's not Dwayne Johnson. Of course, that's not what Dwayne Johnson looks like.
Yeah.
And then his name came up at the end. It's like, oh my God, it's him.
Sometimes the movie has one nomination, but it doesn't deserve it. Like the documentary about Diane Warren, who is the woman who gets nominated every year for Best Song, but always loses. And the movie is about how she wants to win an Oscar, so she made this doc to win, but the song is awful and lost it again.
That's so funny.
No.
That's real funny. That's really funny. The only documentary nom that I know about this year is the Mr. Nobody versus Putin, which is a guy... It's a professional videographer from Russia who was hired to come in and film, like, events at elementary schools over the 2 years following the Ukraine war. And he's, like, basically, like, at this point in time, the propaganda machine was like, everybody in Russia must love Vladimir Putin and be okay with the war effort. So they started, like, just, like, adding stuff to the curriculum of Putin is great, the war in Ukraine is justified. So he was like, I've got an excuse to be in this school anyway. I'm going to start taping everything.
Yeah.
And then when he noticed people, like, so he kept this up for like 2 years until he noticed he was being surveilled, and then he was like, I'm out of the country now. And then he cut a documentary about it. Or worked with another guy to cut a documentary about it, I think. 4 of them are locked. 6th chest contains containing a key card by the stairs. I thought I already checked this one. This one's locked. I guess there's another one up here that I didn't check.
Mm-hmm.
Nope. Son of a bitch. I guess we just gotta check all of them. I assume they were all locked until completing the puzzle, but I guess one of them is unlocked.
Wow!
Key item Midgar parts. Damn it. Okay, let's see here. Placed into any sector. When a part is input, a corresponding chest unlocks. Cool, that's fun.
So it's just random?
Yep, just figure it out, idiot.
Cool.
Let's see here. Model of Midgar. Insert Midgar parts. Sounds like something opened up somewhere. Who knows,
Go
except
check
for me,
all
because
of
I'm
them.
using the guide. So we're gonna cheat.
Oh, it'll tell you?
I'm looking in the guide, yeah. Received Midgar parts. Let's see. Sector 4 does not have a corresponding chest and will unlock all parts chests on the floor. Oh. Well, we'll just do that one then. So let's see. That's 6, 5, 4. No. I think, did I check the right one? Okay, good. Put in the right part. Sounds like something opened up. So that should open all the ones that have parts in them. After opening a chest, they will all relock. Oh, never mind. Regardless of the sector the parts were placed in, all chests will unlock. Therefore, after placing a part in Sector 4, the sector chest correspondence no longer matters and the chests can be opened in any order. The library puzzle's a decent puzzle.
Mm-hmm.
This is stupid. This is just like time-wasty bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
The library puzzle I actually like, and I was like, oh, that would be a puzzle that if it showed up in a game today, I'd be like, that's fun. That's
Well,
like a fine puzzle to solve.
Yeah, it seems like that was an actual puzzle, whereas this is just like a run around. Busy work.
Insert Midgar parts. Sounds like something opened somewhere. Whee!
Jump too soon.
Yahoo! We're almost done.
Victor, I think talking about the movie you were talking about, said the movie is great. The guy was paid by the government to record political propaganda,
Yeah,
so he
yeah.
just recorded everything they were forcing into
Yep.
the kids and made a movie. It
Yeah.
wasn't the best of the docs.
Well, I mean, also, like, I saw like a review that was like, I was like glimpsing at stuff of it, and like, it wasn't even an actual review. It was like, you know, a blurb of like, so and so critics said that this negative, like, liked it, but it had these problems. You know, it's like the Wikipedia summary of critical response. And one of them was like, you know, but a lot of plot threads are just kind of like, you know, plot threads and characters who were introduced are just kind of dropped. And I'm like, well, it's because he was filming it in secret.
Yeah.
And he got what he got.
Yeah.
Like, what are you talking about?
Your punctuation is not nearly as bad of a problem as my comprehension, so you're fine.
66 is what it just gave me. I wasn't paying attention. Upstairs, floor 66.
Oh, there's people.
Yeah. So sick of carrying all these files, but I get to meet a lot of guys. I guess that's the benefit of being a secretary. A line written by a man if I've ever seen one. Wow, I love being a secretary. I get to be sexually available to so many guys. Phew! That was comedy, I guess. Just me, or does the conference room smell? There's some sort of stench coming from somewhere. That's our hint, to use the bathroom to eavesdrop on the conversation. Flush, climb, or get out of here? Let's climb up.
Whoa. I think the problem of the smashing machine is that the movie is just a sequence of events that doesn't say anything in the end.
Well. Sometimes that happens with biopics. Sometimes it doesn't quite come together. Telling the story of what
Yeah.
happened to the dude, and you're like, didn't take enough artistic liberties to give it a point.
Yeah.
Jeez, that's a lot of suits. We have the damage estimates for Sector 7. Considering those factories we already set up and all of the investments, the damage is estimated at approximately 10 billion gil.
Jeez.
The estimated cost to rebuild Sector 7 is... We are not rebuilding. Again, talking about, like, you know, like, oh, the remake is so cavalier about... They list casualties in the remake. They're like, this many people are gonna die if we do this, which they don't even do in this version. We're leaving Sector 7 as it is, and restarting the Neo-Midgar plan. Then the Ancients? The Promised Land will soon be ours. I want you to raise the Mako rates 15% in every area. Rate hike, tra-la-la, please include our space program in the budget. Wow, oh, please include our space program in the budget. Should be going clownier for Palmer.
He's so round.
Yep. Reeve and Scarlet will divide the extra income from the rate increase. Oh, man. Look at him, like, bend over, and his whole body splits open like a Canadian on South Park. Sir, if you increase the rates, people will lose confidence. It'll be all right. The ignorant citizens won't lose confidence. They'll trust Shinra Incorporated even more. After all, we're the ones who saved Sector 7 from avalanche. That dirty shithead. That dirty motherfucker. Hojo, how's the girl? As a specimen, she is inferior to her mother. I'm still in the process of comparing her to her mother, Ifalna. But for now, the difference is 18%. How long will the research take? Probably 120 years. It's probably impossible to finish in our lifetime, or in the lifetime of the specimen, for that matter.
Oh.
Yeah, he's not quite as ugly as in the remake, but that ugliness is still coming through. He's still uglier than the other models here. That's why we're thinking of breeding her. Yeah, I was like, you started reacting. I was like, was it because his face turned around? I was like, oh no, it's because of the line. She was reading the line. Then we could create one that could withstand our research for a long time. He does imply this in Remake as well.
I remember.
Yeah.
It doesn't...
Yep. Oh, it's bad. It's bad. What about the Promised Land? Won't it hinder our plans? That's what I need. That's what I need to plan. Mother is strong, yet still had her weaknesses. That concludes our meeting. When we start talking about impregnation, that's when I need the meeting to be over. It's a bit much for me, I have to be honest. Something stinks. We're talking about Aerith, right? I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. Probably. Let's follow him. Moonwalking back out of this vent.
Oh my gosh. The idea that Barrett could fit through there is pretty
I know,
funny.
right? That's why they didn't let him go up there in Remake. They're like, oh, this doesn't make any sense. Hold on. Got NPCs we could be talking to, but who cares? I gotta follow Hojo. This is what I mean, when the soundtrack is more repetitive and more limited, you memorize the tracks better than with the actual, like, you know, better score. So it's like, which one is better? I don't know if it's even, like, better or worse. It's just, like, one of them has a different, one of them has a different impact on your brain. There is also an element of, like, the techno, like, you know, like, PS1 soundboard of this soundtrack does give it, like, a, like, almost grungier vibe. I don't know if that's the right word.
Can we...
I think we are gonna like sprint through it before it can close, is the idea. There were other floors we should be able to explore, but I forget how to do it. I remember him. That Hojo guy. He's in charge of Shinra's science department. Cloud, don't you know him? This is the first time I've ever actually seen him. So, that's what he looks like. Freak. Uggo. Let's see, specimen Hojo asked me for is... None of you want to talk to me?
Are we not worried about being busted?
I don't care. I'm trying to talk to people. I'm trying to make new friends.
Okay. I guess the assumption is, like, if you're on this floor, you're supposed to be here because we're Shinra.
Precisely. That's kind of the assumption they make in Remake as well. They'll never see me here. Is this today's specimen? Yes. We're starting right away. Raise it to the upper level. My precious specimen. Dink, 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 dink.
He's got the crazy forehead.
He does have the crazy forehead. He's got Neanderthal forehead coming out over his eyes. That's why he's doing so much science. Is he's like, I'm so lowly evolved. I need to unlock rapid human evolution so I can stop being a gross Neanderthal. Tink, tink, tinking. And I want to just say, after being very concerned about, us possibly looking up her skirt while going up the stairs, just shoving her ass.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, like, she's showing. There's some cheek coverage going on right there is all I'm saying.
Or lack of.
Precious specimen? Is this going to be used for a biological experiment?
Almost certainly, babe.
Her fist is doing like a squash and stretch there, actually. It's not just moving forward and back. It was doing like a little squash and stretch. Genova. You guys are supposed to be reading the nameplate, but we can't read it because the resolution's too low. Ew, yep. That's your little glimpse of Genova, just that JPEG in this.
Oh, bad anime protect.
Yeah,
syndrome.
It's getting severe. Look at Tifa, she's like, she did a cartoon, like her heels were like, her feet were up. Genova, Sephiroth's, so, they brought it here. Cloud, be strong. Did you see it? See what? It's moving. Is it still alive? Where's its fucking head? This whole thing's stupid. Let's keep going.
All of the reactions I had possibly imagined. Where's its head? This whole thing
is stupid. Let's keep going.
All right.
This is dumb.
I haven't. Have you watched The Secret Agent?
The Secret Agent? No, unfamiliar with The Secret Agent. Oh, I was in chat?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, nope. Have not watched The Secret Agent. Sorry, I thought you were asking me. My bad.
I was, but on behalf of.
Yeah, sure. Just, I just missed that. Aerith? What was that her name? Hojo would know that, but I guess, it's to show that he doesn't care about anything. What do you want? What is it? What do you want? We're taking Aerith back. Outsiders. Should have noticed it earlier. There's so many frivolous things in this world. I can't be bothered with people breaking into my lab. You're going to kill me? I don't think you should. The equipment here is extremely delicate. Without me, who could operate it? Ugh. That's right. I recommend you think things out logically before you make any rash moves. Now, bring in the specimen. Oh no! She's being attacked by some kind of freakish lion! Cloud, help! What do you think you're doing? Lending a helping hand to an endangered species. Both of them are on the brink of extinction. If I don't help, all these animals will disappear. Animal? That's terrible. Aerith is a human being, and as for that lion, I don't care. You're gonna pay. Parrot, can't you do anything? Yeah, I'm gonna bust it up. All right, step back. Stop. What are you? Oh, my precious specimens. Yay! Stupid. Now's our chance to get Aerith.
Oh, there she is. For a second, I thought she was not in there anymore.
Thanks, Cloud.
Cloud, are you coming out?
He's thinking about it. What's wrong? The elevator isn't moving. This is no ordinary specimen. This is a very ferocious specimen. He's rather strong. I'll help you all out. It talked? I'll talk as much as you want later, miss. We'll take care of that monster. Somebody take Aerith somewhere safe. Tifa, I'm counting on you. Or Barrett, take care of her. Hold on. Gotta check the affinity chart. It's very funny how sometimes, like that should seem like that's straightforward, right? Mm-hmm. Like, oh, if I'm trusting, you know,
But I assume if you say, like, okay, Barrett, take Aerith, then you stay with Tifa, and that's a point for Tifa.
Well, so that's what's confusing, is that here it might be like, Barrett is like, hey, he trusts me, I get +2. But Tifa might be like, no, I wanted to stay with Cloud, -2.
Yeah.
The logic is not always, like, completely straightforward, so that's why I'm double-checking. Not that it really matters, but more just that I'm interested. So let's see here. Yeah, so if I say, Tifa, I'm counting on you, -2 to Tifa. Barrett, take care of her, +2 to Barrett. No rules. No rules in Final Fantasy Land. Hojo has named me Red 13, a name with no meaning whatsoever to me. Call me whatever you wish. So you can be very funny, and if you've already played the game and you know Red 13's real name,
you can put it in.
Yeah, which then leads to some very confusing dialogue later where they're like, oh, your real name... Oh, Red 13, your real name is real name?
Oh, yeah.
If it's let's imagine that his name is John. Oh, John, your real name is John?
Yeah.
Come on.
Apparently, Secret Agent was a movie that got Brazil nominated for Best Picture.
Oh, okay. Like they came out this year? This shows how little attention I'm paying, I guess.
Because Victor, who has been talking about the Oscars and movies and such, said they've been watching from Brazil for years, and you haven't seen the picture that got them nominated for Best Picture.
Yeah, I did it.
What is whoa? Big freak.
Yeah, we fought this guy in Remake as well. And in that fight, I remembered. Oh yeah, so yeah, we've upgraded her limit break now, so now she does 2 attacks. I
like the little dudes.
Yeah. You didn't like the little dudes in Remake. You said they were super gross and creeped you out.
Well,
and
they're
just
fine.
Little, here they're orbs.
Yeah.
What? You brought them all back to life, son of a bitch.
There's little guys here.
Oh, I can't even target the guy in the back, and if oh, never mind. There it worked. Dude, I hate the targeting in this fucking game. Okay, if I hit left on the D-pad, doesn't work. I have to hit up and so like watch this. If I'm hitting left,
nothing.
I have to hit up and right to be able to do it.
Oh my gosh.
Notice how I'm taking poison damage even as I'm in the menu trying to figure out, okay, who am I trying to heal? What's going on? This doesn't make the game better, Square. Any weaknesses? No weaknesses. Hit it with whatever you got. Oh, Tifa's gonna die.
Tifa's, yeah.
Oops. Yep, she's dead. Dead on the floor. Dead titties up. Dead on the floor. I wish she was in the Family Guy death pose.
Oh, gosh.
I wasn't ready for this. I wasn't even thinking about. Okay, so I can't target the back line. It wasn't, okay, all right, whatever, it's fine. I can target the back line with the limit break. Doesn't have to be a guy in the front. They're not like blocking my access to him. Okay, I should have used Red's turn to heal Cloud, but that's okay. Cloud is gonna heal himself. I do have antidotes. I forgot. I do actually have 1 or 2 antidotes. I should actually just be using those. I mean, I'm fighting a guy who's poisoning me. I should be healing the poison status effect. Cloud, don't die. Don't die as soon as I take the poison off of you. Please, 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 please. That's gonna kill. It's gonna kill. No, I just poisoned him again. Whatever. Fuck it. This is why turn-based combat sucks, especially ATB. Like, it doesn't matter. Oh, I healed. Oh, he poisoned me again. Fuck it, just kill. Just kill.
Ah, okay.
It's fine. It's fine.
So because she was down at the end, she doesn't get...
That's correct.
Okay.
Standard RPG rules. Aerith, you alright? She seems alright in many ways. What does that mean? What does that mean? Is she too happy to see Cloud and Tifa's jealous?
I wonder if like there was some weird translation in small box that was like, she seems okay physically, but we'll see about mentally.
Yeah, that makes more sense. She seems physically okay at least, but there are other ways that she could be, which then got translated to she's all right in several ways.
Yeah.
Not she's all right, but in other ways she might not be. Yeah, that would make sense. That would be, especially in Japanese, where there's so much like implication.
Yeah.
Like she is all right, but ways, all right she is, but many ways to be all right. Like could be what that was like, like a direct Japanese translation. I have a right to choose too. I don't like two-legged things. Again, following up on a line that doesn't exist or just translated wrong, who knows? What are you? An informed question, but difficult to answer. I am what you see. You must have many questions, but first let's get out of here. I'll lead the way. Cloud, so you did come for me. Whoa! I apologize for what happened back there. I was merely acting to throw Hojo off guard. Now that we saved Aerith, ain't no need to be in this building, so let's all get the hell out of here. If all 5 of us go together, we'll be noticed. Let's break up into 2 groups. Press triangle. Change party. Well, Tifa's dead on the floor anyway, so... And Barrett's equipped and Aerith isn't, so... But Aerith also needs to level, but I don't know. I don't care. Let's, materia. Oh, right, I want to take materia off of people. I gotta put them back in. Cool. Awesome.
Well, you didn't have to earlier.
Yeah, but that's because she was gone.
Oh, okay.
She's technically still part of the party. Let me put these guys back in and just take stuff from them real quick. Let me just take dead Tifa's things. Steel, I don't care about. Elemental, I want. And ice, I want.
Someone asked if this is the Cosmo Canyon song remixed?
Yep. It's not even remixed. It's just like looping at the beginning of it.
Okay.
This is skipping ahead, but Red is from a place called Cosmo Canyon.
I see.
And they are playing basically like the... What's the music term? The hook? No, we like the part before the hook, like the very beginning of the song, basically.
Okay.
They're looping instead of like letting it go on into the actual song, giving us a little preview. Which is also what happens at this part in Remake. You hear just a little bit of the Cosmo Canyon theme. Okay, you know what? Actually, hold on. Item. Oh, we're almost out of potions. Barrett, use magic instead. Finished. I'll see you later. We'll be waiting at the 66th floor elevator. We'll be going first. Meet at the 66th floor elevator. I wonder if that affected affinity, because sometimes when it's like, pick a party, like, depending on who you pick also affects it.
Mm-hmm.
Not there. Oh, wait, no. Once the party splits up. If either Barrett, Aerith, or Tifa are in the party, they get a +2 boost. Well, it's fine. I don't care. That's not that big of a deal. Received enemy skill materia. Put that on right away. Who's got space? Anybody got space? Nobody has space. I don't care about sense. I'm never actually going to use it. Dude, I keep like checking. What's his elemental weakness? Oh, none. Because Remake is better. Receive potion. Receive potion. Good, because I spent all of my potions. No, please don't kill me. I only did what Hojo told me to. I'll prove it to you. Here, this is a key card for the 68th floor. Would I be doing this if I was the enemy? Thank you. Thank you, kind sir.
Coward.
That's right. Run away, little bitch. Little bitch boy, no balls. Oh, I hit the save button. I hit the menu button an inch too soon for the save point. Yeah, we'll loop back. Technically, this is Red's theme. Is it? Oh, is this version? Oh, I forgot to turn off multiple times. Is this version like listed in the OST as actually being Red's theme? Does it have a separate listing on the soundtrack? Did not realize. Oh well. So I think if we try to go up, even though they just gave us the key card, I'm pretty sure we can't do anything with that right now. Yeah. Oh, okay. It gets us behind here, so I can get these items. Receive potion. Receive potion. Cool. Refunded for that. But can't go anywhere else right now, so it's fine. Just makes a navigation thing later like marginally easier.
Gotcha.
But that's it. All right. Where'd they say they were waiting? I forgot what they said they were waiting.
66 elevator, I think?
Did they say the 66 elevator?
I think so.
Gang, where'd they say they were going? I don't remember. Oh, it doesn't matter. You're just supposed to get in the elevator and then get caught. Right. Hey, what is this?
Choo-choo. I'm sorry.
Would you press up, please? Turks must be a trap. This must have been a real thrill for you. Did you enjoy it? Grrr. Bum, bum, bah. So here's the proper Shinra theme. The proper theme of bad guy, evil man. So from here on out, the entire, like, Shinra building sequence is, like, completely different in Remake. They got you, too.
I was just gonna say, we're missing one.
Where's Aerith? In a safe place. She's the last surviving ancient. And I am Skullface. I'm going to destroy the English language. Metal Gear references for no one but me. Don't you know, they called themselves the Cetra and lived thousands of years ago. Now they are just a forgotten page in history. Cetra. That girl is a survivor of the Cetra? Cetra, or the Ancients, will show us the way to the Promised Land. I'm expecting a lot out of her. The Promised Land. Isn't that just a legend? It's a little loud. Even so, it's far too appealing not to pursue. It's been said the Promised Land is very fertile. If the land is fertile, then there's gotta be Mako. Exactly. And that is why our money-making Mako reactor is necessary. It's a weird line. That's okay. The abundant Mako will flow out all on its own. That is where Neo Midgar will be built. Shinra's new glory. Puh. Son of a bitch, quit dreaming. Oh really? Don't you know? These days, all it takes for your dreams to come true is money and power.
Okay, that's interesting.
That is all for our meeting. I mean, like, you run like the planet, dude. I don't know. Come on, out of his way. Tifa really, showing her stuff off as she walks away.
Boobing boobily.
Boobing boobily. Hold it, I got a lot to say to you. Hey, by the way, it's hard to tell because he's against black, but this model always has, like, a cigar.
Oh, yeah.
Always. If there's anything else, talk to my secretary. That's his cool one-liner. I'm finished with you. That's his cool one-liner, Aidan.
Okay. Oh, wow, we're with Tifa. Does that mean she's winning affinity-wise?
Let me check the rules here. We're always in a cell with her, but when captured, Tifa asks Cloud if he can break out, and you have to answer a certain way. Can we get out of here? If you say, leave it to me, +1. If you say, kinda hard, -1.
Yeah.
Leave it to me, babe. Cloud, you're so brave.
Oh my god.
So this is this is, like, again, like, talking about, like, these points sometimes don't make logical sense, but there's a couple of things in here that are, like, actually, that's accurate to the characters. So, for example, if you don't get picked, and since I got this page pulled up anyway, when you're in Corneo's basement, right? If you don't get picked, then instead you and one of the other girls gets, like, shunted away, and you have to break out and go rescue the other girl. If Tifa's chosen as the date, and you talk to Aerith, you can say two things. You can say, are you all right? Or we gotta help Tifa. You can check on her first, or say we gotta go do this. If you say, are you all right? To Aerith, she gets +3. If you say, we gotta check on Tifa, she gets -2.
Yeah.
But if it's Tifa, and you say, are you all right? -2. If you say, we gotta help Aerith, +3. Tifa's more like, we gotta go help that other girl. Aerith is like, I'm fine. Okay, now let's go help Tifa.
Yeah.
Which is, because, like, you could argue, like, that would go either way for either of them. Like, you could almost go, like, Tifa's more concerned about, like, saving other, like, she's more concerned about saving other people. But also, like, she's more concerned about what Cloud thinks at first. Like, there's not really a straightforward rhyme or reason. But I like that you can, like, once you have that data, you, like, can get inside their brains a little bit for that scene. Anyway, can I leave? I wonder how Barrett is doing, I wonder how Red is doing, or I wonder how Aerith is doing. And at this point, if you think of Aerith, whoever he thinks of first gets +3. Whoever he thinks of second gets +1, and whoever he thinks of last gets no change. Red can't get affinity in this. Like I said, the only characters in this game who get affinity are Aerith, Tifa, Barrett, and Yuffie, who we haven't met yet, obviously. So we're gonna actually do Barrett first. Hey. Aerith is an ancient, and the real name of the ancients is Cetra. Ancients know where the Promised Land is, and Shinra is searching for that Promised Land.
There were two things down there about, some say Cetra, but the meaning is the same.
You know what they're referencing? The Kai blade, the key blade.
Oh, I see.
When that is introduced as a concept, Leonard Nimoy, Master Xehanort, summons the Greek letter Chi into his hand as a little hologram, because there's no fucking rules in Kingdom Hearts, and you can just do that sometimes. And he goes, yes, Ki, a most ancient letter. Some say Kai, but the meaning is the same. Nobody says Ki. Nobody says Ki, but Tetsuya Nomura is like, it can be pronounced both ways? That's like Key Blade.
Yeah.
That's like my thing. That's so cool. That's so cool. That's so different. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe they're pronounced like slightly different in Japanese, so it's obvious what they're talking about. But in English, the only way to tell is by like, do they say the or and reading the subtitles. It's very obnoxious and uncool. But I don't know. I guess if you're Japanese, it's like, wow, English is such a cool language. They don't have puns in Japanese. Like, the language is built for it, but they don't think puns are funny.
That's lame. That's sad.
If you try to make puns in Japanese, I'm like, that's not funny. Why would you say a word wrong? That's not funny. Just different
You're
cultures.
right, it's not funny, it's punny.
I only heard stories about the Promised Land. I don't know if it really exists. Is that right? Shinra believe the Promised Land is full of Mako energy, which means if Shinra gets there, they'll suck up all the Mako energy.
They sure will. No doubt about it.
And the land will wither away. Plant's gonna get weaker.
He was doing some serious man-spreading for a second there.
Can't just leave them be. I'm recruiting new members. Me, Tifa, Cloud, and Aerith too. How about you? You're so damn boring. There's I can't, this is a, you know, occasionally like parodies and like abridged or whatever like start to overwrite the canon in my mind. This is one of those moments. This scene is completely overtaken by the Team 4-star. Yeah, I just saw somebody yet. I was worried about that.
It was.
Not much I can do, unfortunately.
It's all right.
This scene has been totally overtaken by the Team 4-star abridged FF7. They're in this room, and Red is, instead of being like, hello, it's me, Red 13. He's like, hello, I I'm Tigger.
Oh no!
Almost like it's like almost like that. And in this scene, Red's like, "Hey Barrett, what's wrong?" And he goes, "I remember when I was just a tiny boy. I went to church and I prayed to God. I said, God, it's me, baby Barrett. There's only one thing I want in this world. You can do anything you want to me. You can take away my home, my family. You can take away my right arm. But I want a talking dog best friend." And here I find myself homeless, friendless, armless, but I am not talking dog best friendless. Oh my God, did we just become best friends? Yeah, we just became best friends. Ah!
Oh, goodness.
Mm-hmm. Nomura was thinking Greek letters have the same rules as kanji, symbols with many meanings and pronunciations. Like, I get where the logic came from, and I bet it reads much easier in Japanese, but in English, it's just like nonsense. It's very frustrating, but whatever. Japanese people love puns. There are already manga, like One Piece, there's tons of them. Maybe in English. I don't know about in Japanese. I've always heard that like they don't think puns are that funny. Love the Greek letter. Always has been written in lowercase because the capital is just identical to the English X. I wonder how Red 13 is doing. Grandpa. 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 What's so funny? Nothing. Kind hard. Don't give up. You're so brave. I wonder how Aerith is doing. Cloud, are you there? Aerith? You safe? Yeah, I'm all right. I knew that Cloud would come for me. Hey, I'm your bodyguard, right? The deal was for one date, right?
Oh, no.
What? Oh, I get it. Tifa, you're there too? Excuse me? You know, Aerith, I have a question. What?
Are you trying to take my man?
Does the Promised Land really exist? I don't know. All I know is the Cetra were born from the planet, speak with the planet, and unlock the planet. And then the Cetra will return to the Promised Land, a land that promises supreme happiness. What does that mean? More than words? I don't know. Speak with the planet. Just what does the planet say? It's full of people and noisy. That's why I can't make out what it is saying. We're gonna pretend. You hear it now? I only heard it at the church in the slums. Mother said that Midgar is no longer safe. That is, my real mother. Someday I'll get out of Midgar, speak with the planet, and find my promised land. That's what Mom said. I thought I would stop hearing her voice as I grew up, but... Let's just get some sleep. It's playing the inn jingle, even though we're in prison. For getting a peaceful night's sleep.
Hey, our door is unlocked.
Our door is unlocked. Door's open. When did it open?
Oh.
What's happened? Tifa, wake up! What's wrong? Something's wrong. Look outside. Well, she asked you what's wrong. Don't say something's wrong. I wonder what happened.
That's what I said. 30
Yeah, I know,
seconds
right?
ago.
Let's pick up the pace here. Should have a key on him. Come on, Tifa. Get Aerith. I'll go help Barrett and the others. I guess we have multiple. I guess he had multiple keys on him. Barrett, Red 13, come with me. Something's wrong. What do you mean something's wrong? We're busting out. How'd you get in? Why's the door open? Everything's great. What do you mean something's wrong? Let's get the hell out of here. Must have been attacked by... It's kind of eerie. Hell's going on? No human could have done this. I'll go on ahead. No human could have killed this guy, like we've killed many before. I'll clean up back here, so you guys go ahead. Don't get caught by Shinra. Come on, let's follow Red 13. Or is that me? Whatever.
Oh, another guy.
So,
oh, geez, there's a big...
Yeah, so this is something we talked about. Again, we haven't gotten this far in Remake yet, but I'll talk about it a little bit. That in Remake, to clear age rating stuff in certain areas, they could not have, in modern day, a trail of red blood leading throughout the building from a rampage. So instead, they changed it to ectoplasm from Genova being removed from the containment cell.
Oh.
They also, because that was the climax of the game, created a whole dungeon in Hojo's spooky lab of science, which does not exist in this version of the game, because this isn't the climax of the game. Did it get away? Genova? Genova specimen. Looks like it went to the upper floor using that elevator for the specimens. I did it again. I hit the button before actually touching it.
So a couple people have said puns.
Oh, do exist?
Yeah.
Whatever.
Puns are pretty prevalent in Rakugo acts.
I don't know. All right. Ignore me, I guess.
Lots of wordplay and puns, but sarcasm is what they don't get.
Sarcasm, yes, I do know that one. But no, I've just recently rewatched Tim Rogers' video on the localization of this game, and he talks about how puns aren't really super popular over there. But I don't know. Guess he was wrong. I don't know.
Well, I almost wonder if it's like we were talking about, where I'm hearing, or I'm seeing, I guess, like popular in manga, but it seemed like manga maybe was kind of low on the like writing hierarchy.
Yeah, who knows?
Skills.
Maybe that's considered
low form of humor.
Low brow.
Yeah.
So anyway, instead of following ectoplasm, we're following a continuous trail of blood, which a lot of people were like, they pussified it. And it's like, well,
for ratings reasons,
they would have gotten an M rating in certain regions. It's not cool. Like, I'm not happy about it, but it's also what happened. It's not like, it's not ideal. Mm-hmm. I wish it had been, awful and bloody and terrible and whatever, but they changed it, recontextualized the stuff.
So there are bodies that aren't on the trail, though.
Yeah. Well, let's just assume they were thrown away. I don't know.
I guess.
I
Fair.
agree.
That's fair.
It doesn't really make sense, but it does. It's so dramatic to follow a trail of blood.
Yeah. There's no trail leading to him.
Nope. Didn't have to render two versions of this. Well, no, because the room we just ran through only ever exists as the version with blood on it, I suppose. Mm-hmm. So, like, he's dead. Head of Shinra is dead. So, again, the Jaws comparison, we still haven't seen Sephiroth. Mm-hmm. Whereas in Remake, that's not how this plays out. Mm-hmm. Then this sword must be Sephiroth's. Sephiroth is alive? Looks like it. Only Sephiroth can use that sword. Who cares who did it? This is the end of Shinra. Wee! Please don't kill me! What happened? Sephiroth came! Did you see him? Did you see Sephiroth? Yeah, I saw him with my own eyes. You really saw him? Would I lie at a time like this? I heard his voice, too. He said something about not letting us have the promised land. Then what then does that mean? The promised land really does exist, and that Sephiroth's here to save it from Shinra? So he's a good guy, then. Save the promised land? A good guy? No way. It's not that simple. I know him. Sephiroth's mission is different. And we still really don't know anything about him. We heard that he was a hero and that he died. And then Cloud is, like, hallucinated about him a couple of times.
Rufus?
Shit! I forgot about him. Who's that? Vice President Rufus, the president's son.
A Nepo baby.
I wonder what sort of person he is. I only know his name. I heard he's been assigned somewhere else for a long time. I've heard that no one's ever seen him bleed or cry. Which is fairly close to the Japanese version. Tim translates the Japanese version. It's a little more obvious that she's being like maybe facetious, because she was like, I have heard that he has neither blood nor tears.
Oh, okay.
Like, oh, I've heard he's really tough.
Yeah.
He's a real ruthless guy. Can I investigate the body? Can I take the sword? Nope. Sephiroth just left his cool samurai sword behind.
I'm sure it has, like, a magical, like, he'll call it, and it'll just come to him or something.
Exactly. So Sephiroth was actually here. By the way, just who are you?
Oh, I remember this kid.
Yeah, I'm Cloud, ex-soldier, first class. I'm from Avalanche. Me too. A flower girl from the slums. A research specimen. This moment's kind of recreated in the lobby in Remake when they get cornered. What a crew.
Not the hair toss.
Well, I'm Rufus, the president of Shinra Incorporated. Dean said, can we talk about the end of Remake even though you haven't posted that part of the playthrough yet? Let's refrain. If it's, I mean, I've made comparisons to Remake where it's like the same or inconsequentially different. Like the actual spoiler shit that's like new if you haven't played a Remake, but you have played original, we're not going to discuss. Sorry, Dean. Gonna have to wait until till Remake playthrough is done. Only president because your old man died. Correct. I'll let you hear my inauguration speech. Father tried to control the world with money, and that worked for him.
Why is he going straight to Tifa?
Why wouldn't you? The people believed that Shinra would protect them. Work for Shinra, get your pay. If terrorists attack, the Shinra army will help you. It looked perfect on the outside. But I do things differently. I'll control the world with fear. It's too much to do it like my old man. This is so nonsensical. He controlled the world with money, I'll control it with fear. He just killed thousands of people to create fear and control the population. A little fear will control the minds of the common people. There's no reason to waste good money on them. He literally just said, and we're not spending any money to rebuild any of that shit. He's saying the same shit. Doesn't make any sense. They're trying to be like, and this guy's the new guy, and he's even worse.
Yeah.
It's like, is he worse?
Yeah.
Is he worse than that other guy? Is he worse, really? Is he worse? He likes to make speeches just like his father. Get Aerith out of the building. What? I'll explain later. Barrett, this is a real crisis for the planet. Okay. Hell's that supposed to mean? I'll explain later. Just take my word for now. I'll go after I take care of him. This is not great. This is meant to be like me knowing that Sephiroth is alive is a real problem, and this isn't important. Or not as important. You gotta get out of here. That's what that's supposed to be, but it's not doing its job. Cloud, I just thought of something. I'll wait for Cloud. Everyone get to the elevator.
Well, are you gonna tell him whatever Aerith just thought of?
No, it's fine. It's gonna get pretty ugly from here on. We should check our equipment. Cloud and Tifa's materia. I guess remove entire... I assume it gives me the opportunity to put it back on before the Rufus fight. Boy, this was not handled elegantly. This could have been handled better. All right, let's see here. Let's see. Enemy skill was on red, and he's still here. I guess it took it off of him when it... What a... The materia futz is always and forever. The materia futz will never stop. Ducky Parade said, God, I missed this in FF16. Just a bunch of blorbs. Like bloobs? Like balooga-honka-doos? Because I was talking about walking up to Tifa a second ago?
I think just like the all of them standing there being little blorbos.
Oh, sure. Yeah. That is genuinely the biggest problem with Damn it. With FF16 is that, like, it's one of the first games in the Final Fantasy series that I'd say isn't an ensemble cast of interesting, cool characters. Its cast is mostly lame and also mostly small and focused, which is just kind of incorrect. Actually, I guess I should put that on Aerith, huh? Oh my god, oh my god, guys. Oh my god. It's the materia. The materia. It never stops. Unversed, it never ends. I guess you get a fire. And, actually, no, hold on. Do I have a bolt? Where's bolt? Where's lightning? There. I need lightning. I'm gonna fight a machine. I'm gonna hope that it's weak to lightning, but it might not be. There might be no rules. Elemental.
The huge stars.
Oh, that's leveling the materia up.
No, I mean that one that has a billion stars.
That's all of the learnable enemy skills in the game. This is there's however many of those there are abilities that we can get hit by and then use it.
I see.
That number's much more manageable in the remake, and it's more like we've got more definitive, like clear-cut uses. I doubt I can poison a machine, but I want to level that poison materia up anyway, so it's fine. I want to level that all materia up. Give you ice. Oh, wait, hold on, I forgot. I want to give Barrett cover, actually, so I guess he's going to lose poison. Gotta have materia slots full, or you're just leaving experience on the table. You're leaving experience on the table if you're not full up on materia. What fun! I'm out of here. Instant boss fight.
Oh my gosh.
We fought this guy in just like an atrium in the place before. Now he shoots out the windows between the two elevators and we fight each other. Oh my god. Barrett is the only one who can attack this dude with non-magic. If you didn't put magic on the bros, then you just can't hurt this guy. Because you have to have ranged attacks. I think this limit just won't even hit him. Let's see if it even works. Maybe because it's a limit, it'll take pity on us and allow it to hurt him. Okay, it's allowed because I guess because it's a ranged attack. It's technically a ranged attack. Even though he's just, because if I try to have Red attack him, it's just not going to work. Yep, can't reach. Is he taking more damage from lightning? He is taking more damage from lightning. Okay, well, I've only got the one lightning materia, so it doesn't matter. Can I poison him? He's a machine, so probably not. Main artillery. Maybe I wasn't supposed to attack him when he had his things back like that. That was probably a cue to not attack him until he dropped out of that position. If he does main artillery... Oh, it missed, so it doesn't matter. We're just going to wait. Yeah, he's not attacking. I think I was supposed to... No? Oh, it just does main artillery whenever it wants. Or maybe it counts when you get hit. Or, okay, what? Am I supposed to wait here? What an inscrutable, mysterious game. Nope, he just attacks. Remember that first boss fight where it was like, sometimes you'll have to wait. And nope. Fake. Fake and stupid. Never do that. Just kill. No strategy. Unga bunga it. Might as well be a hack and slash action game.
So, couple things.
Yep.
Question of, has anyone here played Final Fantasy XI?
Nope.
They should put materia in KH4. I think in response to talking about, like, the ensemble cast, Ducky Parade said the game felt so lonely in...
16, yeah.
Yeah. The other characters felt like an extension of the main character, whereas here everyone has their own stuff going on.
That's accurate.
And then, I guess in response to that, Victor asked, is that necessarily a bad thing? And then I think maybe
bad. In this, well, not necessarily, but in 16 it's bad because everybody sucks.
I think maybe a suggestion to you, I don't know, throw a grenade?
Oh yeah. Right. Do I even have any grenades in my inventory?
I kind of didn't think we did. I don't know that I've seen grenades.
I mean, I could have bought one, but I guess I thought I'd, like, picked one up. I don't have any grenades. Can't throw a grenade. Don't have one. And now we've wasted time. And now he attacks.
I know the materia menuing is kind of annoying, but I honestly am shocked more games haven't stolen this system.
Oh, for sure.
Up. It's a pretty fun system.
The materia progression system is genius, but like it's just a little. There's never like the menu in this game isn't good for navigating it, and the menu in Remake is better, and it's still got like severe problems. It's just kind of funny, honestly.
In response to the "is that a bad thing?" we have, I thought so because I didn't like Clive that much.
Yeah, main character of 16. I've said before, the problem with Clive is that like his character arc is resolved at like the 9-hour mark, and it's a 40-hour game.
Yeah.
So you're like, well, okay, I guess we're just gonna kind of kill time now.
Yeah.
So you may recall, this is the enemy that we originally fought, not originally, in Remake, we fought at the top of the, as we were scaling up the collapsed plate. I said this is a boss that is from the original game, but it was moved. And this is the boss that I was talking about. Not that anybody would care. That is the next episode of the playthrough that's yet to release. Is we'll fight this guy, the Valkyrie, at the end of the next episode of Final Fantasy VII Remake. It was a logical place to move him to, honestly. I thought it worked great. So this is a great demonstration of why I think ATB and like most RPGs don't actually ask you to make interesting decisions. I am hitting him with my strongest attacks, and then when I have to heal, I'm stopping hitting him with my strongest attacks and healing. I don't think I'm making any interesting decisions. I think all of the interesting decisions behind this fight were made when I assigned the materia 5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Those are interesting decisions. But now I'm just like following out, well, what's the most optimized thing to do here? And like, I guess I can edge a little bit of like, how long do I wait to heal before I stop attacking? And that's kind of like, it's kind of it. That's all any of these games are to me, which is just like, I don't know, just kind of wildly uninteresting for the most part.
There is a question of, are we going to play Rebirth?
Who knows? I would love to. Guys, that game's like 100 hours long. We never have time. I would love to do Rebirth on the show. I mean, I'll be frank, part of us streaming this is that we would not play Rebirth with Aidan without Aidan having seen this first. Like if it was down to like, oh, we've got time to film Rebirth, it's like I would not do it with you until we played the original.
Yeah.
I still think that the game works as, like, if you've never seen the original game, like, it's still enjoyable and you can go through it, but, like, it hits a threshold where, like, the characters are so interesting and nuanced, it's like, I want to just be able to talk about them and what's going on and, like, the things that are going unsaid, and you can do that when
you know what the story is.
When everybody knows, like, oh, that character is upset in this scene because of this thing that happened to them that we don't know about yet.
Yeah.
And it's just, like, there's so much stuff in Rebirth that you appreciate so much more, when you've seen everything. I don't know, I just prefer it that way. All right, let's see here. What do we want? What do we want? I don't know, maybe he's weak to fire like in the original? I doubt it. I mean, rather in Remake. Probably not, but
Rebirth is like half the time if you just mainline the story.
This is true. However, I would want to do some of the side content. So, for reference, the way that I envision a theoretical Rebirth playthrough would be as follows. It would be very important for us to pre-tape that LP, for one thing. To remove, well, I don't know, that would be the thing. It's like there would be some sections where I'd be like, okay, we're going to play this live, and then other sections is like, I'm going to truncate this.
Yeah.
So there'd have to be a lot of like save file rotating and video files and whatnot. My thought is that it would be like, I would just hold on to save files, right? For like, okay, we walked into this new open world zone, and with Aidan and Joey, we would just do the storyline and like the two most interesting side quests. And then like, here's a side quest, it's got some interesting cutscenes, but it takes 3 hours and it's got 5 minutes of worthwhile content. So here's those cutscenes.
Yeah.
Done. And then what I would probably do is be like, okay, and then after those episodes release, even though we would have shot them like 6 months previously, then the next week I would do a stream by myself where I loaded a save of like, and here we are in this open world region, and we're going to do all of the just open world wandering around fun stuff. Doing the various monster hunts and finding hidden caves with treasure in them. And we'll hang out and do that on stream and just talk to people. I think that would be the way that I would handle a Rebirth playthrough.
Gotcha.
But I don't know. I haven't lent it, like, despite that way that just sounded, I haven't lent it a ton of thought. What else do I want on here? Anything? Probably not, honestly. I mean, I guess I want to... poison. Poison. Always be poisoning. Always be attempting to poison.
Have you played Final Fantasy V?
Nope. Joshua got most of the way through it a number of years ago, but I haven't played it. Why do you want to fight me? You want the Promised Land and Sephiroth. That's right. He wants Sephiroth too? Does he even know that Sephiroth's alive? Did you know that Sephiroth is an ancient? Whatever. I can't let either you or Sephiroth have the Promised Land. Okay. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Is that a mistranslation? Or is Rufus lying? Or did the writers change their minds? Who can say? We'll break into that shortly.
Okay.
I see. I guess we won't be allies.
Well, yeah, no shit. Oh, he's got the dog again.
Ha 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 ha! I'm evil.
Oh, his face is so tiny.
His eyes are so small.
Why is his face like that?
Racist depiction of Asians. Darkstar's gone in one hit. Just like in Remake, fight trivialized if you go in with a limit break. Sorry. You were gonna say something?
I feel like I remember that dog being way more annoying.
Oh yeah. I mean, this is made into like an honest to God like Devil May Cry boss fight. Here, this is like, I mean, this is a one-on-one fight with no one to back you up and heal you. Like this is a borderline like cinematic. I wouldn't say this fight's unlosable because it's like losable because it is certainly losable. But like it's not. This is genuinely like not meant to be a hard fight. This is just meant to be a little cinematic duel.
Okay.
With you and Rufus, and then Rufus runs away. Like, look, Rufus is just shooting me. Like, he doesn't have any moves.
Yeah.
Shotgun.
His coat opening and closing in the wind.
Uh-huh. That's the fight, I think. Oh, no, he's got some health left? He stopped moving. Is it waiting for... Nope, okay. Still a little fight left in him, I guess.
Well, his jacket's still
No, he's completely frozen. Never mind, he's moving again. Never mind. Does cross-slash have the possibility to inflict stop or something? Maybe it literally inflicted the stop status effect for a second. I don't know. That was funny. All right, whatever.
We know you would stream 500 hours of the Rebirth card game?
This is correct. Except that the card game is unskippable. That would absolutely be content with Joey and Aidan. The card game's the most important part. That's all for today.
Why is his face so dumb?
I mean, it doesn't look great in the original either, but I bet you that looks even worse in this port because of some stupid coding error that they didn't bother to clean up. Protect vest and guard source. I love guard source. I love a good guard source, don't you? I think guard source is just an item that you eat and it like increases your defense stat. Raises vitality, yep. I'll give that to Barrett. No, what am I talking about? What am I talking about? Cloud's in the party all the time. Barrett might not be in the party. Cloud needs to be stronger. Cloud always needs to be stronger. I shouldn't have wasted that potion. I'm not gonna have another fight. I just realized that. I can't believe I'm saying I shouldn't have wasted a potion, but like genuinely, I am such a poor broke boy in this game right now. If you thought you were gonna use that other door, you were wrong. Don't go that way, clown. This fight is so much cooler in Remake. Yeah, I mean, in this version, it's not really anything. It's over in, like, you guys just saw it. I mean, I got a little bit lucky that I went in with a limit break, so I could just kill the dog instantaneously, but, like, I didn't really remove a substantial portion of that fight. Where's Rufus? I couldn't finish him. This is gonna get complicated. He's still alive. We didn't polish him off. Do 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 do. Ba 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 ba. So hey, look, we can explore the lobby a little bit still.
Oh, and the cars and stuff.
The cars and stuff. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Let's see. I wonder if it's gonna let me go upstairs. I bet not, but let's just give it a shot. I bet it's not gonna let me go, but let's have a look. It is! Yay! We're just gonna explore the lobby now as Aerith. And I've got random encounters turned off, so they can't even do anything to me.
You should have spent all your money on grenades.
I should have spent all my money on grenades, apparently.
Are there still people there hanging out?
Yeah, they don't know. Honey, would you buy me that car? But baby, it's way too expensive. See, now the light's in my eyes. You opened up all those things without asking, and hey, wait! You opened up all those things without asking, and hey, wait!
Stop doing that.
Welcome. Our special today is Eog! Here to take the money! I don't want your money. Avalanche ain't no pack of criminals, except for how we be blowing up all the critical infrastructure and all that. We just want back what your boss stole from us. I mean, who he stole from us. Oh, this is dialogue as if Aerith wasn't with you.
This is like as if we were on our way up.
Yeah, we want back who you stole from us. Aerith is the one here. We might even pay you if you help us. Oh, okay, well. And now I can buy from a shop. Nope, but guess what they don't have? Grenades. Thank you and come again. Forget I said that. Don't come again, please. You open up all those things without asking. Oh, so now, even though a second ago they're like, please take all the money. They're still like, hey, don't open that. It's not letting me look at it. This TV I thought had like an FMV of like, of like a showroom of like the cars that they're advertising here. Oh well, not a big deal. I know they're somewhere around here. Maybe we can't even do, oh, hold on, there's another floor. There's a whole other floor. So much to explore. They really didn't expect us to walk around here. Oh, it's this monitor, I think. Yeah, this monitor, like, if you walk up to it, no, maybe not. Or maybe it's not working right now. Somewhere in here, there's a monitor that triggers a whole unique FMV that's just like a showroom, like like a PowerPoint sizzle reel of like various cars that Shinra sells, which is super missable.
Seems like maybe speedrunners do that, where they buy all the grenades at the early game.
I'll go on ahead. Shit, we're surrounded. If I was alone, this wouldn't be a thing. But I got a reputation to protect. If I was alone, I would kill them all. But with help, I got a reputation. You just gotta help them, is what it means. You all get out while you can. It's not you they're after, it's me. Yeah, well, that ain't happening. You got caught up in this over Marlene. Now it's my turn to help you. Okay, playtime's over, jackasses. Thank you, Mr. Barrett. Who you calling Mr. Barrett? That don't sound right. So this is Joey and I called him Mr. T in our playthrough. So she says, thank you, Mr. T.
That don't
sound right.
I see.
Well then, if you are through talking, may I suggest that we think of a way to get out of here? Huh? Oh yeah, you're cold, man. Just like someone else around here I know.
What, Cloud?
Yeah.
I see.
Did you say something? Not a thing. So what are we gonna do? Barrett! Tifa, where's Cloud? Everyone, over here! I want you to mind palace yourself to 1997. There is no such thing as YouTube. There is no... You don't have a VHS, DVD, whatever. This is just the game. There's no YouTube. If you want to see something in a video game, you gotta start it from the beginning and play up to that point again, or make a save file or whatever. Mind palace yourself to 1997. Toy Story came out 2 years ago. The PlayStation is brand new. Huh? What's up? Where's Cloud? He's coming. Hurry, hurry!
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh! Oh my god. Oh my gosh, we're going through the glass. It didn't break like glass, but that's fine.
It didn't break like glass, but it's okay. It did break.
Oh, yeah, we're badasses. This is great. That one looked a little bit more like glass.
Yep. You better believe that shit was in the trailers. That they aired on TV. They were borderline false advertising. Control the bike with directional buttons. Save your friends. Win the truck from the Shinra Pursuit Troops. I do actually need to open the menu for a second.
This is not the time to be asking me about laundry, Spencer. It's fine.
Everybody's been unequipped. All right, he's still got his stuff on him. It's fine. We're good.
Can you see well enough to do this stuff right now? The sun has moved. Oh! Whack, whack. Whack him. Save your friends in the truck. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. This is crazy.
So especially in 1997, there were a lot of people who were like, oh my god, this is the fucking ending of the game. I guess I have, because I've never played a Final Fantasy before. I guess I gotta wait for fucking Final Fantasy VIII to find out what happens next.
Whack, whack, whack. I guess it is like a sword going through the air sound. It for a while there.
After a fashion, yeah.
Yeah. For a while there, it sounded like, I don't know, like it's got a big fucking rolled up newspaper.
I also want to point out they've all got animated little pixel sprites that are blinking, and it's a different illustration than is in the menus. This is a whole separate illustrations of all of them that are based on the additional Tetsuya Nomura sketches that are only in this one sequence.
Uh-oh. I didn't notice they were blinking until you said that.
Yeah, because you're looking at the game. Why would you ever look at those blinking sprites? You're busy driving the motorcycle.
I'm not even the one driving the motorcycle, and I wasn't looking.
I'm saying even then, why would you be looking at the health bars? You're looking at the driving. You're looking at the action.
Yeah. Schwack, schwack. I remember this being a banger track in Remake, and it's a banger track here too.
It begins with like an electric guitar arrangement of this, and then it eventually, because the sequence is longer in Remake, it moves into like a medley of multiple like tracks from throughout the adventure. It goes to Bombing Run, and then to the boss theme.
Oh, oh, oh!
It's Motorball!
Uh-oh, uh-oh,
He did the Akira slide! He did the Akira slide! So when they announced that part 1 was going to be just Midgar, me and everybody else was like, they can't end the game with Motorball. And of course it turned out they didn't. They sure didn't end the game with Motorball. We'll have a conversation about that another day.
Victor says this scene talking about the cutscene and the motorcycles made the game 5 times more expensive and probably 200 times more profitable.
Exactly.
Did they advertise the game with only CG cutscenes? Is this a reference to Final Fantasy 12? G-Bike? 11? 12. 12 from here.
Final Fantasy G-Bike was a mobile phone exclusive, like, just the motorcycle mini game, circa like 2012 for iPhone. That's what that person is referencing.
Victor asked what the name of the song is.
Crazy Motorcycle.
Peeps a lot. Everyone forgot to set their materia for the next fight after the bike sequence when they were kids, which made it one of the hardest fights in the game.
Not me.
Victor says Final Fantasy 12 is actually just a demo for G-Bike.
Final Fantasy 7. Final Fantasy 7. That's not 12.
That's a 5, not a 10.
Yep. I was like, I don't know. Like that must be incorrect. I don't get that joke.
Nope. It's me. I'm the idiot. Peeps a lot answered name of the song also with Crazy Motorcycle. Apparently, it's also called The Chase.
Yeah, there's different
According
titles
to
for it.
Square Enix.
Yeah, there's different.
Channel.
It's been released under different titles. I shouldn't have put Bolt and Heal on the same person, but that's okay. Because now, like, Tifa's taking a turn to heal when she should be doing the most damage in the party, but that's fine. It's okay. Again, like, oh wow, I'm marginally less optimized for this fight. Okay. Wow, ATB sure is interesting.
Ooh.
And he does this move in Remake as well. Obviously, you still fight him on the bike, but he does that and like scorches the highway with flames that you have to avoid.
Big shot.
Now's your chance to be a big shot, to be a big shot, to be a big shot. Oh my god, if all three of them get to use limit breaks and Tifa's kills it, that would be so crazy. If Tifa's limit break kills it, and all three of them got to do limit breaks in a row, that would be the most cinematic thing that can happen in this game. Ah, damn it. If only she'd gotten off that one extra bolt. Instead of healing, we would have had it. Twin burner.
Victor says that Argue the Remake would be better if it ended with bike.
Listen, we'll talk about the ending of Remake when we get to that in the playthrough, because we've literally already recorded a lengthy discussion of that you guys just haven't seen, and you'll see it eventually. Yay, we win!
It's like beating the Kingdom Hearts 2 boss with the RC.
Oh, with the reaction command.
Oh!
With the triangle prompt in Kingdom Hearts 2. Yeah. That's correct. Star Pendant, which prevents poison.
The existence of Big Shot implies
There's
a
biggest shot. Well, what do we do now? I mean, Barrett does have a biggest shot. It's not called that, but he has a biggest shot. Sephiroth is alive. I have to settle.
Aga.
Big Aga. I have to settle the score. Will that save the planet? It seems so. Then I'm going. If you'd thrown the grenade, you'd have beat it. What? Shut the hell up. I'll go too. There are things I need to know about the ancients. Many things. I guess it's goodbye, Midgar. I don't know. Like, even without the,
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
We're snappy with it.
Even without, without getting into it about Remake, like, they give it, like, again, we're just like, oh, I guess we're out of Midgar now. Wait, we left. Cool. All right, whatever. Like, they found a way to make it feel, like, even grander and more climactic in Remake. I don't know, just, listen, guys, I like Remake. I don't know what to tell you. Like, oh, they changed things. It wasn't a masterpiece to begin with. It was good. It was influential. I think it's really, like, I think it's hard to overstate that even if FF7 is not your favorite RPG, there's a very good chance that your JRPG, I should say. Even if this is not your favorite JRPG, there's a very good chance that your favorite JRPG would not have been localized at all if this game didn't exist. I'm going back to my hometown. I'll go with you as far as that.
Okay.
I guess this is the start of our journey.
How many hours in are we starting our journey?
Yeah, I mean, even in this, we're like 8 hours in, and that's with turning off random encounters and knowing the solution to all puzzles. But again, it's really telling you, like, hey, listen, we were, and hey, that was just the tutorial.
Oh wow!
Imagine how crazy the rest of the game will be. It will never get that crazy ever again.
Yeah.
That's now making it sound like the rest of the game isn't that interesting, but like there is one other sequence in the game where they're like, you remember the motorcycle? Well, now we're gonna do something like it again, and you're like, oh, this sucks.
Yeah, cool.
Well, there's like one more 3D action sequence, and it's not nearly as good.
Oh my gosh, there's a sad story in chat.
Me and my brother got PlayStation 1 for Christmas with FF7 or in 97. With FF7, our parents didn't know a memory card was required. Tried to go through Wall Market without saving. Left the PS1 overnight. Thought it would melt. Asking for a $30 memory card for parents right after Christmas was scary. This is a classic tale.
Yep.
I mean, God, I like getting a GameCube when I was a kid. I'm pretty sure I had to explain, like, I do need you to buy, like, this extra thing or else, like, I can't finish games.
Yeah.
They were like, what? That's a bunch of, they're fucking nickel and diming.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure that was my dad thought. He didn't say that. But yeah, like, I did have to be like, I'm really sorry, but, like, this game that I've just, like, got halfway through today, like, we are going to have to go out and buy, like, another thing in 2 days or else, like, I can't beat it. You hate traveling? I don't know, but I don't have anywhere else to go, so I guess it doesn't really matter whether I like travel or not. I asked you, it's dangerous, are you sure you want to go? You know, it should be all right if you keep your promise. You remember the promise? What's the promise? Do you remember the promise?
That we were, like, coming back to take her on a date.
Promise was, if I'm ever in trouble, will you come and save me, please?
Okay.
I want to experience that just once.
I think we're good.
Yeah, exactly.
At this point.
Yeah. And again, and there's also like this more of like almost like we didn't like save her from literal trouble necessarily, but the broader like I need something that comes through in Remake a lot more is like I don't know how I feel morally about what we're doing. I hate Shinra, but I also don't want people to die.
Yeah.
Cloud, I need some emotional support right now because I can talk to you about things that I can't talk to Barrett about.
Right.
Which doesn't really come through in this version, but you know what? This is the first time I've ever left Midgar. Really? Are you worried? It's dangerous. Really? Are you worried? A little. No, maybe a lot. But I have a bodyguard, right?
Oh my gosh. They're saying the same thing.
I know, right? I thought you'd say that. It's dangerous. Are you sure you want to go? She's just like, I knew you'd say that. No further elaboration. I'm going, asshole. Told Eris' mom to go somewhere safe, so Marlene should be safe too. Yeah, she should be. She said she didn't want to stay in Midgar anymore. Maybe it's for the best. I'm not gonna say.
No, wait,
I don't.
Aerith said that.
No. Oh, you're right. Okay, yeah, you're right. Sorry, my bad. You're right.
I can read sometimes.
Sorry, I didn't. It's very rare for someone else to interrupt the conversation I'm having with an NPC. She said she didn't want to stay in Midgar anymore. If anyone's gonna interrupt,
it is gonna be Aerith.
You know, this is a good point. Maybe it's for the best. Then, let's go. Need a leader for our journey. Of course, that could only be me.
Yeah, huh?
You think so? I think it should be Cloud.
Of course you do. He just stops punching.
Shit. All right. Go northeast to the town toward a town called Kalm. If something happens, we'll meet up there. Besides, can't all be strolling around out there. It's too dangerous. Let's split into 2 parties. So, here, again, who you pick to join your party, I believe, does affect affinity. Yeah, whoever's in the party after escaping Midgar gets 1+ bonus, no change for Red 13. I must pick Tifa and Aerith for reasons that will reveal themselves immediately.
Okay.
Thought you'd do that. Later, at Kalm. Aroo! Says Red 13. Aroo! Now, anyway, 1997, mind blown. Saving the world map. Open anytime. Save your game.
Whoa.
Wowie zowie! Look at this city is right here, and look at that map in the corner. Oh my god, that was just a tutorial? What?
It's pretty crazy.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. I'm being like a little facetious, but like also yes. Woo, we're in Rebirth, says Mr. Wanzig. I mean, technically, Rebirth skips the walk to Kalm, and the walk to Kalm is covered in the post-credits scene, the post-credits cutscene of the Yuffie DLC. So technically, we are in Final Fantasy VII Remake Intergrade right now, and once we reach the inn at Kalm, then we will be in Rebirth.
Someone said let Aidan play, and Aidan is respectfully declining. I'm good.
I mean, like I said, like it was funny. I was like, I did almost hand it to you during lunch, and then it was like, oh, the one part that's like obnoxious to play for reasons other than like it's like because it's not that hard. You just walk.
Yeah.
You just walk around. It is funny that they've remapped the camera controls to the stick because in the original version of the game, this was L1 and L2 to rotate the camera. We can do like this weird pulled out camera that's kind of useless, but I guess it's meant to mimic how it used to look in the old days, even though we can't see where we are going.
Oh! Just random, okay.
Random encounters out in the field. Of course you're going to get attacked by monsters in the overworld. The overworld, as they call it. The overworld. Blocks. Crafting table.
Oh, it took me a second to to place what was happening.
I am Steve. Oh crud, Mantra Magic I'm pretty sure is one that we can learn enemy skill from and oh no, we did get it. I put it on Cloud. Yep. I'm going to defend and let Cloud go into his enemy skills and use Mantra Magic. Sweet, that's an actually useful enemy skill. That's a move that just like hits the entire enemy lineup for a lot of damage. Sweet.
Pretty cool.
That's a good one. That's a good enemy skill. My child mind exploded at this point, said Peeps a lot. Everybody did. That's kind of the whole point. And this is something that's like wild. This is why like people are like, why don't games feel like they used to? Is like you could never do something like this. So we were talking about earlier with Versus. Like Versus 13 was like, and the opening, and the city is just the opening chapter. And it's like, well, when you have like that level of fidelity and you're spending that much money and time, it's like, that was gonna be like half the game.
Yeah.
Apparently, if you missed that conversation, go watch the Night Sky Princess latest video on the development of FF15. Allegedly, it was gonna be half the first game. And like they talked about, okay, how do we even begin to give you the feeling that you had in 1997, which frankly is unrecreatable because you weren't just excited by having a big world. You were excited by the possibility of there even being possible to be a big world in an RPG, which you can't recreate.
Yeah.
But in order to even barely recreate it in the modern day, it's like, well, we're gonna build the entire basis of the game in Remake Part 1. All of our code, our entire combat system, half of our assets, our entire workflow, and then for the second game, we'll spend 3 years making a massive open world game. Anyway, and now we can hear the main theme of Final Fantasy VII playing. A less bombastic, brass section-y version of this plays in Sector 7 in Remake, because that's the place where you like hang out the most.
Yeah.
Here it plays on the overworld, and this theme is 7 minutes and 40 seconds long, and when this PS4 version of the game launched, every time you got into a random encounter, it started the track over from the beginning when you came back to the overworld, instead of remembering its place like it's supposed to.
Oh.
But hey, look at the time. With turning off random encounters, with 3 times speed. Granted, we also sat for like an hour with the main menu on while we were eating lunch, but we skipped shit. We fast forwarded through puzzles functionally. We turned off random encounters. Almost 8 hours to get out of Midgar.
Yeah.
For us, we'll remove an hour, and I mean, like, you know, we can add in like stopping to talk about shit, but like that's what other people would have spent stopping and, you know, figuring out what they were doing that I don't have to do.
Yeah.
The like, it's when people say Midgar's 4 hours long, I like want to reach through the screen and choke them. All right, Aidan. We are now in stuff you've never seen before. How you feeling?
Pumped.
Yeah?
I'm excited, dude.
Do we want to take like a bathroom break or anything for this to mark this occasion? We gotta step away for a second and decompress, or are you good to keep going?
Yeah, I don't think it hurts anything.
Yeah, I think now's if we're gonna take a break, now's the time. Yeah. Alrighty, we're gonna go on brief break, gang, and we'll be right back. Yeah, it's the Wizard of Oz color effect. You can't recreate it. Only appreciate it for what it was at the time, says Dean. That's correct.
Yeah.
Like, I appreciate the remake's effort in like trying to like what do we have to do to make you feel even a fraction of what you felt back then? But it is unrecreatable. You can only appreciate it in its historical context. Anyway, we'll be right back, gang. interesting enough, I open up Twitter for a second, and I see Night Sky Prince has retweeted an excerpt from an interview that Naoki Yoshida, director of Final Fantasy XIV, just did. Yoshi P, which is the nickname the community has for him, Naoki Yoshida, Yoshi P, says it's become harder for young... Because he's the producer. That's why the P comes from. He's the director and producer of 14. Become harder for young people to engage with the Final Fantasy series because the release intervals for new titles has gotten longer. Quote, I'm 53 now, and I've been playing since Final Fantasy 1 in real time. For younger generations, people who grow up naturally accustomed to action-based combat and online competitive play, the recent entries in the series may have been harder to engage with. Part of that is simply because I'm sorry to say the release intervals for new titles have gotten longer, so some players haven't really had a chance to connect with the series in the way older fans did. What's really wild is that, like, circa 15 years ago, they were still releasing unusually slow. Like, the Mass Effect trilogy, all 3 games released over the course of, like, 4 years. The Ezio trilogy, which was a sub-trilogy within the trilogy of Assassin's Creeds 1, 2, and 3, was, like, 5 years. And still, in the replies of this, there's someone who's like, as someone who doesn't play FF, it's not because of the release schedule, it's because there's way too many games in the series. Where am I even supposed to start? And they're all long games as well. It's like Kingdom Hearts, which is, nope. Kingdom Hearts, you start with number 1.
Yep.
Final Fantasy, you start wherever you want.
Yep.
And we're still dealing with this problem. They can't fix it.
Yeah.
They need to drop the Roman numerals so fucking bad. But even then, that wouldn't fix it. Because this dude in the replies, people explain it to him, and he's like, oh, okay, I don't know. I just saw, like, I knew Cloud was from an old game, and I saw him in ads for new games, so I guess I just assumed that Cloud was, like, all over the series, and, like, it was still his ongoing story for the last 25 years. It was basically what this dude said in these replies. They're in a brand hole that I don't know how to fix, quite frankly.
Yeah.
Like, as much as I was talking about, like, boy, there's some idiots at the top of that company. I think I could be managing things better. They've also got, like, some fundamental problems that I don't know how you overcome, quite frankly. Not that it matters, because I don't have a financial interest in Final Fantasy being successful.
Yeah.
I have an interest in playing good games, and I'd like that if there were more good games, but, like,
They don't have to be Final Fantasy.
They don't have to be Final Fantasy. They could do a new thing. They could abandon the series and start a new one. I don't know if that would work, because I don't think the studio has the... If it was like, you know, okay, Final Fantasy is over, and we're starting a new franchise, then Final Fantasy fans would go like, ugh! No more Final Fantasy?
Yeah.
Don't want. And anybody who doesn't care about Final Fantasy would go, well, Square sucks.
Yeah.
Why would I play a new game from Square?
Yeah.
Nier is more successful at this point. Nier Automata, which is an M-rated game that's, like, actively, like, trying to make you feel uncomfortable, cleared, like, 10 million units lifetime or 15 million units lifetime recently.
Nice.
Yeah. New IP. New IP from Square Enix.
I think we are kind of... I feel like a lot of things that have been good recently have been things that aimed to make people uncomfortable.
Yeah. Because it gets more attention. Gets people to talk about it. Gets people to discuss it.
Yeah.
Final Fantasy 16 tried to make people uncomfortable, and I would say it failed. Largely failed. Tried to be like, did you know that slavery is bad?
Oh, yeah.
I did know that. I did know that. I was aware. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I have a lot of complaints with FF16, but not to get into it too much. In the video that we released, it's like an hour and a half. It's like almost 2 hours of, like, here's us discussing it across multiple streams, and I, like, collapsed it into one video. I did at one point utter the phrase, Clive learns how hard it is to be a black person because he becomes black, which is something that happens technically. He's part of the aristocracy, but then he becomes a slave. Oh no! Ay caramba!
Yeah.
I have to free all the slaves now! Okay.
I see.
Okay. Cool. Awesome. Glad to hear that. Whee! Back to the game. We've reached Kalm, says Aerith. Everyone's waiting at the inn. Let's go, Cloud. Well, I'll go on ahead. Dean said, I miss when they just make a gameplay system and reuse it for every game. FF1, 2, and 3 are basically the same game with a different story. 4, 5, and 6, basically the same game with a different story. 7, 8, 9, they need to reuse combat systems. Yeah, I agree. In some ways, them being like, let's do a trilogy of 13 games that kind of reuse the combat was smart, except that they didn't do that. Final Fantasy XIII has a party of 6 people and a combat system. Final Fantasy 13-2 has 2 main characters, and the 3rd slot is filled by a Pokemon, but it broadly works the same way, combat-wise. And then Lightning Returns, you only ever play as Lightning, and it's like an action game that uses ATB. Of like, it's an action game where you fight in an instanced arena, but your moves are on cooldowns, and it's a new system. Okay, cool. All right, yeah. They can never just like, they always constantly reinventing the wheel. Even Dean's example, there's a little wrong, because like 4, 5, and 6 all use ATB, but 4 and 6 have massive parties where every character has a set role, and 5 has 4 party members that you swap between roles freely. You can make any character you want, a white mage or a black mage or a knight or a ninja or whatever, and there's this whole complex leveling system. But they were built on the exact same code and the same bones, and they were all 3 of those games were ATB. So I understand Dean's point. I'm not disputing him. It's just like they were reinventing the wheel a little bit between those games, but it was all built off of the same code, so they can make the game in like 12 months. Yeah. Which they can't do anymore. Ah, come on, listen to me. Got anything interesting to say? The fact that, however, it is worth noting, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is ludicrously massive, huge, exploding with content, highly polished, made in 3 years. Only possible because they had already practically built all of the bones of the game before. They should absolutely use that combat system forever. Thanks to Mako Energy, Shinra Incorporated develops for us. Everything's more convenient now. Heard President Shinra was killed. His son Rufus, the new president, was badly hurt. Badly hurt. Yes. Yes.
Oh,
yeah.
You don't say.
Hey, I bet that's news to you. You're pretty smart. Just between us, I heard it was them Ava what-do-you-call-ems that got President Shinra and his son. Famous floating city, Midgar. I'd love to see it in person. I mean, you could. It's like just down the road.
Yeah.
You could go. I mean, I guess she means like go and see it. My old man was a miner, but he couldn't work anymore after the monsters started appearing in the mithril mines. Now all he does is sit around getting drunk in the bar.
This is the second dad that's done that.
That other dad still had his job, at least. He had less of an excuse. Seems there was this group called Avalanche running around, but I guess Soldier finally wiped them out.
No.
Simmons trying to eliminate anyone who stands up to them. Doesn't matter if we like it or not. Shinra's taken over. We just gotta live with it.
Is that Johnny's dad?
It's the same model as Johnny's dad, but it's not Johnny's dad.
Okay.
Me, I used to work, because again, Johnny is not a character who you should have noticed, really, or especially not his parents. Okay. I'm highlighting them because of Remake.
Right.
Me, I used to work in a mine down south called Mithril Mine, but a while back, monsters started appearing after that business went to pot, and now I spend my days drinking. After I heard terrorists bomb the Midgar reactor, there have been a lot of dangerous accidents recently. I really just hate it. Stay out of the kitchen. Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry, I'll leave. Ba 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 ba. Doo. This is the item store. Cool.
Thanks.
He doesn't have any grenades. He ain't gonna be in Rush Hour 3. So this is, by the way, also the point where like this was made in a year becomes obvious for like starts to become clearer. Midgar's fairly aesthetically consistent. This is the point where you start to go, oh, these are like art assets from like a canceled project. This is like, oh, they were just throwing anything they wanted against the wall. We will never see another town in this game with a turreted medieval wall around European architecture.
Okay, great.
No, I'm not complaining.
Yeah.
It's just funny.
If it's a new area, then great.
Yeah, I'm not complaining. It's just funny. You'll see more of it as we go on. There's like this very funny sense of like the game kind of making stuff up as we go along. This materia is expensive as hell. I'm not buying any of that. This is the weapons store. The Mithril Saber. Mithril Saber. Yes, I would like a better sword for Cloud. The Cannonball, which I think is a melee weapon for him. Mithril Claw. Full Metal Staff. Mithril Armlet for all. But they're all expensive, and I have no money. I have no money to spend. I love a good quaint RPG town theme. This FF6 and Chrono Trigger all have fantastic ones.
Do we get money from random encounters?
Yes,
is that
we
why
do.
we don't have a lot of money? Is
We
that
do.
we turn them off?
Okay. Is it true that Shinra makes monsters? Hold on, because a lot of even though our party members are not around here, the dialogue here affects affinity.
Oh my gosh.
I think this one's pretty straightforward. Let's see here. Okay, not this one. This lady doesn't matter. It's true. Yeah, well, either way, as long as we use the reactors, we can't stand up to Shinra. I mean, you could just, seize the reactors from them, but whatever. Got my health.
Seize
I got
the
enough
means
to
of
eat.
production.
Yeah, all's well. I wasn't going to say that, but yes. Seize the means of energy production. That doesn't fix anything because the planet's dying, Cloud. Whee!
Seize and destroy
The means of production. And then we all starve. There was a suspicious-looking man in a black cloak. He was carrying a mean-looking sword.
Well, he left his sword in the president.
He sure
so-
did. Oh, well. I guess that's just... Don't worry about it. Also,
I
this
told
is...
you he could just magically recall the sword.
This is
Totally.
also the beginning of the confusion between... What's the Peacemaker? Are you serious?
Is that a gun?
That's a gun. That's a weapon for a party member we won't meet for 15 hours. Sure, whatever. Just left there. That's cool. Just a little promise that someone will use a gun eventually.
Hell yeah.
Uh,
Aerith's gonna use a gun.
Older brother's so stupid. He's so embarrassing I could just puke.
Okay.
When I grow up, I'm gonna be a soldier. That's why I'm training hard now. Whee! Zooming around the room. I'm
He's
running.
building stamina.
He's building stamina so he can be in soldier. I was typing by some grenades when you said there are no grenades, says Victor. So you came from Midgar. I used to live there too, but I heard they got lots of troubles lately. Brr.
Oh,
A dog. He was trapped in the closet.
weird-
Why did you lock your dog in the closet, old man?
That's animal abuse.
It is. He's even making a little whine. Listen.
He's panting really hard.
He is.
also.
He hasn't had anything to drink because he was stuck in the freaking
Oh my
closet.
God. Abuse.
It is. Ether. Cool. Raid everybody's house in the RPG and steal their stuff. The classic maneuver. This is what must be done in video games.
Mr. Zwainzig said if Aerith had a gun, this game would be under 10 hours.
Whoa. She's still spinning. I can't do anything. I can't make any inputs. This is just happening. She's just spinning. Thanks to Mako Energy. Oh, that's... She wasn't even like freaking out about Cloud being in. That was just a bug. Thanks to Mako Energy, life's pretty darn convenient. Thanks to Shinra. Don't you think? Or you're full of it. So, if you say, yeah, maybe, -2 Barrett, -1 Aerith, -1 Tifa, +1 Yuffie, who ain't even here. And doesn't make sense, because she hates Shinra too. I guess it's just that she's an immature 16-year-old. She's like, yeah, I like convenience. You're full of it, +2 Barrett, +1 Aerith, +1 Tifa, -1 Yuffie. You're full of it. But I'd hate to think of what life would be like without Mako Energy. Oh, I just noticed a cupboard under the stairs that I also probably need to open because Harry Potter's hiding in there. Mako Energy's made things a lot more convenient, but a lot of plants and animals have been disappearing at a rapid pace. I think the old life was better. Don't you think so? Yeah, maybe. +1 Barrett, +1 Aerith, +1 Tifa, -1 Yuffie. Yeah, I'm sure I'm right. You think so, don't you? Yeah, I do. I just agreed with you, little girl. Anything hiding in here? You got any stuff for me to steal? No? All right, gotta check the cupboard under the stairs. Thanks. Yoink. Yoink sploink. Got my affinity and now I'm out of here.
What's the difference between a magical staff and a gun?
Yeah, this is a good point. Tourists, huh? Here are things you should know that will come in handy while you travel the world. Want to hear what they are? Let me explain how to use the world map. Oh my god, I don't care. Options to view the world map. Large and small. Don't get lost. Okay, yeah, I'm done. Pretty easy. Anything else? No, that's all. I'm out of here. Operating the buttons. It's a good idea to save frequently. You know what? He is right. I need to save, except I can't. Can't leave. Bear and the others are waiting for me at the inn. Oh, well. Don't think I saved on the world map. It's fine. Maybe there's a save point in here that I forgot about. Mr. Cloud, your party's waiting for you on the 2nd floor.
I'm not sure why this is where my brain went, but to my brain, the difference in a magical staff and a gun is that if you get hit with a magical staff, you can learn a lesson from a baboon, but if you get hit with a gun, you don't get to learn a lesson. You're just...
Cloud, you're late. Yo, man, you're late. Yeah, Earth already said that, dude. Sorry to keep you all waiting.
Oh no, there's only 3 beds.
Oh no, whatever will we do, Cloud? So let's hear your story. You know, the one about Sephiroth and the crisis of the planet. So when they announced that Remake Part 1 was happening, the biggest problem I had with it, and I still think it's a problem, I don't know how you conveniently solve it, but it's still a problem, is Shinra sucking up Mako, planets dying, Cloud, gotta stop Shinra, oh no, yeah, that's part of the premise. I'm not gonna say it's a fake premise, because it's still, like, important, but the real driving force of the vast majority of the game's length is what's going to happen in the next hour.
Okay.
And so, like, that was a big problem, was, like, when they say it's gonna end at Midgar, do they mean it's going to end at Midgar and then the next, like, hour to be, like, the hook for the sequel? Or is the next game gonna open with this thing? And there's not, like, it wouldn't have really worked as a dramatic climax for Part 1. It does work better as, like, a tutorial opening sequence for Part 2, but part of the reason why they have to attach that whole extra special new ending to Remake is because we still don't know anything about Sephiroth.
Yeah.
Why do we care? What's the problem? What happened to Cloud? What's going on? All will be revealed now. Let's hear it all, he said. We're going to hear the whole thing. And Tifa did a little, like, a little nervous, like, messing with her hair a second ago. I used to want to be like Sephiroth, so I joined Soldier. After working with Sephiroth on several missions, we became friends. You call that a friend? Yeah, well, he was older than me and hardly ever talked about himself. So I guess you'd call us war buddies. We trusted each other. Until one day. One day? After the war, it was Soldier's duty to put down any resistance against Shinra. That was 5 years ago. I was 16. So you remember we've talked consistently about, like, he left town 7 or 8 years ago. Something happened 5 years ago. He and Tifa keep biting around 5 years ago. In Remake, Sephiroth keeps talking about, oh, yes, your town. It was fun to set on fire. Sure is raining hard. Hey, how are you doing? I'm all right. I wouldn't know. I've never had motion sickness.
'Cause I'm tough.
Yep. He's tough. Everything okay? Hey. Settle down. They gave you some new materia.
I'm doing squats.
Can't wait to use it. He's so fired up. He's got so much youthful energy. Just like a kid. There's a point in Rebirth where he looks at Cloud being all energized and excited about something, and he says, "Such a puppy." During this part in Rebirth, and everybody online, it was like,
oh my god.
This was in, like, the demo they released, which was this whole sequence, and the internet went crazy. He called Cloud a puppy. Oh. You gonna brief us about this mission? This isn't a typical mission. Good. Why do you say that?
'Cause I'm bored.
I joined Soldier to be like you. By the time I made first class, the war was already over. My big hopes of becoming a hero like you ended with the war. That's why I always sign up whenever there's a big mission. Kind of a way to prove myself. Say, how do you feel, Mr. Sephiroth? I thought you wanted a briefing. Our mission is to investigate an old Mako reactor. There have been reports of it malfunctioning, producing brutal creatures. First, we will dispose of those creatures, then we'll locate the problem and neutralize it. I guess that would be the source of the problem. The creatures are a problem, too. Brutal creatures. Where? I think I was giving him too much pep. Like, he is certainly peppier now than he is in the future, but I think I was giving him too much pep. The Mako reactor at Nibelheim. Nibelheim. That's where I'm from. Hometown.
Oh.
Sir, something strange just crashed into the truck. That would be our monster.
Oh my gosh. Yeah?
Oh no! Ow! Ow!
Oh my
Ow!
gosh.
Ouchie! Ooh!
Sephiroth has 4 billion health.
Yeah, they're trying to illustrate a little point for us. Sephiroth's strength is incredible. He's far stronger in reality than any stories you may have heard about him. It doesn't make sense that Cloud as Soldier First Class would have 140 health.
Yeah.
But it's like, oh, he starts this game as level 7, and that was 5 years ago, so I guess he was level 1.
Yeah.
I don't even consider that number, like, canon.
Yeah.
And it doesn't... In Rebirth, it certainly treats Sephiroth as being, like, substantially stronger than Cloud, because he is.
Yeah.
But Cloud is not, like...
Babby.
A tiny babby. Oh no, I die in one hit.
Yeah.
Because they also, like, again, like in the same way that Rebirth expands this whole flashback sequence. Far stronger than any stories you've heard. So, where do you come in? Me? I was mesmerized by the way Sephiroth fought, except for that I was dead in the dirt, but don't worry about that part. And then we reached Nibelheim. How does it feel? It's your first time back in your hometown in a long time, right? So how does it feel? I wouldn't know because I don't have a hometown.
Oh my god, you're so edgy.
I know. How about your parents? My mother was Genova. She died right after she gave birth to me. My mother is Genova. That's worded weird, because that implies that Cloud knows that Genova is a weird headless freak in a tube.
Yeah.
That should be my mother's name was Genova. She died right after she gave birth to me. My father... What does it matter? All right, let's go. Keep wandering around here and you'll get in trouble. Being on watch is so boring. Just do what you always do. Just sit tight. It's your job, right? I'll come and talk to you once in a while. Just stick with it. The Mako smells pretty bad here.
Again with the smells.
The smells. We can't get away from the smells.
Always the smells.
Wait a minute. Isn't that, the name of Sephiroth's mother? I remember Genova. It's that damn headless spook living in the Shinra building. That's right. Barrett, would you please let us hear what Cloud has to say? You can ask questions later. Tifa, I was only... Fine. Okay, Cloud, continue. The childhood friends reunite. I ship it.
She would, honestly.
I was really surprised with Tifa. The town was quiet. Everyone must be in their houses, afraid to come out because of the monsters. No, maybe they're afraid of us. We leave for the reactor at dawn. Make sure you get to sleep early. All we need is one lookout, so you others get some rest. Oh, and you may visit your family and friends. I heard Sephiroth was coming, so I bought a camera. Brought my camera. Want to get a shot of Sephiroth on a monster. You should take my picture instead. I don't take pictures of nobodies.
Wow.
Man, I'm so nervous. I'm excited. That's right. Don't blow your chance to become a hero. Man, I'm so nervous. How come? Look, you never know when a monster's gonna show up, right? Sorry, continue. You're gonna say something? You're starting to say something. You lost it?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Gone.
Sorry.
It's all good.
We have heard this track before. It has played a couple of times already. This track is called Anxiety. It's used in Remake a lot, too, and it's played once or twice in the game so far already. Oh, you're with Shinra? Welcome. Oh, I'm sorry. It's you, Cloud. I didn't recognize you. Shinra? Shinra? Soldier?
Soldier?
Salsa? Are you gonna kill the monsters? Are you going to do, whatever? Cloud, you've grown up to be a strong man. He's so cool. Way cool. I don't think there's anything really like to acquire in this sequence because it's 5 years in the past. So we can still look around, but there's no there's no loot to be acquired during this sequence. Oh, by the way, not that it matters, but Cloud has a different illustration now. It's only a slightly different sketch, but he's looking kind of more dead at the camera. Again, he's supposed to be a little younger, so a different portrait. Not important, but it's there. Welcome. Hey, aren't you... Have I been here before? I don't remember. Now you're pissing me off. Doesn't matter, so this doesn't matter, so get on with it. I guess I don't remember if I went in that building or not. I don't know. Was that part of the story? I don't remember. Cloud, did you go in my house? Yeah. I thought you might be home. Gross. I shouldn't have done that. Now my eyebrows are wet. Hello? Anybody here? Anybody? Doesn't seem like it.
Seem like no.
Cloud? Did you go into my room? Yeah, I did. I kinda did. Check affinity stuff for this. Let me double check. Nope, doesn't matter. We're good. Did you play my piano? Yeah, I really jammed on it. Now, how did this go? I remember. So, these are real keys, right, that we're hitting here. And, I don't think you can even do it here. But later, if you play, like, the bridge of Tifa's theme on this piano, that's how you get her ultimate limit break. I don't think it does anything here. Tearing it up. It's got a stuffy on her bed, some stationery. Received orthopedic underwear. So, it was like a week or two ago, so I don't remember all the details. But I did go back to Tim Rogers' video to make sure I could get this right. I don't remember the Japanese word in question, but it's kind of like a portmanteau of a couple of words slammed together that he translates literally as little bit backstretch underwear. In Japanese, the word for like stretching one's back is often used as a shorthand for a child trying to act like an adult. Like a child straightening their back and standing on their tiptoes to look bigger. So when a child is doing something precocious and like they're trying to pretend like they're older and more of an adult than they are, you would use this word, oh, they're stretching their back. Oh, that's so backstretch of whatever this word is. So what this is meant to be is Tifa has underwear that are maybe a little more adult than a 15-year-old would typically own. What's That's what that's meant to be. But the localizer saw back-stretching underwear. I guess this is meant to, like, it's like a bra that's offering arch support. What? Oh, we're moving on.
Oh, wow.
Cloud! I'm just kidding. Don't get mad. Cloud, we're talking about something really important here.
You were asking if I was in your room. Chill out. But this is a serious game, guys.
If you say yeah, then she says the same thing of Cloud. We're talking about something really important here. In Remake, if you say yeah, I absolutely did do that for real, Aerith and Tifa both at the same time go, Cloud, you're an asshole. This is my house. It has nothing to do with what happened 5 years ago. We don't have to talk about this.
Well,
wait, I want to hear.
Yeah, what if I'm just curious?
Me too. It had been a long time, right? Tell us more. You saw your family, right? All right. I don't know if you'd call it a family. My father died when I was still young. That's why my mom lived alone in that house. Yeah, I saw my mom. My mom, she was a vibrant woman. She hadn't changed at all. But a few days later, she died. When I saw her, she looked fine. Yes? Cloud? Welcome home, Cloud. Hi, Mom. Come, let me take a look at you. You look so handsome. So this is a soldier uniform? Mom, My, how you've grown. I bet the girls never leave you alone. Not really. I'm worried about you. There are a lot of temptations in the city. I feel a lot better if you just settled down with a nice girlfriend.
We've seen that before, right?
This part of it we've seen. Just this part.
Okay.
Yeah. He thought back on this when he slept in Aerith's house.
Okay.
Just this part.
Uh-huh.
I'm alright. You should have an older girlfriend. One that'll take care of you. I think that would be best for you. I'm not interested. Are you eating right? I'm alright. The company takes care of me. Is that so? I know you can't cook. I've been worried sick about you. Cloud? You know Cloud. Isn't that right, Cloud? I'll always be your mother. Let's stop this. Hello, I'm Mr. Cut Content. Is Shinra here to get rid of the monsters? And who are you? I'm Zangan. I travel around the world teaching children martial arts. I have 128 students all over the world. In this town, a girl named Tifa is my student.
Ah.
Did you say Tifa? Tifa has good sense. She'll be a powerful fighter. I want to see some Shinra techniques. And if you see anything you can use, you might want to incorporate some of my techniques. Well, good luck. This is a dude who will appear a few more times throughout this flashback and who was meant to show up in other parts of the game, but for whatever reason, I guess just for time, all of his scenes got cut.
Interesting.
Yeah, this is a weird one. He's always been like kind of on the periphery of this, and he's back in Remake, and none of his like in Rebirth, I should say.
Mm-hmm.
He's not in any of the present day stuff in Rebirth, but I'm betting they're holding off on him until Part 3. There's concept art for him in the art book of Part 1, and then he doesn't show up in Part 1 because I bet at one point they were considering folding this flashback into Part 1 as the capper for Part 1, and then they changed their minds, would be my guess. So what do you need, Cloud? How's the town? Now about the town. A lot of monsters have been appearing in the last 12 months. Other than that, there's not much change. Nothing much exciting happens in a little town like this. It was all right when they were building the reactor, while they were still building it. But once it was completed, it's been bad. Within a few years, all the trees on the mountain withered away. I don't know if the reactor was good or bad. I mean, it's easy to say it was a bad idea now, but what can you do about it? Anyhow, we've got to get rid of the monsters. Then I'll be able to relax a little bit. Oh, no. No, that's all right. Okay, good. It didn't actually make me go through all that again. Cool. Where's Sephiroth? He's upstairs. I shouldn't need a room. I could just go stay at my house. It's all reserved for you Shinra people, so I don't mind. But wouldn't you be more comfortable staying at home? I don't think Cloud would be. I think Cloud actually wants to be a big man in the official workroom. What are you looking at? This scenery. I feel like I know this place. We have an early start tomorrow. You should get some sleep soon. I'm not going to wake you up tomorrow. We're short one bed. Because it's for 3 party members. That's how the inns in RPGs work. This is one thing, like, the older voice actor for Sephiroth, the pre-remake trilogy voice actor, was maybe the better, more iconic, spooky, evil man. The problem is he used the same spooky, evil man voice in the prequel where Sephiroth was not yet evil and spooky, and it was hard to believe he ever had the Captain America reputation. The new voice actor simultaneously, like, makes old Sephiroth sound like new, insane Sephiroth, but, like, sells it a bit more as, like, this is, like, almost a normal guy. I've hired a guide to the Mako reactor. I've heard she's young. Hope we can rely on her.
Is it Tifa?
It's Tifa.
He got his titties out again.
I think they've let me take a picture.
I just saw spoilers in chat. I don't know if they're. I just saw the word spoilers and I looked away. So.
That's not true.
Okay,
that's fine. I'm going to. It's not true, but it's fine.
Okay. I was like, oh, I'm not looking.
It's fine. I knew this was going to happen. Tifa's father says, I knew this was going to happen. If I'd known this was going to happen, I would have made mountain climbing off limits. I'm gonna delete that comment just in case for potential confusion, but it's not accurate, I don't think. Give me 1 second. Both of them are Superman, too. Yeah, that's true. Both of them have at different points played Superman. Both Sephiroth actors.
Huh.
Yeah, it's a weird one. Weird little tidbit. Once the guide gets here, we're heading out.
Oh, here she comes.
Listen to me, Sephiroth. In case anything happens, trust me. I'll be all right, Dad. I have 2 men from Soldier with me. I'm Tifa. Nice to meet you. Tifa, you're the guide? That's right. It just so happens I'm the #1 guide in this town. It's too dangerous. You can't get involved in this. There's no problem if you protect her. Let's go. Mr. Sephiroth, please let me take 1 picture for a memento. Tifa, can you ask him for me? Come on, man, come on. 1 photo, that's not that bad. Cheese! Great, thank you. I'll give each of you a copy once I get it developed.
We're never gonna see that picture.
Nope. Nope. But it tells you about, Sephiroth's, like, fame, then he's not interested in it, right? Mako reactor was built on Mount Nebel. Cold mountain air of Mount Nebel was the same. Of just when I left. It was the same as when I left. Yeah. I agree, that's confusing. It's the same as when I was here before. Oh, that was really funny. Sephiroth in the distance walking across that bridge. I guess it was meant to be like he was like balancing on the bridge, but that's his like psychotic evil walk that we'll see later. Oh, son of a bitch. Oh, well, whatever. It doesn't matter. Sephiroth will simply kill them all.
We still have Babby help.
And I don't even have control of Sephiroth. He's doing that on his own. But I think we'll get to see his portrait in the results screen. Oh, no, we
Nope.
don't. Never mind. In that case, random encounters off. We're not wasting any more time. We get it. Sephiroth is strong. Moving on. It gets harder from here. Follow me. Sorry, I just realized I have to check something in OBS. All right, we're probably fine. Volume should still be fine. Don't worry, Victor. No need to say sorry. I'm just being cautious about things. It gets harder from here. Follow me.
Oh, he's...
The bridge!
There's too many people. Oh, no!
Dude, shit! Promise! Must save!
Oh, shit. Why would we follow the piece of the bridge that no one was on?
Don't worry about it. Stand up, Cloud. Stand up, lazy bones. He's doing Angie walk. Everyone seems to be all right. Will we be able to get back? These caves are intertwined like an ant farm. Oh, and Sephiroth, one person does actually seem to be missing. It may sound cruel, but we've no time to search for him. We can't go back, so we must move on. We'll travel together from here. Can I see him now? There's his portrait.
Interesting.
He's got revive, restore, earth, all, fire, lightning all, and ice all. He couldn't break for the all for his fire, though. If he wants to attack someone with fire, he can only attack one at a time. What's Cloud got? Preemptive. I guess that, yeah, increases the rate of preemptive attacks. He's got nothing else. He's a little weenie baby. Turning off random encounters, even though it messes with the intended pacing, because who cares? What's this? A mysterious colored cave. Must be the Mako energy. This mountain is especially abundant in it. That's why the Mako reactor was built here. Bum bum. Bum bum. Bum bum.
Crazy lighting.
Bum,
Ooh.
bum,
Crazy
bum,
lighting. Ooh.
bum.
Oh, there's something in the light beam.
And what's this? Mako fountain. It's a miracle of nature. It's so beautiful.
Probably don't. Hey, probably don't.
If the Mako reactor continues to suck up the energy, this fountain will dry up too.
Okay. So you're not gonna touch it? Because I don't think you're about to.
Look at her. Look at her in her cowboy outfit. Materia. When you condense Mako, materia is produced. It's very rare to see materia in its natural state. By the way, why is it that when you use materia, you can also use magic too? You were in Soldier and didn't even know that? The knowledge and wisdom of the ancients is held in the materia. Anyone with this knowledge can freely use the powers of the land and the planet. That knowledge interacts between ourselves and the planet, calling up magic. Or so they say. Magic, a mysterious power. Did I say something funny? A man once told me never to use unscientific terms like mysterious power. It shouldn't even be called magic. I still remember how angry he was. Who was that?
She just laid overboard.
No, I think she's just like, I think she's like probably trailing her finger in like the fountain or something.
Oh, okay.
Hojo of Shinra Incorporated. An inexperienced man assigned to take over the work of a great scientist. He was a walking mass of complexes.
Well, that held true.
A Mako fountain. So this is where the knowledge of the ancients is. This is a, like, it hasn't really been stated explicitly, but like, it's not even subtext. It's kind of like text that Hojo is just like not a good scientist. His entire method is like, what if those things banged? What if I shoved these cells from this life form into that life form?
What if I put these two things in a cage and let them presumably fight for their lives?
Well, I mean, those two, he was thinking something about them fighting for their lives.
It seemed like...
He said these are two endangered species and I'm helping them out.
Okay. I assumed he thought, like, one of them would kill the other and gain something from it.
So that is insane, because like because you were like, oh, that does make more sense, because the other thing is stupid. It's a girl and like a lion thing.
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense. Hojo's stupid though.
Yeah, okay.
We finally made it. We sure took the long way though. Tifa, you wait here. I'm going inside too, I want to see. Only authorized people are allowed in. This place is full of Shinra's industrial secrets. But... take care of the lady. Sir! Oh! Man! Better take real good care of me then. Is this the only way? Is this the only access to this reactor? I have to walk along the 2 pipes? Is that how, this is not up to code. Oh, now I have to climb down the chains. I have to take the chains to get into the reactor. Who built this?
I mean, we already know Shinra don't be caring about folks.
But somebody gotta get in here though to run it.
Do they?
You would assume you have to do some kind of maintenance to keep the reactor moving.
No?
This is Genova, right? I don't know why he would say that. It won't open.
Because there's a thing that
No,
says...
I know, but why would he say this is Genova, right? Why would he say, does that say Genova? I don't know, that's, again, like the localization doesn't quite track there. This is the reason for the malfunction. This part is broken. Cloud, close the valve. What valve? This valve? Why couldn't you close it?
Because it's beneath him. You had to kneel to get to the valve. Sephiroth does not kneel.
I don't kneel for anybody. Why did it break? Oh, he had to jump. He's not tall enough to look in. Now I see, Hojo. But doing this will never put you on the same level as Professor Gast. This is a system that condenses and freezes the Mako energy. That is, when it's working correctly. Now, what does Mako energy become when it's further condensed?
Materia?
Oh yeah, it becomes materia.
Okay.
Right, normally. But Hojo put something else in there. Take a look. I'm trying. I'm literally trying to look through the window. There we go.
Eee!
Aye. That looks a lot like, it's a slightly different design, but the failed experiments we fought in Hojo's lab in the first game, or in Remake, I mean. They introduced that thread of the human experiments and producing monsters, not just like functional soldiers, a little bit earlier in Remake, because, you know, it's longer. What was that? Normal members of Soldier are humans who've been showered with Mako. You're different from the others, but still human. Or we are, he should say. But what are they? They've been exposed to a far higher degree of Mako than you. He should be saying us here,
yeah.
But whatever, it's fine.
Well, but isn't the thing of like, is he actually an ancient and so therefore he's not human, so therefore it's not an us type deal?
We're gonna get to that.
Okay. Well, so I mean, the hints have been laid, but
is this some kind of monster? Exactly. That's what Hojo of Shinra. It's Hojo of Shinra that produced these monsters. Mutated living organisms produced by Mako energy. That's what these monsters really are. All members of Soldier. You mean you're different? Oh, okay. I didn't think he was gonna comment on that. Okay, I thought that was just a typo. Hey, Sephiroth. No.
He's having anime protag
Was I?
syndrome. Oh!
Was I created this way too? Okay. See, I couldn't remember how much Sephiroth knew at this point. Am I the same as all these monsters? Sephiroth! Okay, alright. So he does know he's a little different, I forgot. You saw it! All of them were humans. Human? No way. Ever since I was small, I've felt that I was different from the others. Special in some way. But not like this. Okay, I couldn't quite remember how they handled that. Alright.
Oh. That seems bad.
It's actually, because look, he's so shitty that he can't even do anything. It's a failed experiment. His head's too big, his legs don't work. It's only good for mercy killing. Am I human? Okay. I didn't really understand what Sephiroth meant then. I was even more surprised that Shinra was producing monsters. Damn, Shinra. The more I hear, the more I hate them.
Yeah.
Who would have ever thought the Mako reactor held such a secret?
So wait, does she not even know that was what was in the...
She didn't go in there.
Do we not tell her when we leave?
I don't know. Did we not? I guess we'll have to keep watching the flashback and find out. It was confidential company secrets. Why would we tell her?
I guess. It seems like she should know that there are monsters right outside her town.
Well, she did know that was the thing. There are monsters outside the town. That's why they were sent. They didn't know that the monsters were the result of Shinra experiments. They were...
Then why would Shinra send them?
To deal with the problem. Because there were monsters that were, like, the point was they sent their own guys to kill the monsters, contain the threat, and fix the reactor.
So that it stopped leaking monsters,
Yeah.
I suppose.
Yeah, exactly.
Covering
it. There was a cover-up. It was supposed to be a cover-up, but they didn't properly read Sephiroth and Cloud in because they're shitty. And they were like, oh, they'll do their job. That would seem to explain the increase in the number of monsters recently. I think we should listen carefully to Cloud. Don't you think so, Barrett? Why are you talking to me? Save the game and rest. Yeah, maybe so. Want to catch a breather here? This is like, do you need a bio break, gamer? Do you need to stop for the night, gamer? You don't need to replay through all of this. You can make a save. You can take a save here. Tifa, were you waiting outside then? Yes. We returned to Nibelheim. Sephiroth confined himself to the inn. He didn't even try to talk to me. Then all of a sudden he just disappeared, right? We found him inside the biggest building in Nibelheim. The villagers used to call it the Shinra Mansion. Long ago, people from Shinra used to live in that mansion. So, Rebirth elaborates that even though the manor is not currently occupied, like, Shinra executives still come there occasionally, like, for functions or business or something. And Tifa, like, explicitly says, as she's narrating this flashback, like, yeah, the rent that Shinra was, like, because the town owned the land, and the rent that Shinra was paying on it was basically the only thing keeping the town afloat at that point.
Wow.
Which realistically actually means that, like, you know, it wasn't like Shinra was doing them a favor. It means the town was dependent upon Shinra financially.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I feel like we've not paid attention to chat.
That's fine.
Okay.
This is an important segment of the story. We're paying attention to the game. Can I go back outside? I can. Can I go talk to everybody? Until we know there's no danger, we're not moving. Okay. There's nothing that'll harm the town, right? No way!
But I only shrug.
It's Sephiroth. He would never do that. Oh my, you sure do have faith. What's Sephiroth doing? And can I get a picture of it? Where is that boy? Where is Sephiroth? Where'd he get off to? Some kind of greenhouse room in here. Bedroom. Room with safe that will matter later.
This is giving community center vibes.
A little bit. It's like if it wasn't, if you couldn't move around it as fast, it'd also be like, you know, very Spencer Mansion Resident Evil 1. There's no sign of Sephiroth, but I know I saw him go into this room.
Oh.
Secret door, secret wall. And down into the dungeon.
Yeah, you were talking about speed earlier. This feels like good speed for, like, properly making room size feel good. Same there, honestly. Better than random underwater hallway.
Door does not open.
Other side of the door?
There is stuff on the other side of the door, but won't open. Won't even say locked.
Oh.
No interaction. Can't use that door. You can see another bit of a room in there, but won't let me in. An apparently dead organism was found in a 2,000-year-old geological stratum. Professor Gast named that organism Genova. X year, X month, X day. Genova confirmed to be an ancient. X year, X month, X day. Genova project approved. The use of Mako Reactor 1 approved for use. My mother's name is Genova. Genova Project. Is this just a coincidence? So what I was forgetting, I was like, I couldn't remember exactly like what was decided about Sephiroth's backstory at this point. So like, he did go through treatment when he became a soldier, but he has this sense, I was already different from minute one. So that was why he was saying you went through a treatment.
Yeah.
I was cool from the get-go.
Yeah.
Go away, Ladybug. F off. Go away. Shoot.
Nope, it landed.
Oh, it did? Hey, check that out. Now he's in the crack in the sofa.
Well.
Sephiroth is using his soldier reading skills. As we all know from playing Remake and Rebirth, that Sephiroth is unable to read. That's what it says when you assess him. It says unable to read. He lost his ability to read when you did this, I guess. Professor Gast, why didn't you tell me anything? Why did you die? I'm not sure if that lines up timeline-wise. Oh, no, okay, that does. Never mind. All right. Forgot. Again, never mind. That actually does. That does check out. Okay. I was thinking about how old Sephiroth is, and I was like, that doesn't make sense. Gast, like, would have been died when he was too young to have a real conversation. I was like, oh, no, wait, because this is 5 years ago. So I gotta add 5 years to... Yeah, sorry.
Sephiroth Dark Academia arc.
This is his Dark Academia arc.
Is what Diego says.
Let me be alone. No, buddy, let's talk, buddy. Can I read some of your fun books? Look at Cloud's model right up in the camera. Look at that.
Still better than Rufus.
Yeah. Look at all these beakers and Bunsen burners. So science-y in here. Sephiroth didn't come out of the Shinra mansion. The passage of time! Many books read! Look at this! Cinema! Cinema! He continued to read as if he were possessed by something. Not once did the light in the basement go out. Well, he's been locked down there for like a couple days at this point, and like I think we're overdue. We got like, you know, like monster problems, and like we gotta go. Sephiroth seems different. He seems different.
I love that it's still a toom as we. Oh, he put all the books away.
Oh, you can see, do you see that black outline of where the book, the secondary JPEG of the books? Do you see it? Right where Cloud is right now?
Yeah.
You see that black outline?
Yeah.
That's where another layer is improperly, another layer is improperly, like, it rendered in this damn port. Or, I don't know, that might have even been in the original and nobody noticed it because it was too pixelated.
It may have been, like, the old, like, stack of books that are not there anymore.
No, it was. I noticed it before.
Okay.
It is. It's literally like the two layers of a JPEG that can load into this room were improperly layering right there. Who is it? Traitor. Traitor? You're the one who's off mission, dude. You ignorant traitor, I'll tell you. This planet originally belonged to the Cetra. The Cetra were an itinerant race. They would migrate in, settle the planet, then move on. That makes it sound a little weird. He means settle different parts of the planet. Like, settle the planet and then move on almost makes them sound like they're like aliens.
Yeah.
No. Settle different parts of the planet, then move on. And at the end of their hard, long journey, it was said they would find the promised land and supreme happiness.
Aerith said that too.
But those who disliked the journeying appeared. They stopped their migrations, built shelters, and elected to lead an easier life. They decided to become an agrarian society instead of hunter-gatherers, like betas would do. They took that which the Cetra and the planet had made without giving back one whit in return. Those are your ancestors. Sephiroth, long ago disaster struck the planet. Your ancestors escaped. They survived because they hid. The planet was saved by sacrificing the Cetra. After that, your ancestors continued to multiply. This is a little choppy. Just roll with it. It's fine.
I'm at the moment I'm okay.
Yeah.
Now that you've cleared up the space thing.
Now all that's left of the Cetra is in these reports.
And my blood.
What does it have to do with you? Don't you see? An ancient named Genova was found in a 2,000-year-old geological stratum. The Genova Project. The Genova Project wanted to produce people with the power of the ancients, or the Cetra. I am what was produced. Produced? Yes. Professor Gass, the leader of the Genova Project and genius scientist, produced me. How did he... Sephiroth?
No, he's doing... That was the Angie walk.
Out of my way. I'm going to see my mother. Not to ruin the tension of this moment, but every Mother's Day you see on Twitter an edit of that last screenshot with him holding a bouquet of flowers. Out of my way. I'm going to see my mother. Where'd Guard go? Where did Shinra Guard go?
He got it Sephiroth's way. Oh my god.
He didn't even have all assigned to his fire materia. I guess he must have reslotted since we saw him last time. Hey, it's you. You're still sane, right? Then come over here and help me. I'll check this house. You check that one over there. You mean the house that my mom is in? My house? Terrible. Sephiroth, this is too terrible. A little underselling your mom dying in a house fire, but whatever. Oh my god! You've got to be fucking kidding me. This fucking port. It's supposed to keep playing that theme that we were just hearing. But this is the music that plays when we come here the first time when we're climbing the mountain with Tifa, and it re-triggered.
I was really worried that it had taken us back to the mountain
This
the first
port
time.
sucks. Okay. Whatever. It faded away of its own accord. I guess it was supposed to switch to ambient noise after a few seconds of being in here anyway. If music doesn't re-trigger when we go in the next room, I'm pulling up the track and I'm playing it. This port fucking sucks. Papa? Sephiroth? Did Sephiroth do this to you?
Well, his sword's there.
Soldier. Mako reactors. Shinra. I hate them all.
So we've seen this too, right? Oh, she just picked... Did she just pick
She
up
did.
the
She
sword?
picked up his sword. We also saw this for 2 seconds when we
Yeah.
went into the second reactor. Both
Yeah.
in Remake and in the original. This showed up. Music. Oh my god. Sorry, gang. Hold on. Gotta fix this. It's wrong track. Where's the right track? Where's the right track? Hold on. I don't remember the name of the track. If anybody remembers the name of the track off the top of their head, that'd be really helpful. Nope.
I almost don't want to look in case there's
No,
spoilers.
it's fine. Somebody will help me if I don't find it fast enough. I can't believe this. This is so shitty. Anybody in chat know the name of this track? Please help me out. I have to fix this. Those chosen by the planet? Okay. Oh, I got that flipped around with Can You Hear the Cries of the Planet? Yep, you're right. Those chosen by the planet. Where is it? And let's just make it loop until this is over. That's shuffle. No, I want to loop. Hold on.
Wait, no, the one on the... That's shuffle. That's loop.
Oh, you're right. It is. You're good. Hold on. Let me pipe it through in OBS. Oh my god, I gotta add a channel for this. Hold on. It's gonna be so worth it, you guys. Hold on. There we go. All right. It's fine for now. We'll see if it fixes itself. Mother, I'm here to see you. Please, open this door. How could you do that to Papa and all the townspeople?
Oh! That seems like that should be deadlier.
It should be. Well, it was pretty bad.
Yeah, but like Tifa is not dead, so I feel like
You promised you'd come when I was in trouble.
whoa.
What?
For a split second, I thought he was about to put
Shove her in one of those
yes.
things. You promised you'd come.
What? Wait, whoa! We can't just leave her.
We gotta kill Sephiroth. Okay, now it's back. Now the music is back.
Hey, she has a head here.
Mother, let's take the planet back together. I've thought of a great idea. Let's go to the Promised Land. Sephiroth. My family. My hometown. How could you do this to them? They've come again, Mother. With her superior power, knowledge, and magic, Mother was destined to become the ruler of this planet. But those worthless creatures, are stealing the planet from Mother. But now I'm here with you, so don't worry. Dean just said, what even is the point of the weird fake metal body in front of Genova? I was about to say, that is just like an edifice that is built in front of her. Like, this is like a temple, because this sample is just that, because this...
Yeah.
It's
specimen.
That thing has no purpose. There is no piece of extended media where they ever try to elaborate on why that's there. It's just there because the visual of Sephiroth ripping the thing away and weird oil flowing out of her mouth looks amazing.
Yeah.
That's the only reason it's there.
I mean, can't argue with that.
What about my sadness? My family, friends, the sadness of having my hometown taken away from me. It's the same as your sadness.
Look, Cloud, I'm on your side, but I don't think that's true.
Also, it's not gonna work.
Yeah.
My sadness. What do I have to be sad about? I am the chosen one. I have been chosen to be the leader of this planet.
I think maybe you need a nap.
I have orders to take the planet back from you stupid people for the Cetra. What should I be sad about?
From who?
Sephiroth. I trusted you.
This feels like either A, you did too many hallucinogenics, or B, you are having a psychotic break right now. How old is Sephiroth?
He's supposed to be like mid to late 20s right now, I think.
Okay,
but
so he's prime diagnosis age.
Also, to be fair, this is a JRPG, so round every character up by 5 years, but he's supposed to be like mid to late 20s here. Canonically, he is.
Yeah, mid-20s is prime diagnostic age, baby.
He is, I mean, he is, in fact, experiencing a total psychotic break here.
Okay, yeah.
That is, in fact, what is happening. He is genuinely going crazy here.
Yeah, well...
He found out, we don't have all the details, and I'm not going to break into it, but from what we just learned, it certainly seems like he believes, and from the data we were just given, that he is some variety of test tube baby.
Yeah.
And that, like, I'm using that word, like, broadly.
Yeah.
But we just, he's like, was I created in the same way? Somehow this thing in a tube has been called my mother?
Yeah.
And we'll learn more later. But whatever Sephiroth learned is it caused him to experience, like, an ego death and rebirth, I guess.
Right, yeah.
No, you're not the Sephiroth I used to know.
Now you're just somebody
that I used to know. Somebody.
Oh my god. Seizure. Whoa! Ah!
And that's the end of my story.
What happened?
Wait a damn minute. That's it? No more? I don't remember.
Cloud!
What happened to Sephiroth? In terms of skill, I couldn't have killed him. Official reports state Sephiroth is dead. I read it in the newspaper.
Also, how did you live?
Shinra Inc. owns the newspapers, so you can't rely on that. I want to know the truth. I want to know what happened. I challenged Sephiroth and I lived. Why didn't he kill me? I'm alive too. A lot of this doesn't make sense. What about Jenova? It was in the Shinra building, right? Shinra shipped it from Nibelheim to Midgar.
How do you know that?
Must have. I don't know. Did someone carry it out later? It was missing from the Shinra building. Like just now. Sephiroth? Damn! None of this makes any sense. I'm gone. I'm leaving, and I'm leaving the thinking to you.
What?
Yo, Cloud, let's get a move on.
What are you gonna...
Wait, Barrett, calm down. Let's catch our breath for a second. Cloud, what's wrong? You just gonna stand there while Sephiroth heads for the Promised Land? I ain't letting Sephiroth or Shinra get into no Promised Land. If they do, then we're all screwed. You know what I'm saying? You're beautiful. Just beautiful. Just leave it to me. He's gonna go stop him on his own. Oh, brother. Cloud? How bad was I after Sephiroth stabbed me?
So she doesn't remember either?
I think she blacked out from the pain.
I mean, okay, fair.
I thought you were a goner. I was really sad. The ancients, Cetra, Jenova, Sephiroth, and myself. Let's go. Barrett's waiting. What a fascinating story.
Are we...
We left a lot unresolved there, but that's where Cloud's story ends. He doesn't remember what happened after that. Yo, Cloud, here. Received the PHS. I explained what that is at length in the Remake playthrough. When it comes up in the Remake playthrough, I'm not going to break into it again. Look forward to 5 parts from now. 5 parts from now in the Remake playthrough. Changing party members. The PHS just seems like a weird abbreviation of, like, what, phone or something? But it is a thing, and I explain it elsewhere. Put us in constant contact with each other. All right, then. We're out of here. So again, something that, again, in terms of like stuff that maybe Rebirth occasionally does better, is the Rebirth's flashback is slightly less punchy and truncated, but that just kind of ended. And Rebirth also just goes like, well, Cloud, what happened? He's like, I don't remember. Like, that's the last thing I remember. But the party doesn't like sandbag that. They're like, what the fuck do you mean you don't remember?
Yeah.
What do you mean you don't remember? You damn crackhead. What do you mean you don't remember?
Like, you have to remember something between the end of those events and when this game started.
Mm-hmm. 20 gil a night. No, I'm done. Thanks, though. All set. God, this game's so good, said Mr. Zamwig. Listen to me. Just now, some guy in a black cloak walked east toward that grassy field. So that's one that was corrected because the grammar was so bad. I distinctly remember having a stroke reading, guy in black cloak walked east toward that grassy field with Joey 10 years ago. Walked east toward that grassy field. He's got this killer sword and looks real scary. Sephiroth?
But my senses aren't tingling.
Tourist, huh? Here's a few things you should know. Oh my god. No, I already know. Bye. He walked east toward that grassy field. Anyway, so that was what I was like, will they make that, before Remake came out, I was like, that almost makes more sense as like, from a hooking you for the sequel, that makes more sense as a finale. But it's not like a gameplay finale, because it doesn't end with a boss fight against Sephiroth.
Yeah.
It ends with Cloud going, and then I guess I blacked out, or something.
Yeah. I think without rehashing the whole...
We might have to switch to the PC version. I mean, I guess the PC port won't be any better, because it's built off the bones of this piece of shit now.
I wonder if that ladybug's still down there.
Yeah, he's still down there. Yeah, he's still down there. He's still hanging out.
Hell. Oh, I think...
I was gonna say, I'm gonna turn off random encounters, and let's just let's just listen to this music and talk for a minute.
Without, like, getting into the end of Remake...
Sure.
I think it felt better than, like, if they had tried to give us this and then ended it.
Yeah.
I think it makes a lot of sense to end it where it did. And I think... I mean, I don't know if this is, like, a valid marketing strategy. Probably not, because it doesn't actually help you sell the game. But, like, getting that has reignited my interest in, like, well, yeah, I gotta keep going now. Whereas, like, even if you end it there and I'm interested in the next game, in the 5 years that it takes you to put out the next one.
To be fair, it was only 3, but yes.
Like,
point for 3, 4? Point appreciated is the point, yeah.
Yeah, like, it doesn't, I don't know that that's like a marketing strategy, but it is like a satisfaction in what I just purchased.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of...
There might be mods to fix it, though, says Dean, but not with the new PC version yet, unless they really rushed them. There were mods with the old PC version, but you can't buy that version anymore. Can't wait for them to say Black Cloak Sword Guy goes there 100 more times. Yeah. So this is, not to get too far ahead of ourselves, but part of the problem with the middle of Final Fantasy VII is that at this point, the game becomes walk to the next town, and an episode occurs where something happens with the gang. We maybe learn about one of the party members. We deal with some problem, and it's like, Sephiroth wasn't here. Let's check the next town. And it just kind of goes on. And the success of the game really relies on how much you care about the individual episodes. Now, from a 1997 video game of, oh my god, I got a whole planet to explore, like, who gives a shit? From now, the next, like, this whole, like, middle section of the game I consider to be kind of the flabbiest.
Okay.
And then they reworked it in a, like, they just made the character writing so solid constantly in Rebirth that it's, like, becomes amazing.
Okay. Yeah, but, the cool hangout section of the game.
Exactly,
Of the game is what you were saying.
Yeah, but we can't, we actually can walk back toward Midgar if we want. However,
it's
if we...
interesting to me, and tell me if I'm wrong in this assumption.
Can't go back in.
That as we approach there, the ground is now black because we've sucked the Mako out of it.
Yep.
Okay.
In Remake, it's just like desert. It's not literally black rock. It's just barren desert. In the propaganda video showing the construction of Midgar, it shows that it was built in what was already a desert, but that propaganda video also contains a depiction of the ancients that's absolutely just a fanciful vision, because they're like living in a home, like they're living in like a little city with like a bunch of rocks around it that are like the Mako reactors. So Shinra's already positioning like, and we are fulfilling their legacy in that little propaganda video.
Oh my
so it's
gosh.
entirely possible that this was a green verdant area, and then they put the Mako reactors here, and it's all sucked out of the ground. But now they're creating in their movie. It was always a desert. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
That's jumping a little ahead. That's something that if you're only watching our Remake playthrough for the first time, you wouldn't have seen yet. But I wouldn't consider that a spoiler. It's just a little propaganda video you see when they're in the Shinra building. But anyway, yeah. So. Like I said, obviously, like, kind of would have been a weird place to end an entire game, but it also would have given you, you know, like, that's, like, now we understand, like, okay, Sephiroth is trying to, like, take over. We don't really understand. We still don't understand what, like, okay, what does getting the Promised Land mean? Especially because in our nomenclature, we're almost like, that's like heaven? Like, is Promised Land a literal place, or are they just all misinterpreting a religious folk story about going to heaven? And, like, Sephiroth's plan isn't necessarily clear. What we do know is that he's evil, he's superpowered,
He crazy.
he crazy, his state goal of want to take over planet and purge the inferior race that is, I guess, everybody.
Yeah.
And it's funny that he's like, and I'm an ancient, and I'm fulfilling your legacy. And it's like, is he? I mean, we don't know. We didn't read the same books that he read. But it's like, we don't, is he? He might have like some DNA from them or something because of Genova, but like Genova looking crusty, by the way. Genova looking crusty, sitting in the geological stratum for 2,000 years, and now in a test tube. She's now looking so great, that Genova. But yeah, Aidan, now you've seen the flashback. Now all that stuff that Cloud and Tifa keep alluding to happening 5 years ago, you've seen it. What do you think?
I don't know what I was, like, imagining. I think... So, I mean, like, from playing Remake, I knew that, like, the town burned. And I knew that, like, families died. But I guess I assumed that their families were killed in, like, some kind of targeted... specific FU to Cloud.
Okay.
And not in like a they just died because the town burned.
Okay. You figured it was a targeted killing because Cloud learned something that was what caused him to quit, not a crazy guy burned the town down.
Okay. And I really didn't know what to make of Sephiroth. Like, I don't know, I couldn't tell you what I picked up on that gave me this anymore, but like I kind of understood that he was supposed to somehow both be cool guy, role model, Mr. like you were saying, kind of like Captain America. But also he's got to be bad.
Yeah.
He's got to be the bad guy.
Yeah. Yeah.
So this helps put those pieces in place.
I think his design is always like, well, that's a bad guy.
Right.
It's a little bit of a stretch to imagine this dude was ever like a.
Yeah.
I guess I don't know. I guess the Bishi Shoujo, like in Japan, this would be like, oh, what a sexy guy.
Yeah.
Like I guess it kind of makes sense. Like, you know, he's like I guess it makes sense.
And I think from like an edgy teenager perspective too, I always was like, yes, I understand that like as an edgy teenage girl, this is the edgy teenage guy I'm supposed to be into.
Yeah.
So I had that. Yeah, I mean, like I said earlier, I think putting that explanation here just like revitalizes the interest in figuring out what the heck is going on.
Yeah, and it's a thing is that it's still not explicit. We haven't answered a lot of questions. We just know that Sephiroth was a good guy. He had a relationship with Cloud. He killed everybody that Cloud and Tifa ever cared about, except for the two of them and each other. And he's alive somehow. But also Cloud and Tifa are alive somehow.
Yeah.
So something happened that we didn't really get to see.
Because somehow Cloud gets not only himself out of there, but also leaves strong enough to carry Tifa to whatever safety.
I'm debating, because I'm trying to think about it. Like, I don't remember if the game here ever explains how Tifa lived. I'm trying to remember. Because, and that may be that's kind of a vague spoiler of like that. I don't even remember if that was covered explicitly. But the thing is that I think, I'm not gonna say a retcon. I'm trying to remember like whether or not they changed stuff about it later, if they cut stuff about it later. Because like, how do I put this? There was before they did the big movie, there was an anime OVA that was basically just covering that whole flashback.
Okay.
And it explicitly is like, and this is how Tifa lived.
Okay.
Rebirth, right after that flashback, Tifa's like, and this is how I lived.
Oh, okay.
And in this one, I don't remember if they ever say. I'm trying to remember. Does anybody... They do cover it, says Nyx? Okay, all right. I'm stupid then. It does explain how Tifa got out, but it's somewhat hidden. Okay. All right, I couldn't remember. Because I was like, I feel like that might have been something that like wound up on the cutting room floor of the full game, but I couldn't remember. OVA changes some things. Oh, the OVA definitely does change things. The OVA is like actively non-canon.
Oh, great.
Cool. There's some stuff in it that is just like straight up wrong. But there's also some stuff in it. It's like, let's clear this up. And it's like they did keep that explanation in later material.
Okay.
How Tifa lived is optional. Oh my god. Then I don't even know where that is. I don't know if I want to talk about it then. I don't know if I want to explain it, because like giving that answer right now is like robbing the game of some of its dramatic mystery. And, you know, and if I answer that question right now, then it like gives you information about your other questions about Cloud and Sephiroth and like, well, I mean, like if I say, and then Cloud carried her out of there,
right,
and that's supposed to be a mystery, then and then she got up and was like, "Where's Cloud?" and left, and then that also like does like, well, then she got out of there under her own power. What happened to Cloud? So like I'm like, I don't think, because like I'm like, okay, even though Rebirth does answer that one thing immediately, and I was like, I can't remember where it comes up. People are telling me it's a side quest. So I don't know. I guess I'm gonna wait. I'll wait. I'll figure out where that is in this game, and then I'll be sure that we actually get it, because I really thought that I thought that it was cutting room floor. But maybe I'm wrong. That's part of that Shinra archaeology cut, or Shinra archaeology version, or whatever, is there's a bunch of cutscenes that are just like done and in the code of the game that they just like basically turned off the triggers. They were like, never mind, we're cutting this. We don't want this scene in the game. And there's other things that are like, well, it's like, you know, it's like cutting a scene from a movie. It's like, this drags the pacing down, or this isn't working.
Okay.
So there's like scenes that they just like turned the flags off, but they're fully activatable, and you can just go into the code and like
turn them back
on.
Yeah.
And then there's other scenes that like only exist as basically like dialogue that was never wired up, or like notes about what was supposed to happen. And then like that mod is like recreated those things.
Okay.
Anyway, we will wrap up in a second here, because that's the best place in the world to wrap up. There's there's not going to be a better place. I'm only going to walk over here because these red blips are places we can go into, and there's only one other place that isn't blocked by a mountain range right now.
Okay.
And we were told to walk east toward that grassy field. I would say it's more of like a southeast, but whatever.
Are those like chocobo footprints?
Those are chocobo footprints.
Oh, yeah. Why is that one waggling at us?
Work, work, work. Work, 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 work. Work, 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 work. Work, work. Received Chocobo and Mog materia. That's our first summon.
Wow.
Yay!
Wow.
Just for working back, they did a whole dance for us. Jacob having anime protagonist amnesia headaches. Damn, Jacob really getting into character. Listen, man. There's so much shit in this game. There's so much shit. Isn't the OVA written by Nojima as well, asks Victor. I honestly don't remember. It's entirely possible that it was. I just, like, let me put it this way. That OVA makes, like, multiple explicit changes that are different than what was in this game.
Cool.
And people were like, that's not what happened. And then later, when, like, Rebirth came out, and other stuff, they were like, oh no, yeah, you're right, that it didn't happen like that. It happened like it did in the original game. So it's like, okay, well then I guess, I don't know, I guess they were just trying out different stuff in the OVA. I don't know. In Ever Crisis, Sephiroth says, "Queh" to them, I think. Okay. I don't know, whatever. This is meaningless information to me. Chocobo Bill, you thinking of crossing the marshes? Yeah. Then it'll probably be safer for you to get a Chocobo. That way you can zip through the marshes with the Chocobo. Only way to avoid being attacked by the Midgar Zolom. That is supposed to be Midgard Zormer. Like you know, like a big mean dragon.
Oh.
It's meant to be like Norse. I forget what the origin of that is, but like the greatest dragon of all in FF14 is Midgard Zormer.
Oh.
Midgard Zormer. And I believe it's a Norse myth reference. And I guess it was spelled phonetically in the Japanese, Midgar Zorm. And so the guy was like, well, Midgar's a place in this game, which is also technically a Norse reference. They spelled Midgard differently, Midgar. Midgar Zolom? I guess that's the name of this monster. Midgar Zolom? It's a serpent-like creature over 30 feet tall. It detects the footsteps of anyone in the marshes. And then, bam, it attacks. To avoid that, buy a Chocobo from me and Choco Billy's Choco Farm. To purchase a Chocobo, talk to my grandson. He's in the Chocobo stables at the far right end of the farm. Yeehaw howdy.
Does it not detect
Looking for an inn? Not interested.
Chocobo footsteps?
It does detect the Chocobo footsteps, but the Chocobo moves faster than you do.
Okay.
So basically, unlike most random encounters, I'm gonna just go ahead and demonstrate. Isn't that the World Serpent? I thought the World Serpent had a different name. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right, Dean. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm being really stupid and I literally know that because of God of War. I just saved, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm not stupid. You see that line? You see that line snaking around?
Oh!
That's it. So if I were to try and run away when he's far away, I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make it. I'm almost there. Ah!
Oh.
This is...
Damn.
I don't know. You know what? I've got full limit breaks. Maybe I can beat it. I don't think so. Oh, considering that he's almost dead, I'm feeling less optimistic about beating it from one attack. Do. Oh, we can use our new summon. We can use our fancy new summon that we just got. That'll be whimsical and fun. Death Blow with 2 exclamation marks. I'm not allowed to cast that while this is happening.
Ooh. Poor Bobby.
I know, right? Quickly, heal everybody. Uh-oh, that's the end of Aerith. And that means she'll have lost her limit break, which was our only hope of winning this fight. Her instant big group heal was our only chance. Oh, that's her dead too.
Jeez.
Assume the Family Guy position. I have like one high potion, I think. They're all out of order! And the turn cycle is still going! ATB blows chunks! I gotta scroll down to this spell even though there's just a bunch of blank spots! And the enemy's time bar is filling up all the while! Oh, that feels like if I attack him, he's gonna counterattack. Oh, no. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe not. He's just attacking anyway, and I'm dead.
So that's what you need the chocobo for.
That's the first time we've seen the game over screen.
It is.
Look how proud of themselves they are. It's like a movie, this game.
Mm-hmm.
See? Look at that.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a movie. There's a whole film canister made by Squaresoft, Final Fantasy VII. We're real.
Mm-hmm.
We're not video games. We're real. Video games are fake and movies are real. Shut up. It's gonna make our own film studio and it's gonna be epic and the blackjack and hookers. Theoretically, you could go grind and you could beat that thing and get a lot of EXP, but you can also just get a chocobo and run past him. But I think that's gonna be the end for today, because I mean, there's really nowhere we can get to that's gonna be a better stopping point than after the Nibelheim flashback.
Okay.
Obviously, there is still more to learn about what happened 5 years ago.
Yeah.
Goes without saying. The Nibelheim flashback is already, just we've already seen, a very iconic sequence.
Yeah.
Sephiroth walking away into the flames has been
Yeah.
redone constantly.
Yeah.
Many a wallpaper circa 20 years ago.
For sure.
We will obviously return to it. It is a wonderful cinematic device. Again, in a 1997 video game, when storytelling in this medium hadn't like fully matured yet, to have this like, okay, let's go back in time and find out what happened to these characters 5 years ago and play through the sequence that's still interactive and still has battles, but is essentially apart from everything else about this game systems-wise, and learn something about them. Also, tried to put some stank on my voice acting, tried to make Cloud sound a little bit more upbeat, made Tifa sound a lot more upbeat, because she doesn't have depression yet.
Right.
Cloud's already like in the military, so he's got like a little bit of,
He's jaded.
he's got a little bit of discipline and jadedness to him, but Tifa's very upbeat. And I don't know that there's anywhere where it says this explicitly, but I'm pretty sure Tifa wore that costume for a certain someone.
For sure.
her little cowboy outfit. Her skanky cowboy outfit.
Because she's trying to prove that she's hot shit and she can be your tough guy because she's tough too.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find... Yeah, here we go. All right. Here is the illustration that was done by Roberto Ferrari, who's the number 2... He's the character designer on the Remake trilogy next to Tetsuya Nomura. Okay. So Tetsuya Nomura is obviously still the lead, but for Roberto Ferrari's doing like he did the redesigns for Jesse, Biggs, and Wedge. For the Remake trilogy. Obviously Barrett was in charge of like the main cast, but Roberto Ferrari picked up a lot of stuff. And he did an illustration for Tifa's cowgirl outfit in the Remake.
Yeah. I like the details on it though.
Oh yeah, I love Roberto Ferrari's art style. We were talking about this dude a couple of streams ago. You will notice she's got like her bobas are just hanging out there. And that was how she was modeled in the one very brief flashback in Remake where we saw her over her dad's dead body. And then in Rebirth, they did give her like a little shirt underneath.
A little more coverage.
A little extra coverage. And they patched the scene in Remake to make it accurate to this outfit. Okay. Right before Rebirth came out. And obviously there were a lot of chuds who were really mad about this. Of the wokeness coming after their game. And I'm like, what more do you want?
Yeah.
Look at that. Also, by the way, she's 15 in this sequence.
That makes it less comfy.
So calm down.
Yeah. That's less.
She's 15 and she dressed up for one person and he ain't you. So lock it down. There's a really funny, it's like an edit of those memes of, like a guy like lying in bed and the woman's looking at him like, I wonder what he's thinking about right now. And it's like something that has, I bet he's thinking about other women or like what, and it's like he's thinking about something asinine. There's an illustration that's that of Cloud and Tifa. I was like, I wonder what he's thinking about. And his thought bubble is like, why doesn't Tifa wear her cowgirl hat anymore?
Oh, gosh. Diego asked if we're gonna continue this playthrough or wait and maybe see if we do Rebirth. My understanding is we're definitely
playing this. We're finishing this playthrough.
Yeah,
we're finishing this playthrough first.
Yep.
And then we're doing Rebirth. We're not gonna do like a weird like tag team back and forth of like, okay, we got through the Nibelheim flashback in the original game. Now let's play the Nibelheim flashback and we're not doing that. We're playing this game.
That sounds awful.
Yeah,
that would be super complicated.
That'd be stupid. That would be stupid. Again, we could do a playthrough of Rebirth right now and just play it and enjoy it, and it would be fine. But to me, Rebirth is a good game if you're playing it blind, and it is genuinely elevated to great when you are like, I mean, it's already great, but like I honestly think it's better if you know stuff because you're picking up on so many little character nuances and details that I genuinely love and appreciate. And I think I would rather handle it in that way. Hold on a second. Let's put on some music again. Though I do need to let you go. I'm not going to mess up like I did last time and be like, let's talk for 10 more minutes, and then I keep you here for an hour on accident. But let's talk for like, well, I'll even put on you know what? I'll even put on a timer to make sure that I'm respectful of your time. 10 minutes sound okay?
Yeah.
Cool.
Totally.
Alrighty. I accidentally set it for 11 minutes just because it's a little rolling thing. It's fine. I'm going to say that 60 seconds is not a major change.
No.
Tifa says a little bigger in her remake/rebirth model. I don't know. The Cloud and Tifa's look identical from 15 to 25. Their models are slightly different, but they're not as changed as maybe they could be. They do look like really close. Obviously, like when we see them at what would that be, like 13 and 14 on the Water Tower flashback, they're like completely different. Their models when they're in the Nibelheim flashback and in Rebirth are not. They could have been differenter. They are different, but they probably could have taken it further. I don't know. It might have been confusing for marketing purposes because, like, I mean, they have shots in the trailers for Rebirth of like Cloud reacting to Sephiroth walking away in the fire, because that's the moment people know. So maybe if Cloud had looked too different, it would have been weird for, like, commercials.
Maybe.
I don't know. I thought that would have influenced, like, the modeling decision-making, but it also just might have been, like, a lighter workload. Making those character models for, like, the really high resolution, this is a main character model. It's like, we gotta do another Cloud model?
Yeah.
Gotta do a whole separate one that's at the same level of... That's like a month of work.
Yeah.
We don't need that. Just make his face, like 5% rounder. Done.
Yeah.
Moving on.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. She's 15? Yeah, she's 15. She's 20 during the events of Final Fantasy VII, and that's 5 years ago, so she's 15 in the flashback. And Cloud is 16. Like I said, it's a JRPG. In your brain, round up by 5 years. Because it probably doesn't make sense that Cloud left town when he was 14 to join the army. Like, even in yay olden days of, like, we let people join our militaries a little too early, like... 16, 17 is the age. 14 is maybe too early.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's meant to be like an intelligent comment on Shinra's using child soldiers. I think it's that they wanted Cloud to be 21 in the modern day setting, and they needed a certain amount of time since he and Tifa saw each other last, but they also needed him to leave town and become a soldier. Oh no, we don't have enough time. Should we make Cloud 25? Gross.
Yeah.
Gross. He left town when he was 14.
Yeah. May need to knock music so
Yeah, I just turned it down already. I noticed that. It's because I had the iTunes thing cranked up loud because I was using it to fix the game. Yeah, no, we're definitely going to continue this playthrough, hopefully as fast as we can. Is Cloud the oldest FF protagonist? I think Clive is older. Noctis, I think, might be 22 in FF15. Let's find out. Remember, gang, Aiden's got 11 minutes. Actually, we're both got 11. We both got 8 minutes. I'm also going to leave when Aiden leaves. I'm not going to come back and hang out with you guys for an hour like I usually do. I got stuff to do. So you guys got stuff. Get it in the chat now. Any more stray thoughts on what we experienced today, Aiden? We got free of Midgar and learned a lot of stuff.
Yeah, it's nice to be progressing.
Noctis is only 20. I thought for sure he was a little older than that. All right,
And Diego says Clive turns 26.
Oh, okay, all right. Yeah, I guess that would mean that Clive is like 21 at the beginning of that game, and then there's oh, no, he's 15 in the prologue, then he's 28, and then there's another time skip, and he's 33. Okay, so that's the oldest FF protagonist has ever been. It's 33. Yeah, that's I don't even need to check anybody else. 33 is by far the oldest any main character has ever been.
Jeez.
Supporting cast, there's been like, some old wizened wizard dudes.
Yeah.
Main character, Clive's dead. There's no way anybody's older than that. I can just tell you that right now. Do they say how old Cecil is? I'm sure in like expanded material they've said how old Cecil is. Let's find out. Cecil is probably a little bit older, but I'm going to say that, and he's going to be 16. That's going to be so stupid. He's 20. Cecil is 20 in FF4.
Foot in the grave at 33.
Cecil is like an Air Force commander. He's the head of a special division of Air Force of airship like strike squadron for the Kingdom of Baron in FF4, and he's 20 years old.
Oh my gosh.
It's fine. He's the king's top guy. And he's 20.
No, I don't think I have anything that we haven't really covered.
Yeah, it is like, I mean, we got out of Midgar, and I really do think, like, especially since now you've experienced Midgar A and Midgar B, like, I mean, I agree that Remake could have been a couple of hours shorter. I completely think they could have filed 4 or 5 hours off that game and lost very little of substance. Yeah. Some of those dungeons could have been 20 or 30 minutes shorter and would not have overstayed their welcome. The Hojo final lab, like, they wanted it to feel climactic, but it goes on for like an hour too long. It's like a 2 or 3 hour dungeon, and it didn't need to be. We're not gonna talk about the ending because I like it, but I get like I'm not gonna convince anybody today. Plus, we're not talking about it. But like I do genuinely think, like, I mean, think about, like, guys, you all, many of you watched me play this 11 years ago. And I already knew everything that was going to happen in it when I played it with Joey. Think about how much more nuance I've been able to enforce upon the line delivery. And it's not because I have future knowledge of what's going to happen in this game. I had that last time. It's because of future knowledge. It's because of I have, like, this is almost like, we're like watching the movie and like Remake is like the novelization or like the, the miniseries version or whatever. Yeah. Like, I've got more of these people to like I can understand them better.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's the same in the same way that, like, I'm talking about playing Rebirth with knowledge, you can appreciate the nuances more.
Yeah.
You and I, because we had the ability after the plate falls to have a 30-minute conversation about the nuances of Barrett and Tifa and Aerith's characters, we are able to enforce so much more meaning on little line deliveries that we've been experiencing here.
Yeah.
Thoughts on the major changes? Yeah, well, that's the thing, is that the major changes are really honestly like a side thing. Because, like, the ending of Final Fantasy VII Remake isn't really, like... What's funny is, like, it is a change, but it doesn't change materially what happened. It's, like, in between two events, an extra thing happens. So I don't know. But yeah, and like I said, from here on out, I mean, there's plenty of good stuff in the middle. I don't hate the middle of 7. I just think it's not great. It really is genuinely, like, I've been really excited to do this because the Nibelheim sequence is fantastic. We get to it right away. It's the first new thing. And it's super concise, and it gets the point across and achieves a lot. Somebody a minute ago asked, Aidan, what do you think of Remake Sephiroth, who jumps out every 5 hours to go ooga booga booga, versus the Sephiroth we have here of like who is mentioned and then stabs a guy and then we find out about him.
I think trying to think about it from a space of like, if I didn't know Sephiroth, if I didn't have the cultural osmosis. Yeah, like if I didn't live in a world where I already know who Sephiroth is. Who I already am like, that's the bad guy.
Yeah.
Like, I think it does.
The thing is, people playing it in 1997 knew who he was too, because he was all over the magazine spreads and the commercials. It's like, here's Sephiroth. He's the bad guy. Like, I mean, it's not like it was a mystery. People who bought this game bought it because of these big glossy spreads that were like, and Cloud Strife must defeat his arch nemesis Sephiroth. Like, I mean,
yeah, okay,
we
so
knew.
never mind then, because I was gonna say like, I guess I'm not even thinking about it from a Jaws perspective, because from a Jaws perspective, you still know that the shark is a shark.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about it from an alien perspective, where you didn't see the xenomorph.
The alien, yeah.
Like, you saw did you even see Facehugger in the marketing for that?
No, they didn't show anything.
Okay, yeah. See,
it was
like
the ad for Alien is low droning sound effect and eventually the alarm coming in, and it's just like the pods opening on the ship and like landing gear and machinery and dudes in suits, and the closest thing to an alien is an extreme close up on the cat going. That's it. That's it in the marketing for Alien.
So that's what I'm thinking of it from the perspective of like, if I don't know that he's the bad guy and I have this voice in my head and Cloud goes Sephiroth, like I don't
know what that means.
Yeah. Like, so
honestly, playing it this time, I bought that like, oh yeah, it's like Jaws, and this time I'm like, God, he barely comes up, and then it's like Sephiroth's sword. Who? He killed the president. But I thought this game was about killing the president. Somebody else killed him, huh? There's a bigger problem, Barrett.
Yeah.
Okay, you drive somewhere else. Sephiroth was a guy I knew, and he was cool, and then he went crazy.
Yeah.
Okay. But I'm not saying it's bad. I am not trying to impeach the iconicness of this game. But, like, honestly, replaying this just now, there's people in the chat gonna crucify me. Kind of made me appreciate the choices made in Remake. To make him, like, a directly malevolent, hey, Cloud, it's real fucking cool when I ruined your life.
Yeah, I do.
And even though it's mysterious, like, what happened? It's like, oh, Sephiroth is a guy who ruined Cloud's life, and people say that he's dead, but Cloud keeps seeing him.
Yep.
What's up with that?
Yeah.
I honestly think that works.
I think so too. I at no point did I think it didn't work. And I think coming at it from like where I'm at of like, I have known who Sephiroth, like, I could have picked him out of a lineup before I could have picked Cloud out of a lineup.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I think the way that it's handled in Remake, because of that, makes a lot more sense than trying to strictly, like, adhere to this, like, more mysterious, more absent, more, like, I don't know. I think it works better for where we're at with the cultural zeitgeist of the franchise.
Dean was making a comment about it. I still think things should be written as if you don't know anything about it, even if it's pulp culture. And, like, I get that argument, but I'm honestly, like, I'm like, kind of reassessing, like, how genuinely effective this is versus, like, giving... Like, there's still mystery to it of, like, if you don't know anything about it, it's like, oh, this Sephiroth guy, cultural osmosis or not, people say he's dead, but he keeps coming up, and he did something to Cloud, so I guess that's going somewhere. Like, you still almost know nothing. I still think you could have cut one or two, like, Sephiroth appearances from Remake. Like, he didn't need to pop up as frequently as he did.
Yeah.
But it's still, like, only, like, every 5 hours or so. It's not like it's constant. I don't know. I'll say it last time, and I'll say it again. It's as if Fellowship and Two Towers ended with a Sauron mini-boss. You won't hear any argument from me on that one. I could talk about that more another time when we're a little further into this project, but we'll talk about that another time. I understand what Dean's saying, and I don't necessarily disagree with it. I'm gonna say one more thing because the alarm just went off. Just because I was thinking about this, like bringing up the Sun stream sometime soon, and honestly, since you were bringing up Alien, I think this is an interesting point. Is my brother watched Alien and Aliens for the first time last year.
Wow.
And he hadn't seen Alien before, and I was out of town at the time for work stuff, and he was like talking to me on the phone about it. He was like, I don't know, that didn't really do much for me. And to be fair, he's not like a horror guy. And he was like, you know, I mean, like, yeah, I like it was well edited and well shot, and the sets were cool and what, but like I got relatively little from it. And I was like, I appreciate what you mean, because I also, like, I don't love the original Alien beyond, like, a craft standpoint. And, like, I was like, keep this in mind, Joshua. You've never seen one of these movies, and you know how the facehunger incubation works.
Yeah.
What happens when what a chest burster is, what a xenomorph looks like, that they bleed acid.
Yeah.
These are all things that you knew with having never consumed any Alien material. And in original Alien, you didn't know anything.
Yeah.
There was no information about this thing. Its incubation cycle, like how it breeds. Like, you see the big, like, alien fossilized in the ship, and you're like, oh, that's the alien. It's not. That's fake. That's a fake out. The aliens are in the eggs. Oh, a little thing jumped out. What's that going to do? Is it going to possess one of the guys? Oh, no, he's fine. He doesn't seem bad.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a little fucking thing.
Yeah.
Oh, it turned into this thing that we barely ever see, except for, to be fair, the one really bad shot in Alien when Dallas is in the vent, and he turns around and the alien is there, and the alien goes,
Yeah.
and it's like just dead in the middle of the frame. It's like one of the one shot in the original Alien that's just like bad and should have been cut. Except maybe you see it really clearly, and it looks pretty bad when it's getting sucked out of the airlock at the end, but also, like, that's the end of the movie.
Yeah.
It's being beaten. It's fine that you can see it, and the terror is diminished now.
Yeah.
Because there wasn't going to be 17 movies and comic books and whatever. That was supposed to be it. It's like, she killed the alien. Cool, we're done.
Yeah.
And then, like, Aliens is genius because it's like, okay, you understand everything about this thing now. It's not scary. So let's make it a more straightforward action movie of you're getting overwhelmed by these things. And he liked Aliens a lot more. And I don't think it's because it's like, oh, it's an action movie versus a horror movie. Because Aliens, despite being an action movie, is still, like, one of the tensest action movies you'll ever watch.
Yeah.
Like, it is nail-biting, the ball sucking up within yourself, tension. This is an experience that you don't understand, but the guys in the chat know what I'm talking about. And you can almost make that argument about Sephiroth to some extent, is that I know what he is, even just with basic cultural osmosis. He's a guy with a sword who's got eternal beef with Cloud.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know anything about him. I'm not saying that necessarily justifies the changes made to Remake, but again, like the Jaws comparison, the Alien comparison might be more apt, that you made a second ago, and I think that's kind of interesting. But I don't know. Like, Alien is a what's funny to me about Alien, sorry, this is the one other thing, and then I'll let you go, is that, like, and maybe you experienced this when you watched Alien, is that because of the cultural osmosis, and this honestly relates to something about FF7, but we'll talk about 13 streams from now, is because everybody knows what the xenomorph is, there is now a new scariest moment in Alien when people experience it, and it's when the milk trickles down Ash's head. Because you think, even if you're watching it for the first time, you're like, well, okay, there's an alien, there's a problem, right? And then when Ash is like, Ripley, don't you do that. We have to contain this thing for the Weyland Utati Corporation. She's like, Ash, what the fuck is going on? And then there's that it's getting tense, and there's that extreme close-up of him, and, like, a trickle of, like, creamy white sweat goes down his forehead, and you go, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Is he an alien?
Yeah.
And then they get into the fight, and he's, like, choking her to death, and then the other dude whose name I forget runs in, and, like, hits him with the baseball bat. I'm spoiling Alien. Get over it.
Yeah.
And Ash's head, like, rips off and is dangling off, and there's wires everywhere. And you're like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
He's a robot, and he's making like screaming sounds, and milk is spraying everywhere, and he falls over.
Yeah.
And, like, that's the new scariest moment in the movie.
I remember that being a huge what the fuck
because you think you're safe. You think, I know what this movie is now. I've seen the Alien. And it works in the original in the 70s, too, because you're like, even then you're like, okay, this is a scary movie, but, like, I've now seen the alien. Like, I know they're dealing with an alien. They're dealing with a guy with a little mouth that shoots out and goes and kills you. I get it. And then that happens. You're like, get me off this crazy ride.
Yeah.
I can't do this anymore. I'm already, like, dying here, and you've got a new thing?
Yeah.
We're 2 hours into this movie, and I got a new thing? But anyway, sorry, that was an aside, and that was only tangentially related to defending choices in Remake, Rebirth, FF7. More just that I think that's really interesting. I think it's really interesting that Alien is a movie that's been borderline ruined by cultural osmosis, and then Aliens was like, okay, this is the problem. This thing isn't scary anymore. How do we make it scary again? And then there should have been no more Aliens media ever again after that.
And there was so much.
So much.
I know
and none
for
of it's
sure,
worth anything.
I know for sure I watched Aliens, And I almost think I remember talking to you afterwards and you telling me like what the third one was going to start with, and I was like, fuck this shit, I'm out.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I don't think I ever watched it.
Oh yeah, no,
I don't think
no.
I ever did.
Nobody watches it. Everybody hears that now, and they're
Yeah.
like, I'm not fucking watching. Like,
Yeah.
Huh? I'm not watching Alien 3, and now nobody watches it.
Yeah.
And everybody back in the day watched it, and it was like, well, I don't care about this anymore.
Yeah.
And then they did do Alien Resurrection.
Yeah.
And then after that, they were like, okay, well now we'll do the Alien versus Predator.
Yeah.
And now they keep doing, and they keep, oh, we got this whole timeline. We can put aliens anywhere.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't care, man. The Predator honestly makes more sense to me, as like you can keep changing the setting on that. Like they did the one where it's like, you know, in Native American times. And that was a movie that came out, like, I think it was a COVID movie that went up on Hulu.
I feel like I saw, this may be a fever dream, I may be talking out of my ass right now, but I, in my heart of hearts, really think that I saw like a Tremors movie with a predator in it.
Yeah, sure, I buy that.
Did that happen?
I have no idea. I buy it. Who cares?
Okay.
I have no idea. I've done it, so sure, why not? Why not?
I
buy
really feel like I watched that and went, what am I doing here?
You know what? I buy that. I buy that implicitly. I buy that implicitly. Mr. Wanzig said, I know exactly what you're referring to on how that connects to FF7, Jacob. And yes,
that movie, so it's real.
That movie is a blast.
Okay.
Oh, boy. But yeah, sometimes cultural osmosis can be cool because you're like, oh, I know everything that happens in that thing, and then you get curveballed by something, right? Of like, I think that honestly, people probably would react because I remember, like, you know, people don't like the Matrix sequels, but people also don't talk about what happens in the Matrix sequels very often nowadays.
I've seen at least one.
Reloaded and Revelations are the
Maybe I've seen both of them. One of them's got like funky twins.
Yeah,
right?
The albino twins are in Reloaded.
Okay.
Those were shot at the same time and released within 6 months of each other. I actually like Reloaded and Revolutions, excuse me. They're not nearly as good as The Matrix, obviously, but I still like them.
obviously not.
But like, I actually think that somebody watching that today would be more receptive to them because they're like, oh, I know The Matrix. Mm-hmm. And they watch The Matrix and they're like, that was The Matrix. That's what I expected. Mm-hmm. And I almost think they'd be more excited watching the sequels because nobody ever talks about them. Mm-hmm. So when it gets to like Zion is being attacked in the real world and there's dudes in like mobile suits like defending it in the real world with machine guns, you're like, I didn't know this was in the Matrix. This is awesome. I think people back then were like, no, this isn't Neo in cool leather flipping around and doing kung fu. Why are these guys in mechas? This is stupid. I feel like now people watch this and go, I didn't know there was like a whole fucking Gundam movie in this. This is crazy. Anyway. We're going to call it there because the 11-minute timer rang a few minutes ago now. So, thanks for coming out, everybody. Hope you enjoyed it. We'll be back just as soon as we can be. Note, however, that if it's for example, if next weekend, if Aidan and Joey are both available, we're going to finish Dispatch, not continue this. But next time it's just Aidan and I, we will continue with this. I don't know. Maybe like we were talking about, you know, not in school anymore. Mm-hmm. As far as I know, I'm here. I don't have to go anywhere for work for a couple of weeks, so we could even do, like, you know, let's squeeze in 2 hours after work on a weekday. I'm not saying we'll do that. I'm not telling you I expect you to do that. I'm just saying, who knows? But we'll be back sometime. See you guys later.